Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing tales about Christmas to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to perhaps the wildflower meadows of Patagonia, a traditional village in the Swiss valleys, the coral reefs of the Red Sea, or a treehouse sanctuary in Costa Rica's rainforest. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, breathe slowly and let your mind drift, letting the day's worries fall away like petals from a gentle bloom. Tonight, you are stepping into the moonlit garden within the Timeless Tales Library. This hall opens onto a serene indoor garden where books bloom like flowers along winding paths. Silver light filters from glass ceilings above, casting soft, calming shadows. The air carries the faint fragrance of night-blooming blossoms, and quiet streams murmur between shelves lined with stories of wonder and whimsy. Feel your body sink into your bed, your private seat within this tranquil garden. Relax your jaw, your shoulders, your fingers and toes. Let the gentle rhythm of the garden's night wrap around you, steady and soothing. Take a slow step along the winding paths of shelves. Let the stories of the moonlit garden drift into your imagination, carrying you gently into peace, curiosity, and dreamlike calm. Alice and the Christmas Rabbit Hole, from the Christmas Sleep Stories series. The snow had been falling steadily for 3 days now, blanketing the countryside in a pristine layer of white that sparkled like crushed diamonds under the pale December Sunday. Alice sat by her bedroom window, watching the flakes drift lazily past the glass, each one unique and perfect in its delicate dance toward the earth below. The house was quiet save for the gentle crackling of the fireplace downstairs and the soft whisper of wind against the shutters. It was Christmas Eve, and though the warmth of family and celebration filled the rooms below, Alice found herself drawn to this peaceful solitude, mesmerized by the hypnotic rhythm of the falling snow. She pressed her palm against the cool window pane, leaving a small handprint that quickly fogged with her breath. Through the misted glass, the world outside looked dreamlike, softened and made magical by winter's gentle touch. Alice had always been a curious child, prone to following interesting paths wherever they might lead, and today something about the snow-covered garden called to her with an almost musical voice. She could see the old oak tree where she often sat to read, its branches now heavy with snow, creating natural archways and tunnels beneath its protective canopy. And there, just barely visible through the swirling flakes, was something that made her heart skip with wonder. A rabbit, but not just any rabbit. Even at this distance, she could see the familiar flash of a waistcoat, the hurried way it moved, checking what appeared to be a pocket watch before disappearing behind the oak's massive trunk. The white rabbit, here in her own garden on Christmas Eve. Without hesitation, Alice wrapped herself in her warmest cloak, a deep blue velvet that her grandmother had sewn with tiny silver stars, and slipped quietly from the house. The snow crunched softly beneath her boots as she made her way across the garden, following the rabbit's tracks that led in a winding path toward the old oak tree. The winter air was crisp and clean, filling her lungs with each breath and bringing color to her cheeks. Snowflakes caught on her eyelashes, melting quickly, and she could taste the pure sweetness of winter on her tongue. The world around her was hushed, wrapped in snow's natural silence, broken only by the distant sound of church bells ringing across the village, calling people to Christmas Eve service. As Alice approached the oak tree, she noticed something extraordinary. Where the rabbit's tracks should have continued around the trunk, they simply vanished into what appeared to be a hole in the ground, but not the kind of rabbit hole she remembered from her previous adventure. This opening was decorated with tiny evergreen garlands, their needles dusted with snow, and strings of what looked like crystallized berries that caught the light like miniature lanterns. Around the opening, someone had carefully arranged a circle of pine cones, each one painted with delicate silver snowflakes that sparkled in the fading afternoon light. Between the pine cones, small glass ornaments nestled in the snow like colorful eggs in a nest, each one containing what appeared to be a tiny winter scene miniature sledding parties. Ice skating rinks no bigger than a teacup, and snow-covered villages with lights twinkling in windows smaller than Alice's fingernail. The whole itself seemed to glow with a warm, inviting light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat or the rhythm of peaceful breathing. As Alice knelt beside it, brushing away some of the snow with her mittened hands, she could feel the warmth rising from below, carrying with it the most wonderful scents. She discovered that the opening was lined with soft, moss-green velvet that looked impossibly cozy against the winter landscape, and the velvet itself seemed to shimmer with tiny golden threads that caught the light like captured sunbeams. A small wooden sign, carved with delicate holly leaves and painted with loving care, read, "Christmas visitors welcome, mind the step." Below the main message, in smaller, more delicate script, were the words, "Where every season is the season of wonder, and every heart finds rest." Alice traced the carved letters with her finger, noting how the wood was warm to the touch despite the cold air above ground. Beside the sign, a tiny mailbox no bigger than a jewelry box sat nestled in the snow. Its red paint was cheerful and bright, and a small flag indicated that mail waited inside. Curious, Alice opened the miniature door and found a letter addressed to her in the most beautiful handwriting she had ever seen. The paper was cream-colored and felt like silk between her fingers, and when she unfolded it, golden letters appeared as if written by invisible hands. "Dearest Alice," the letter read, "we have prepared a special Christmas celebration in your honor. Please join us for an evening of warmth, wonder, and the gentlest of adventures. Your presence is the only gift we require. With fondest regards and warmest welcome, your friends in the Christmas realm." Alice smiled at this considerate warning, remembering her last tumbling descent into Wonderland. But this time, as she peered into the glowing tunnel, she could see that thoughtful hands had installed a beautiful spiral staircase that curved gently downward, its banister wrapped in garlands of pine and ribbon. Each step was cushioned with thick, soft carpeting that looked warm and inviting. The scent that rose from the tunnel was intoxicating cinnamon and vanilla, pine needles and wood smoke, with underlying notes of chocolate and peppermint that made Alice's mouth water. It was the essence of Christmas distilled into pure, welcoming fragrance. She could hear something too, the gentle sound of distant music, like a music box playing a lullaby, mixed with soft laughter and the comfortable murmur of friends gathering together. Alice settled herself at the edge of the rabbit hole, letting her legs dangle into the warmth that rose from below. Unlike her previous adventure's sudden fall, this descent felt completely safe and welcoming. She placed one foot on the first step, testing its solidity, and found it perfectly secure. The velvet lining was indeed as soft as it appeared, and warmth seemed to emanate from the very walls of the tunnel. As she began her gentle descent, Alice noticed that the walls were decorated with the most beautiful Christmas murals she had ever seen. Painted in soft, dreamy colors, they showed scenes of winter wonder, deer stepping delicately through snow-laden forests, cardinals perched on holly branches, and cozy cottages with windows glowing golden in the twilight. Each image seemed to move slightly as she passed, as if the paintings were alive with their own gentle magic. The first mural showed a family of rabbits building a snowman together, their movements so lifelike that Alice could almost hear their soft laughter echoing from the painted scene. As she descended further, she passed a painting of children ice skating on a frozen pond, their rosy cheeks and bright scarves seeming to flutter in an unfelt breeze. Another mural depicted a grandmother knitting by a window while snow fell outside, and Alice could swear she saw the knitting needles moving in a gentle, hypnotic rhythm. The most beautiful mural of all showed a great Christmas tree in a town square, surrounded by carolers whose mouths moved silently, their faces filled with joy and peace. As Alice watched, tiny painted snowflakes seemed to drift across the surface of the painting, settling on the carolers' shoulders and caps before disappearing and beginning their gentle dance again. Between the larger murals, smaller paintings filled every available space on the tunnel walls. These showed intimate winter scenes, a cat sleeping by a fireplace, a teapot steaming on a kitchen table set for Christmas breakfast, mittens and scarves hanging by a door to dry, and children's toys arranged hopefully by a chimney. Each small painting was framed with carved wooden borders, decorated with holly leaves, candy canes, or tiny bells that actually chimed softly when Alice passed by. The staircase curved downward in a leisurely spiral, never steep enough to cause alarm, always well lit by the warm glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Along the banister, someone had wound garlands of real pine boughs interwoven with ribbon that shimmered like starlight. Every few steps, small lanterns hung from the garland, each one containing not a candle but what appeared to be captured fireflies that glowed with gentle golden light. Alice found herself relaxing more with each step, her breathing becoming deeper and more peaceful. The music grew slightly louder as she descended. She could now make out not just Silent Night, but a whole medley of gentle Christmas carols being hummed by several voices in perfect, unhurried harmony. The voices seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the very stone was singing. Tiny alcoves carved into the tunnel walls held miniature Christmas displays that took Alice's breath away with their detail and beauty. Some alcoves contained Christmas trees no taller than her hand, each one perfectly decorated with ornaments no bigger than dewdrops. The tiny ornaments were works of art in themselves, miniature snow globes that actually contained swirling snow, little bells that rang with voices high as fairy laughter, and stars that pulsed with their own inner light. Other alcoves held elaborate winter scenes. A tiny frozen pond where porcelain skaters glided eternally in graceful circles. A miniature Christmas market with stalls selling goods too small to see clearly, but beautiful in their perfect detail. And a small nativity scene so lovely and peaceful that Alice found herself pausing at each one, drawn into quiet contemplation of the serene expressions on the tiny figures' faces. One alcove contained a dollhouse-sized library, where miniature books about Christmas stories lined shelves no bigger than matchsticks. Another held a tiny bakery where impossible small loaves of gingerbread bread seemed to emit real warmth and the scent of cinnamon and molasses. Yet another alcove showed a miniature sleigh loaded with presents, pulled by reindeer so small and perfectly formed that Alice had to look closely to make sure they weren't alive. The air grew warmer and more fragrant as she continued down, carrying scents that changed subtly with each step. First came the clean, crisp scent of pine needles and fresh snow, then the warm, comforting smells of cinnamon, vanilla, and baking bread. Next came the cozy aromas of wood smoke and hot chocolate, followed by the festive scents of peppermint, orange peel, and something that reminded Alice of her grandmother's Christmas cookies cooling on the kitchen windowsill. Alice found herself relaxing her grip on her cloak as the temperature became perfectly comfortable, not too warm, not too cool, but exactly the temperature that made her feel most at peace. Her boots made no sound on the carpeted steps, and she felt as though she were floating gently downward rather than walking, carried along by the warm, scented air and the gentle music that seemed to wrap around her like an invisible embrace. As the tunnel began to level out, Alice could see a soft glow ahead that spoke of the approaching end of her journey. The walls widened gradually, and she realized she was entering a vast underground chamber that defied all logic and filled her heart with wonder. She emerged into a Christmas wonderland that took her breath away. The cavern, though it felt nothing like a cave, was enormous, its ceiling lost in a gentle, twinkling darkness that looked exactly like a starry winter sky. Snow fell softly from this impossible sky, but it was warm snow that melted the moment it touched anything, leaving behind only a pleasant tingling sensation and the scent of pine forests. The landscape before Alice was rolling and gentle, covered in the same pristine white snow she had left behind in the world above, but here everything seemed to glow with its own inner light. Christmas trees of every size dotted the snowy hills, some as tall as the great oak in her garden, others small enough to sit on a tabletop. Every tree was perfectly decorated with lights that twinkled like captured stars, and ornaments that seemed to be made from crystallized moonbeams. A river meandered through this underground paradise, its waters so clear and still that it perfectly reflected the starry ceiling above, creating the illusion of walking through space itself. The river was bordered by rushes that looked like candy canes, their red and white stripes spiraling perfectly, and lily pads that were actually large, flat Christmas cookies decorated with green icing and tiny silver pearls. Occasionally, fish swam by that seemed to be made of living tinsel, their scales catching and reflecting the light in mesmerizing patterns. Small bridges crossed the river at regular intervals, each one unique and beautiful. One bridge was made entirely of candy canes woven together like a basket, strong enough to walk on but fragrant with peppermint. Another bridge appeared to be constructed from crystallized gingerbread, its railings decorated with icing that never melted despite the warm air. A third bridge was made of what looked like solidified moonbeams, translucent and glowing with its own gentle light. Along the riverbanks, Christmas gardens bloomed in defiance of winter. Holly bushes grew in perfect spheres, their berries glowing like tiny red lanterns. Poinsettias the size of small trees displayed leaves in every shade from deep crimson to softest pink, and their centers seemed to hold actual stars that twinkled gently. Rose bushes bore flowers that looked like they were carved from ice but felt warm to the touch, and their fragrance was the perfect blend of summer roses and winter pine. The gentle sound of water flowing over smooth stones provided a constant, soothing backdrop to the Christmas carols that seemed to drift on the warm breeze from everywhere and nowhere. Sometimes Alice could hear individual voices in the chorus, a soprano as pure as church bells, a bass as warm as her father's voice, and harmonies that wove together like a musical tapestry of peace and joy. Cottages and small buildings nestled among the hills, all of them glowing with warm golden light from their windows. Smoke curled lazily from their chimneys, and Alice could see that each building was unique. Some looked like gingerbread houses with icing trim and gumdrop decorations. Others resembled cozy English cottages with thatched roofs and climbing roses, and still others were whimsical structures that could only exist in dreams, with curved walls and doors shaped like hearts or stars. Each cottage had its own garden, perfectly maintained despite the snow that fell constantly but never accumulated beyond a beautiful, even layer. Some gardens featured topiary animals, rabbits, deer and birds, all trimmed from evergreen bushes and decorated with tiny lights. Other gardens showed winter vegetables growing impossibly well in the snow, Christmas cabbages with leaves that looked like poinsettia flowers, carrots that glowed like orange lanterns beneath the snow, and fruit trees that bore ornaments instead of fruit. Pathways connected all the buildings, marked not with ordinary stones but with stepping stones that seemed to be made from compressed snow that never melted or became slippery. The paths were lined with lamp posts that looked like giant candy canes, their light warm and inviting, casting everything in a gentle golden glow that made even the snow look cozy and welcoming. As Alice stood taking in this magical scene, breathing in air that tasted of cinnamon and wonder, she noticed that the very atmosphere seemed alive with gentle magic. Snowflakes fell upward as well as downward, creating spiraling dances in the air. Occasionally, a snowflake would pause in mid-air, hovering at eye level long enough for Alice to admire its intricate crystalline structure before continuing on its leisurely journey. As Alice stood taking in this magical scene, she heard a familiar voice call her name. Turning, she saw the white rabbit approaching, but he looked nothing like the harried, anxious creature she remembered. This white rabbit moved with unhurried dignity, his white fur pristine and fluffy, his waistcoat a beautiful deep red velvet embroidered with golden holly leaves. His pocket watch, instead of being a source of anxiety, hung peacefully from a chain that glittered like snow in moonlight. "Alice," the white rabbit said, his voice warm and welcoming, "we've been expecting you. I do hope you don't mind that I led you here on Christmas Eve, but we wanted to share our celebration with you." Alice smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the perfect temperature of this underground realm. "It's beautiful," she whispered, afraid that speaking too loudly might break the spell of this peaceful place. "But won't I be missed at home?" The white rabbit chuckled softly, a sound like bells wrapped in velvet. "Time moves differently here during the Christmas season," he explained, adjusting his waistcoat with unhurried precision. "You could spend days with us, and only minutes would pass in your world above. It's our Christmas gift to visitors, the gift of peaceful time." As they walked together down a path that seemed to be made of compressed snow that never grew cold or slippery, Alice noticed other familiar figures moving about the landscape with the same peaceful serenity that had transformed the white rabbit. Everything about this place seemed designed to bring out the gentlest, most loving aspects of everyone who dwelled here. The Mad Hatter sat at a table beneath a particularly large Christmas tree, but instead of his usual chaotic tea party, he was carefully wrapping presents with ribbons that seemed to tie themselves into perfect bows. His movements were slow and deliberate, and his usual manic energy had been replaced by a contented serenity. His hat, instead of bearing its usual 10/6 price tag, was decorated with holly and mistletoe, and small bells at its brim chimed softly with each movement of his head. The presents he was wrapping were extraordinary. Some changed colors as Alice watched, shifting through gentle rainbows of peaceful hues. Others seemed to contain light itself, glowing softly from within their wrappings. Still others appeared to be breathing gently, as if they contained living dreams waiting to be released. The Mad Hatter worked with loving attention to each package, humming softly to himself as he folded each corner with precise care. The March Hare was nearby, not bouncing about in his usual frantic manner, but reclining peacefully in a rocking chair that seemed to be carved from a single piece of driftwood, worn smooth by countless gentle tides. He was slowly knitting what appeared to be the world's longest Christmas stocking, one that stretched across the snowy ground and disappeared behind a small hill. His ears drooped in the most relaxed way Alice had ever seen them, and he hummed along with the gentle carols that floated through the air, his needles clicking in perfect rhythm with the music. The yarn he worked with was extraordinary. It seemed to contain the essence of different seasons within each strand. Alice could see threads that held the green of spring leaves, the gold of summer sunshine, the red of autumn maples, and the silver of winter frost, all woven together into something that was unmistakably Christmas, but contained the love and memory of the entire year. Everyone seemed so peaceful, Alice observed, and indeed they did. Even the Queen of Hearts, whom Alice spotted tending a garden of Christmas roses, moved with gentle grace rather than her usual imperious stomping. Instead of shouting orders, she was softly singing to her flowers, which seemed to glow brighter in response to her voice. Her usual red and black dress had been replaced by robes of deep forest green trimmed with gold, and instead of a crown, she wore a simple circlet of holly leaves that seemed to have grown naturally around her head. The roses in her garden were unlike any Alice had ever seen. They bloomed in colors that had no names, shades that existed somewhere between red and gold, between pink and silver, between white and the palest blue. Each flower was perfectly formed and seemed to radiate its own gentle warmth. As the Queen sang to them, the roses swayed gently, as if dancing to her lullaby, and their fragrance filled the air with the scent of love and contentment. Near the rose garden, Alice spotted the Duchess, but the harsh, sharp-featured woman she remembered had been transformed into someone almost motherly. She sat on a comfortable bench, holding what appeared to be a baby, though on closer inspection, Alice realized it was a piglet wrapped in the softest Christmas blankets, sleeping peacefully in the Duchess's arms. The Duchess rocked gently, humming the same lullabies that seemed to permeate this entire realm, her face soft with genuine affection. The playing cards were there too, but instead of their usual frantic painting of roses, they worked together in peaceful harmony, decorating a series of Christmas trees with ornaments that seemed to paint themselves. The cards moved with careful deliberation, consulting with each other in whispers, and Alice noticed that their usual fear was completely gone, replaced by the joy of creating something beautiful together. Even the caterpillar was present, but instead of sitting atop his mushroom in his usual haughty manner, he had transformed into a beautiful butterfly with wings that looked like stained glass windows depicting Christmas scenes. He fluttered gently from flower to flower in the Christmas gardens, and wherever he landed, the flowers seemed to grow more vibrant and beautiful. Christmas magic, the White Rabbit explained as they continued their leisurely stroll. It brings out the best in everyone, smooths the rough edges, and helps us remember what truly matters. Love, friendship, warmth, and peace. They passed the Cheshire Cat, who was not perched mischievously in a tree as usual, but was instead lying contentedly by a fireplace that somehow existed outdoors without any walls to contain it. His grin was softer now, less mysterious, and more genuinely happy. As Alice and the White Rabbit approached, he raised his head and spoke in a voice like honey and warm milk. "Good evening, Alice," the Cheshire Cat purred. "Lovely night for a Christmas walk, isn't it? The stars are particularly beautiful tonight." He gestured with his tail toward the ceiling, where the artificial stars did indeed seem to twinkle with unusual brilliance. Alice looked up and gasped softly. The stars were moving in slow, graceful patterns, creating designs that looked like snowflakes, Christmas trees, and other holiday shapes before dissolving and reforming into new configurations. It was like watching the most beautiful slow-motion fireworks display imaginable. "Would you like to sit by the fire for a while?" the Cheshire Cat asked. "I find it quite soothing to watch the flames dance, very conducive to peaceful thoughts." Alice was indeed beginning to feel wonderfully drowsy, lulled by the warmth, the gentle music, and the overall atmosphere of complete safety and contentment. She settled onto a cushion that appeared beside the fireplace, a large, soft pillow that seemed to be stuffed with clouds. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing in mesmerizing patterns that seemed to tell wordless stories of comfort and home. The White Rabbit settled beside her, and the Cheshire Cat curled up on her other side, his purr a gentle rumble that seemed to resonate with the peaceful rhythm of this magical place. Other familiar faces began to gather around the fire. The Dormouse, naturally drowsy but fighting sleep to enjoy the Christmas gathering, Tweedledum and Tweedledee, for once not arguing but instead sharing a large picture book of Christmas stories, and even the playing cards, who had set aside their painting duties to sit quietly and enjoy the warmth. "Tell me about Christmas here," Alice said softly, her voice already growing heavy with the peaceful drowsiness that seemed to permeate this place. The White Rabbit's eyes grew warm with memory. "Every day is Christmas here during the season," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of a gentle bedtime story. "We wake each morning to fresh snow and the sound of distant bells. The trees decorate themselves overnight, growing new ornaments like fruit, and the cottages warm themselves with fires that never need tending. The river," added the Cheshire Cat, his voice a sleepy purr, "sometimes flows with hot chocolate instead of water, and on very special nights it flows with starlight itself." Alice watched the flames dance and felt her eyelids growing heavy. "What about presents?" she asked drowsily. "Oh, we give those too," said the March Hare, who had wandered over with his knitting. "But they're different sorts of presents. We give each other peaceful dreams, restful sleep, warm thoughts, and gentle memories. The kind of gifts that make the heart feel light and the spirit feel at home." The Mad Hatter approached with a tray, but instead of tea, he was serving something that smelled like cinnamon and vanilla. "Christmas milk," he explained softly, offering Alice a delicate cup. "It helps with peaceful sleep and pleasant dreams." Alice accepted the warm cup gratefully. The liquid inside was white as fresh snow and tasted like all the best parts of Christmas morning, the excitement without anxiety, the joy without overwhelm, the love without complication. As she sipped it slowly, she felt herself sinking deeper into the soft cushion, her body becoming as light and peaceful as the snow that continued to fall gently from the starry ceiling. "Are you tired, dear Alice?" asked the White Rabbit gently. Alice nodded, though she didn't want this magical evening to end. "A little," she admitted, "but it's such a good kind of tired, like after a perfect day." "The very best kind," agreed the Dormouse, who was already mostly asleep but managed to open one eye. the kind of tired that leads to dreams of sugar plums and snow angels. The creatures around the fire began to settle into their own restful positions. The Cheshire Cat's purr grew softer and more rhythmic. The March Hare set aside his knitting and curled up in his chair, and even the playing cards arranged themselves into a neat sleeping pile. The Mad Hatter dimmed the lights on the Christmas tree nearby, leaving just the warm glow of the firelight to illuminate their cozy gathering. "Will I remember this?" Alice asked softly, her words barely above a whisper. "You'll remember it like a beautiful dream," the White Rabbit assured her. "Sometimes clear and vivid, sometimes soft around the edges, but always warm and comforting. And whenever you need to feel this peaceful, whenever you need to remember that magic is real and kindness exists, you'll be able to return here in your heart." Alice felt herself being covered with the softest blanket she had ever experienced. It seemed to be woven from moonbeams and snowflakes, weightless but perfectly warm. The fire crackled gently, the music grew softer, and the artificial snow continued its slow, hypnotic dance from the starry ceiling above. As she drifted towards sleep, Alice became aware of all the gentle sounds around her, the soft breathing of her friends, the whisper of falling snow, the distant sound of church bells from the world above, and underneath it all, the quiet pulse of this magical place, like a great heart beating with love and peace. The White Rabbit began to hum a lullaby, his voice joining the chorus of gentle sounds. The melody was "Silent Night," but sung so softly and peacefully that it seemed less like a song and more like the sound of contentment itself made audible. Alice's last conscious thought was how perfect this moment felt, surrounded by friends warm and safe, in a place where Christmas magic was real and every day could end this peacefully. She felt herself smiling as sleep claimed her, her dreams already beginning to fill with images of snow and starlight, warm fires and gentle friends. The fire continued to burn softly, its light playing over the sleeping forms gathered around it. The Christmas trees kept their gentle watch, their lights twinkling like captured stars. The river flowed quietly, reflecting the endless sky above, and the snow continued its eternal, peaceful dance. In this magical realm beneath the winter earth, where time moved differently and kindness was the only rule, Alice slept the deepest, most restful sleep of her life, surrounded by the gentle magic of Christmas and the warm presence of true friendship. Her breathing was slow and peaceful, her face serene, and her dreams were filled with all the wonder and joy that Christmas could bring. And in the world above, the real snow continued to fall, covering Alice's footprints in the garden, as if her midnight journey to Wonderland's Christmas celebration had been nothing more than a beautiful dream, though perhaps dreams in the end are the most real magic of all. The White Rabbit adjusted his soft red waistcoat one final time before settling down beside the fire to keep watch over their sleeping guest. In his pocket, his Christmas watch ticked not with anxiety, but with the steady, peaceful rhythm of perfect time. Time enough for rest, time enough for dreams, time enough for the gentle magic of Christmas to work its quiet wonders on a weary world. And so Alice slept, peaceful and warm, in the heart of Christmas magic, where every breath was a blessing and every dream a gift, until the gentle morning light would eventually, softly, kindly call her home. Cinderella and the Christmas Starlight, a Christmas sleep story. In a cottage where ivy climbed the stone walls like gentle green fingers, and where frost painted delicate patterns on diamond-paned windows, Cinderella sat by her hearth on the most peaceful of Christmas Eves. The fire crackled softly, sending warm amber light dancing across the wooden beams overhead, and outside, snow fell in whispered silence, each flake a tiny blessing drifting down from the velvet sky. Cinderella had learned to cherish these quiet moments. Gone were the days of endless chores and bitter words echoing through cold manor halls. Now, in her own small sanctuary, she lived surrounded by the gentle magic that had always dwelt within her heart. Magic that seemed to bloom most beautifully during the Christmas season, when the very air shimmered with hope and wonder. She pulled her favorite woolen shawl closer around her shoulders, the one dyed the soft blue of winter twilight, and gazed out through her window at the snow-laden garden. The bare branches of the old apple tree wore caps of white, and the wooden fence posts had become small snow sculptures, each one unique and perfect in its simplicity. Everything was hushed, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation of Christmas morning. A soft mewing drew her attention to the windowsill, where a small grey cat with white paws sat looking hopefully through the glass. Cinderella had never seen this little creature before, but something about its gentle green eyes and the way it tilted its head reminded her of the kindness she'd always tried to carry in her heart, even during her darkest days. "Oh, you sweet thing," she whispered, rising from her chair and moving to the window. "You must be so cold out there." She unlatched the window, and the cat stepped delicately inside, shaking tiny snowflakes from its fur. It purred immediately, a sound like distant thunder on a summer evening, and began to rub against Cinderella's ankles with grateful affection. "There now," Cinderella murmured, closing the window against the winter air. "You can stay as long as you need to. Everyone deserves warmth on Christmas Eve." She settled back into her chair by the fire, and the cat leaped gracefully onto her lap, curling into a perfect circle of contentment. As Cinderella stroked its soft fur, she found herself thinking about all the Christmases she'd observed from the shadows of her step-family's grand house, watching through keyholes as they decorated their enormous tree, listening from the kitchen as guests laughed and celebrated, always on the outside looking in. But now, in her own small space, she was creating her own Christmas traditions. Earlier that day, she had woven garlands from holly and ivy gathered from her garden, hanging them along the mantelpiece where they released their clean, earthy fragrance into the warm air. She had lit candles in the windows, their golden flames serving as beacons of welcome for any traveler who might pass by on this holy night. The cat purred louder, and Cinderella smiled down at it. "I suppose you're my first Christmas guest," she said softly, "though I have a feeling you might be more than you appear to be." As if in response to her words, the cat lifted its head and gazed directly into her eyes. For just a moment, Cinderella could have sworn she saw starlight reflected in those green depths, not just the light from her candles, but actual starlight, as if the cat carried pieces of the night sky within itself. Outside, the wind began to sing a gentle lullaby, and the snowflakes seemed to dance more gracefully in their descent. Cinderella found herself growing drowsy, lulled by the warmth of the fire, the rhythmic purring of the cat, and the peaceful silence of the snowy night. She was just beginning to nod off when a soft chiming sound drifted through the air, like tiny silver bells ringing far away. "Do you hear that?" she whispered to the cat, who pricked up its ears and looked toward the window. The chiming grew slightly louder, more melodic, and Cinderella realized it seemed to be coming from outside. Curiosity overcoming her sleepiness, she gently moved the cat from her lap and went to peer through the frosty glass. What she saw made her catch her breath in wonder. Falling among the snowflakes were tiny points of light, each one glowing with a soft, opalescent radiance. They drifted down from the star-filled sky like luminous rain, some settling on the snow-covered ground, others catching in the branches of trees, and a few landing softly on her windowsill. "Stars," she breathed. "Falling stars." But these were unlike any falling stars she had ever imagined. Instead of burning out as they fell, they continued to shine with gentle persistence, as if they had chosen to visit the earth rather than streak across the heavens. The chiming sound, she realized, was the music they made as they descended a crystalline melody that spoke of ancient magic and Christmas miracles. One of the starlights landed directly on her windowsill and sat there glowing like a captured piece of heaven. Without thinking, Cinderella opened the window again and carefully cupped the star in her palms. It was warm and light as a feather, pulsing gently with soft white radiance. The moment the star touched her skin, images began to flow through her mind like a gentle dream. She saw herself as a child, finding joy in small things despite the hardships around her, singing to the birds who visited her windowsill, making friends with the mice who shared her attic room, discovering beauty in dewdrops and flower petals when beauty seemed absent from every other corner of her world. The star pulsed brighter, and she saw more. Moments of kindness she had almost forgotten, times when she had shared her meager meals with stray animals, when she had tended to injured creatures she found in the garden, when she had offered comfort to others who seemed even lonelier than herself. Each act of compassion shone in the star's light like a tiny flame, and Cinderella realized that all of these small kindnesses had been gathering themselves together, waiting for the perfect moment to return to her transformed. "Oh," she whispered, understanding flooding through her like warm honey. "You're not just falling stars. Your wishes, hopes, all the love I gave away, coming back to me." The cat meowed softly from behind her, and when Cinderella turned, she saw that several more starlights had somehow found their way inside her cottage. They floated gently through the air like luminous soap bubbles, casting moving patterns of light and shadow on the walls. As she watched in wonder, more stars began to drift through the walls themselves, as if the very stones of her cottage had become permeable to celestial magic. Each star that entered brought with it a whisper of memory, a fragment of all the Christmas seasons that had ever been celebrated with love and hope. She could almost hear the echo of children's laughter, the rustle of wrapping paper, the gentle conversations of families gathered around warm hearths. One particularly radiant star paused in its floating dance to hover near Cinderella's face. As it drew close, she felt a warmth that went deeper than the physical, a warmth that touched the places in her heart that had once been cold with loneliness and neglect. The star pulsed gently, and suddenly she could see within its light the face of her own mother, smiling with the same gentle love Cinderella remembered from her earliest childhood. "My darling girl," came a voice like wind through summer leaves, though whether she heard it with her ears or her heart, she could not say. "Look how beautifully you have grown. Look how your kindness has bloomed like flowers in winter." The star containing her mother's image drifted slowly around the cottage, and where it passed, new details appeared as if painted by light itself. The rough wooden table began to gleam with a patina of age and care, as if generations of loving hands had polished it smooth. The simple earthenware dishes on her shelves took on a subtle iridescence, becoming precious not for their material value but for the memories they would hold of meals shared with grateful hearts. Even her humble collection of books seemed transformed. The worn spines straightened slightly, and golden letters appeared on their covers, titles in languages she had never learned but somehow understood. Songs of the winter heart, tales of kindness returned, the astronomy of hope. When she reached for one of these transformed volumes, it fell open to pages filled not with printed words but with moving illustrations that told stories of their own tales of other lonely souls who had found magic in their solitude, who had discovered that the smallest acts of love could illuminate the darkest corners of the world. The star that held her mother's presence finally settled on the mantelpiece, taking its place among the holly garlands where it continued to shine with maternal warmth. But now other stars were beginning to reveal their own secrets. A cluster of 3 stars that had nestled near her sewing basket began to glow more brightly, and within their combined radiance, Cinderella saw the figures of the mice who had once been her only companions in the attic of her step-family's house. "Cinderella," they squeaked in tiny, harmonious voices. "Dear friend who shared her bread when she had so little, who sang to us when the nights were long and cold, who made us feel seen and valued when the world would have called us mere pests." The mice stars danced around her ankles as they had done in life, but now their dance left trails of golden light that spiraled upward like luminous ribbons. Where these ribbons touched her simple blue dress, the fabric began to shimmer with threads of silver and pearl, transforming her humble clothing into something that rivaled the finest court gowns, not through ostentation, but through the quiet beauty of love made manifest. A larger star, one that glowed with warm amber light, drifted down from where it had been circling near the ceiling beams. As it approached, Cinderella gasped softly, for within its radiance she saw the kindly face of her godmother, not the fairy godmother of legend, but the elderly baker's wife who had lived at the edge of town and had always saved the day-old bread for hungry children. I watched you grow, the star whispered in the voice Cinderella remembered from long ago visits to the bakery. I saw how you never lost your sweetness, even when bitterness surrounded you. I saw how you helped others even when you received no help yourself, and I promised your dear mother when she passed into starlight herself that love would find its way back to you when the time was right. This star settled gently on the window-sill where the grey cat had first appeared, and Cinderella realized with a start that the cat's green eyes held the same wise, loving expression she remembered from the baker's wife. The cat purred and winked one eye, as if confirming her sudden understanding, and she felt a rush of gratitude so profound it brought tears to her eyes. "You've been watching over me all along," she whispered, and the cat, who was perhaps more than a cat, or had perhaps always been exactly what she needed, padded over to rub against her legs with warm affection. One by one, the stars began to settle in various spots throughout her small home. Some nestled among the holly garlands on the mantelpiece, making them sparkle as if dusted with diamond powder. Others came to rest on the branches of a small pine tree she had brought inside. Earlier nothing grand or elaborate, just a simple tree she had rescued from the forest, one that had been growing crooked and forgotten in the shadow of larger pines. As the stars settled on its branches, the humble little tree began to transform. Each star became a perfect ornament of light, and the tree itself seemed to straighten and fill out, its needles growing lusher and more fragrant. The transformation was gradual and gentle, like watching a flower bloom in slow motion. New branches unfurled with impossible grace, and where there had been bare spots, rich green needles appeared as if painted by an invisible hand. But the magic went deeper than mere decoration. As each star found its place on the tree, it brought with it a gift, not a physical present wrapped in paper and ribbon, but something far more precious. One star carried the gift of peaceful sleep, its light gentle and soporific, promising nights free from troubled dreams. Another held the gift of laughter, ready to bubble up at unexpected moments and fill the cottage with joy. A third star glowed with the gift of inspiration, waiting to whisper creative ideas into Cinderella's ear as she sat by her fireside in the evenings to come. There was a star that held the gift of friendship, not just with magical cats and remembered loved ones, but with the living souls she would encounter in the days ahead. Another carried the gift of healing, ready to mend not just physical hurts but the deeper wounds that time and kindness had not yet fully soothed. One small, particularly bright star held the gift of music, and even now Cinderella could hear the faint melody it sang, a wordless tune that spoke of contentment and hope. As she watched, more specialized gifts revealed themselves. A star near the top of the tree glowed with the gift of understanding, ready to help her comprehend the deeper meanings behind life's small moments. Another held the gift of patience, its light steady and unwavering, a reminder that the most beautiful things often grew slowly and quietly. A cluster of smaller stars carried between them the gift of wonder, ensuring that she would never lose her ability to see magic in the ordinary world. The tree continued to fill out and grow more beautiful as the stars settled into their chosen places. Soon, Cinderella's cottage was illuminated by the most wondrous Christmas tree that had ever grown, not because it was large or expensive, but because it had been decorated by magic born from love and kindness, and because each ornament of light carried within it a blessing for the days to come. More stars continued to drift inside through the walls and windows, and Cinderella watched in gentle amazement as they transformed her simple cottage into a sanctuary of soft light. They settled along the window frames like garlands of captured moonbeams, their radiance making the frost patterns on the glass look like intricate lacework. They gathered in small clusters on her dining table, creating centerpieces that glowed like earthbound constellations, each one unique in its arrangement and beauty. Some stars chose unexpected resting places. One settled on the handle of her wooden spoon, blessing all the meals she would prepare with love and nourishment. Another perched on the rim of her favorite teacup, promising that every cup of tea she drank would carry with it a moment of perfect peace. A particularly playful star wedged itself into the spine of her most beloved book, ensuring that every time she opened it, she would discover something new and wonderful in its familiar pages. They even perched on the edges of her bookshelves, making the worn spines of her beloved volumes shimmer with mysterious beauty. Each book seemed to respond to its starlight companion. Her collection of fairy tales began to glow with a warm golden light that spoke of happy endings, while her books of poetry shimmered with silver radiance that promised new verses would come to her in dreams. Even her practical volumes, the cookbook with its food-stained pages, the almanac she consulted for planting times, took on a subtle luminescence that suggested magic could be found in the most everyday activities. The walls themselves seemed to absorb some of the starlight, and Cinderella noticed that the simple whitewash now held hints of pearl and rose and palest gold, as if the cottage had been painted with pigments made from dawn and sunset and moonbeams. The wooden beams overhead gained a warm, honey-colored glow, and the stone hearth seemed to radiate not just the heat of the fire, but a deeper warmth that spoke of eternal comfort and safety. In one corner of the cottage, near her spinning wheel, a group of stars had arranged themselves in a complex pattern that resembled a constellation she had never seen before. As she approached to examine it more closely, she realized the stars were not randomly placed, but were forming letters in a script of pure light. Slowly, she made out the words they spelled. Every thread you spin will be woven with love. Every garment you make will carry blessings to its wearer. Another constellation of stars had formed near her kitchen window, and their arrangement spelled out, "Every meal prepared in this kitchen will nourish not just the body, but the soul. Every cup of kindness offered here will multiply and return to you sevenfold." By her bedside, where a simple wooden cross hung on the wall, stars had gathered to form words of even deeper meaning. "You are cherished beyond measure. Your gentle heart has made the world more beautiful. Rest now in the knowledge that you are loved by forces seen and unseen, by powers earthly and divine." The cat, meanwhile, seemed completely unsurprised by these magical happenings. It had settled itself in front of the fireplace and was watching the proceedings with the satisfied air of someone whose plan was unfolding exactly as expected. "You knew this would happen, didn't you?" Cinderella asked, kneeling down to scratch behind the cat's ears. The cat purred and rubbed against her hand, and for just a moment its grey fur seemed to shimmer with the same opalescent light as the fallen stars. Then it was simply a cat again, though its green eyes held depths of wisdom that spoke of older magic than Cinderella could fathom. As the last of the stars settled into their chosen places, a profound peace descended over the cottage. The chiming melody faded to a barely audible whisper, and the only sounds were the gentle crackling of the fire and the soft susurrus of snow against the windows. The light from the stars was not bright or overwhelming, but warm and comforting, like being embraced by moonlight made tangible. Cinderella moved slowly through her transformed home, touching nothing but marveling at everything. Every surface seemed to glow with gentle radiance, and the air itself felt different, thicker, somehow, as if it were filled with invisible blessings. She had always believed in magic, had felt it moving in the world around her even during her most difficult days, but never had she experienced anything quite like this. She paused beside her Christmas tree, reaching out to touch one of the star ornaments. It was solid beneath her fingertips, real and warm, but light as a whisper. As she held it, she felt a deep contentment settling in her chest, not the wild joy of sudden excitement, but the quiet, abiding happiness of finally being exactly where she belonged. "Thank you," she whispered to the cottage, to the stars, to whatever benevolent force had orchestrated this gentle miracle. The fire in the hearth burned lower, but the starlight was sufficient to keep the cottage bright and welcoming. Cinderella found herself yawning, the magical events of the evening having filled her with a dreamlike lassitude. She settled back into her chair, and the grey cat immediately returned to her lap, purring contentedly. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but the wind had died down to the merest breath. Everything was still and perfect, as if the world had paused to appreciate the quiet magic that had transformed one small cottage on Christmas Eve. Through her windows, Cinderella could see that other stars still drifted down from the sky, but they seemed to be seeking other homes now, other hearts that needed their gentle light. As she sat surrounded by the soft glow of her starlit cottage, Cinderella reflected on the strange and wonderful journey that had brought her to this moment. All the years of hardship, all the nights she had fallen asleep to the sound of harsh words and harder hearts, all the mornings she had awakened to endless chores and little kindness, all of it had led her here, to this place where she could finally rest in the knowledge that love and goodness did return to those who gave them freely. The cat stretched and resettled itself, tiny paws kneading gently against her lap. Its purring had taken on a rhythmic quality that was deeply soothing, almost hypnotic. Cinderella's eyelids grew heavy, and she found herself drifting in the space between waking and sleeping, where dreams and reality mingled like starlight and shadow. In this drowsy state, she thought she could hear voices, not the harsh tones of her step-family, but gentle voices singing somewhere far away. Christmas carols perhaps, or lullabies sung by the stars themselves. The melody was wordless, but infinitely comforting, a song that spoke of peace and safety and the promise of good dreams. One of the stars from her Christmas tree seemed to drift free of its branch and float toward her, glowing more softly as it approached. It settled gently on the arm of her chair, and from this closer vantage point, Cinderella could see that it wasn't simply a point of light, but contained within it tiny, swirling galaxies of color, pale gold and silver, soft blue and gentle green, all moving in slow, mesmerizing patterns. Sleep, the star seemed to whisper, though it had no voice. Rest now, dear heart. You are safe, you are loved, you are exactly where you need to be. Cinderella's head began to nod, and she felt herself sinking deeper into the comfort of her chair. The cat's purring grew softer, more distant, and the starlight dimmed to the barest glow. Through the windows she could see that the snowfall was slowing, each flake now taking its time to drift earthward, as if even the weather wanted to preserve the perfect stillness of the night. Her last conscious thought was one of profound gratitude, not just for the magical transformation of her cottage, but for all the small moments that had led her to this place of peace. Every act of kindness she had performed, every creature she had helped, every smile she had given despite her own sorrow, all of it had been gathered up by some invisible hand and returned to her multiplied, transformed into something more beautiful than she could have imagined. The stars continued to glow softly throughout the cottage as Cinderella slipped into sleep, their light steady and reassuring. The grey cat settled more deeply into her lap, and its purring became a barely audible rumble, like distant thunder promising gentle rain. Outside, the snow had stopped falling, and the world lay pristine and perfect under a blanket of white. The stars in the sky seemed to pulse in rhythm with the starlights in the cottage, as if earth and heaven were breathing together in perfect harmony. And in her dreams, Cinderella danced not in a grand ballroom with a prince, but in her own small cottage, surrounded by gentle light and filled with the deep, abiding joy of a heart that had found its home. The grey cat danced with her, sometimes a cat and sometimes something more mysterious, its green eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 kindnesses returned. They danced to the music of falling snow and crackling fires, of purring cats and whispering winds, and of Christmas Eve magic and the quiet contentment that comes to those who have learned that the greatest riches are found not in gold or jewels, but in moments of perfect peace and the knowledge that one is exactly where one belongs. Hours passed in this peaceful tableau, the cottage wrapped in its cocoon of gentle light and perfect silence. Occasionally, a log in the fireplace would shift and settle, sending up a brief shower of golden sparks that danced briefly in the air before fading. The stars seemed to respond to these small disturbances by pulsing slightly brighter for a moment, as if they were conversing with the fire in some ancient language of light and warmth. The grey cat's breathing had synchronized with Cinderella's, both of them deep in the restorative sleep that comes only on the most magical of nights. In her dreams, Cinderella wandered through landscapes of impossible beauty, gardens where roses bloomed in colors that had no names, meadows where the grass itself seemed to be woven from moonbeams, forests where every tree was hung with natural ornaments of ice and starlight. In one particularly vivid dream, she found herself walking along a path made of crystallized snow that chimed softly beneath her feet. On either side of the path grew trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their branches were silver, their leaves were made of thin sheets of pearl, and their fruit glowed like tiny lanterns in shades of gold and rose and deep purple. As she walked, she became aware that she was not alone. Other figures moved through this dreamscape, shadowy at first, then becoming clearer as they approached. She recognized them gradually, all the animals she had ever helped, all the creatures who had found comfort in her presence during her years of servitude. Here was the robin she had nursed back to health after it flew into a window. There was the hedgehog she had rescued from the rain, carrying it gently to shelter in her apron. A family of mice who had shared her meager meals scurried along the dream path beside her, their tiny forms now glowing with the same opalescent light as the fallen stars. "Thank you," they seemed to whisper as they passed, their voices like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Thank you for seeing us, for caring, for sharing your heart when you had so little else to give." Cinderella felt tears of joy on her cheeks in the dream, and when she touched them, they transformed into tiny diamonds that fell to the crystal path and immediately sprouted into flowers of impossible delicacy. Each flower sang a single, pure note, and together they created a harmony that seemed to encompass all the love and gratitude in the world. Cinderella's dream shifted, and she found herself in her childhood attic, now glowing with light. Books bound in leather, moving paintings, and tapestries telling stories of kindness covered every surface. In the center, a small Christmas tree stood, its ornaments not stars but memories. Each one captured a moment of happiness she had created, teaching a bird to fly, singing lullabies to ease her loneliness, and finding a four-leaf clover. Gazing at the tree, she understood that happiness was not given or taken away, but grew from within, nurtured by small acts of love and kindness. The dream began to fade, but not before a final vision. She saw herself not as a victim, but as a keeper of light. Every person she had comforted and every moment of beauty she had chosen to see were threads in a tapestry of grace surrounding her like starlight. As dawn broke, pale rays of Christmas morning touched the star-decorated tree in her cottage. Cinderella stirred, hovering between dream and waking, still feeling the magic. When her eyes opened, she saw that the wonder had not been a dream at all. The cottage still glowed, the tree still sparkled, and the grey cat still rested in her lap. "Good morning, little star bringer," she whispered to the cat, stroking its fur. "Thank you for bringing wonder into my world." The cat purred, and Cinderella's heart swelled with joy. Outside, the snow-covered world sparkled, and distant church bells rang. But inside, surrounded by the gentle light of stars that had made her cottage their home, she felt a peace deeper than any celebration could provide. This was her Christmas miracle, the quiet recognition that she was exactly where she belonged, surrounded by beauty born from her own capacity for love. She rose to make breakfast, humming a melody that seemed to come from her own contented heart. The cat followed, and she realized she was no longer alone. She had a companion, a keeper of mysteries who was content to stay. Together, they would create new memories to hang on the tree of their shared contentment. Cinderella felt a deep gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. Every hardship had taught her compassion. Every act of kindness had planted seeds of joy. The stars would always be there, permanent reminders that love given freely always finds its way back, transformed into something even more beautiful. Her cottage had become a sanctuary for all the magic that blooms when hearts remain open despite hardship. And so began Cinderella's first Christmas morning, warm with the knowledge that she was beloved, blessed, and finally completely home. Father Christmas, the Silent Snow, a Christmas sleep story. In the heart of the North Pole, where the aurora borealis painted gentle ribbons of green and gold across the velvet sky, Father Christmas stood at the frost-etched window of his workshop. The evening light had long since faded into that particular shade of blue that only exists in the depths of winter, when the world holds its breath between day and night. His warm brown eyes, crinkled at the corners from countless years of smiling, gazed out at something extraordinary unfolding in his beloved winter realm. Snow was falling, but not the usual snow that had blanketed his home for centuries. This snow fell with a peculiar quality. Each flake seemed to carry within it a tiny spark of starlight, and as they touched the ground, they brought with them something even more precious than their crystalline beauty: perfect silence. Father Christmas adjusted his wire-rimmed spectacles and leaned closer to the window, his breath creating small clouds against the cold glass. The snowflakes drifted down like feathers from some celestial pillow, each one unique and glowing with its own soft luminescence. Where they landed, all sound seemed to pause, not disappear, but simply rest, as if the world itself had decided to take a long, peaceful breath. "Well now," he murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, "this is something quite special indeed." Behind him, the workshop hummed with its usual gentle activity, but even those familiar sounds seemed muffled and distant. The elves continued their work, their hammers tapping against toy drums and music boxes, but the noise felt wrapped in cotton, soft and dreamlike. Mrs. Christmas looked up from where she sat by the great stone fireplace, knitting mittens in colors that shifted between deep forest green and warm burgundy. "Nicholas," she said softly, using the name she had called him for more years than either of them could count, "do you feel that?" He turned from the window, his red velvet coat rustling quietly in the hushed air. "The silence, my dear. Yes, I feel it too. It's as if the world has decided to whisper instead of speak." Mrs. Christmas set down her knitting and joined him at the window. Together they watched the luminous snow continue its gentle descent. Each flake seemed to dance on invisible currents of air, spiraling and swirling in patterns that reminded them both of lullabies made visible. "I think," Father Christmas said thoughtfully, stroking his snowy beard, "that I should like to walk in this snow. There's something about it that calls to me, as if it has a story to tell, or perhaps a gift to give." Mrs. Christmas smiled, her eyes twinkling with understanding. After so many centuries together, she could read his moods like familiar sheet music. "Bundle up warmly, dear one, and take your time. Some gifts are meant to be received slowly." Father Christmas nodded, kissing her gently on the forehead before moving to the wooden pegs by the door where his winter cloak hung waiting. The cloak was older than memory, woven from the finest wool, and dyed a deep red that seemed to hold within it all the warmth of Christmas mornings. As he wrapped it around his shoulders, he felt the familiar comfort of its embrace, like being hugged by every Christmas wish that had ever been made. He pulled on his boots, sturdy leather things that had walked through countless winters, and stepped out into the magical snowfall. The moment he crossed the threshold, the silence enveloped him completely. It wasn't the harsh quiet of a world gone still, but rather the gentle hush of a library at twilight, or the peaceful pause between the verses of a favorite song. His footsteps, usually crisp against the packed snow, now made no sound at all. Instead, each step seemed to sink into a cushion of starlit crystals that welcomed his weight without complaint. Father Christmas stood for a long moment on his doorstep, simply breathing in the transformed world around him. The air itself felt different, cleaner somehow, as if each snowflake had carried away a small worry or care as it fell. He could smell the familiar scents of pine and wood smoke from the workshop's chimneys, but even these seemed softer, more dreamlike than usual. He began to walk, following no particular path, but simply allowing his feet to carry him where they would. The snow crunched silently beneath his boots, and he marveled at the strange sensation, feeling the give and compression of the crystalline carpet while hearing nothing at all. It was like walking through a dream, where the rules of the waking world bent gently to allow for magic. As he walked, Father Christmas noticed that the silence was not empty. It was full of potential, full of peace, full of the kind of deep quiet that lives in the center of contentment. It reminded him of the moments just before dawn on Christmas morning, when the world holds its breath in anticipation of joy. He passed the reindeer stable, a long, low building constructed of honey-colored logs, and topped with a roof that curved gracefully like the hull of an upturned boat. Through the windows, he could see the warm glow of lantern light and the shadowy forms of his faithful companions. Rudolph's red nose glowed softly through the glass, but even that familiar beacon seemed gentler in the magical snowfall, like a distant lighthouse guiding ships through peaceful seas. The snow continued to fall around him, each flake taking its time to find its perfect resting place. Father Christmas extended his gloved hand, palm up, and watched as several of the luminous crystals landed on his leather glove. They didn't melt immediately as normal snow would have. Instead, they rested there for a moment, their starlight pulsing gently before dissolving into tiny drops of liquid light that seemed to soak into his glove and warm his hand from within. "Remarkable," he breathed, and his voice, though barely a whisper, seemed to carry farther in the silence than a shout would have in ordinary air. He continued his journey, passing the North Pole's many familiar landmarks. The mailroom, where countless letters arrived daily from children around the world, stood dark and peaceful, its windows glowing with the reflection of falling snow. The toy testing grounds, usually filled with the laughter and chatter of elves trying out new inventions, lay beneath a blanket of silent sparkles that made even the playground equipment look like sculptures in some ethereal art gallery. Father Christmas found himself walking toward the forest that bordered his domain, ancient pines and firs that had stood sentinel over the North Pole since time immemorial. The trees were dressed now in gowns of silent snow, their branches heavy with the weight of accumulated starlight. As he approached the tree line, he could see that the snowfall had created something extraordinary among the evergreens. Each tree branch, laden with the magical snow, seemed to glow with its own internal light. The forest had become a cathedral of living candles, each pine needle transformed into a tiny wick, carrying a flame made of crystallized moonbeams. The sight was so beautiful that Father Christmas stopped walking entirely, simply standing at the edge of the woods and drinking in the peaceful magnificence before him. In the silence, he could almost hear the trees breathing, not with their leaves, for it was deep winter, and the deciduous trees slept, but with their very spirits. The evergreens, ever faithful, ever patient, stood like gentle guardians over this transformed landscape, their presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. Father Christmas stepped into the forest and immediately felt embraced by a peace so profound it seemed to flow through his very bones. The snow-laden branches created a canopy above him, a ceiling of living architecture that filtered the aurora's light into patterns of green and gold that danced across the forest floor. His footsteps, still silent in the magical snow, carried him deeper into this cathedral of winter wonder. He walked slowly, taking time to appreciate each detail. Here, a cluster of icicles hung like nature's own chandelier, each one catching and reflecting the starlight snow until they sparkled like captured rainbows. There, a fallen log had become a bench upholstered in silver-white cushions of accumulated flakes, looking so inviting that Father Christmas couldn't resist sitting down to rest. As he settled onto the snow-covered log, he felt the silence deepen around him. It was the kind of quiet that invited reflection, the sort of peace that allowed thoughts to slow and settle like the falling snow itself. Father Christmas closed his eyes and simply existed in the moment, feeling the gentle weight of snowflakes landing on his red cap and shoulders, each one a tiny blessing from the winter night. In this profound stillness, memories began to surface, not rushing or crowding, but appearing gently, like photographs developing in slow motion. He remembered other quiet moments throughout his long life, watching children sleep peacefully on Christmas Eve, their faces serene with dreams of morning surprises, sitting by the fireplace with Mrs. Christmas on long winter evenings, their comfortable silence punctuated only by the crackling of logs and the soft click of knitting needles, standing in snow-covered village squares around the world, breathing in the peaceful hush that always seemed to fall over the earth in the deep hours of Christmas night. A small sound drew his attention, or rather, the suggestion of a sound in the encompassing silence. He opened his eyes and looked around, wondering what could possibly make noise in this hushed world. After a moment, he spotted the source, a young Arctic fox, its fur white as the magical snow, padding silently through the trees. The fox paused when it noticed Father Christmas, tilting its head with curious intelligence. In the ordinary world, the fox's paws would have made small crunching sounds in the snow, its movement would have rustled through the underbrush. Here, it moved like a spirit made flesh, graceful and soundless, its dark eyes reflecting the starlight that surrounded them both. Father Christmas smiled and nodded to the creature, and the fox seemed to nod back before continuing on its way, disappearing between the trees like a dream that leaves behind only the memory of beauty. The encounter filled Father Christmas with a warm contentment. Even the wild creatures of his realm were touched by this magical night, moving through their world with the same peaceful purpose that he felt in his own heart. It reminded him of why he loved the North Pole so deeply, not just for its remoteness or its practical advantages for his Christmas work, but for moments like these, when the natural world revealed its deeper mysteries and invited him to be part of something larger than himself. He rose from the log bench and continued deeper into the forest, following what might have been a path, or might simply have been the spaces between trees that called to his wandering feet. The snow continued to fall, each flake adding to the accumulating silence, building layers of peace like sedimentary deposits of tranquility. As he walked, Father Christmas began to notice other effects of the magical snowfall. The usual sounds of the forest, the soft sigh of wind through pine boughs, the distant call of night birds, the subtle creaking of tree trunks swaying in the breeze, had not disappeared entirely. Instead, they had transformed into something felt rather than heard. He could sense the wind's movement through the shimmer of snow on the branches. He could feel the night bird's presence in the way the starlight seemed to pulse gently in certain areas of the forest. The trees' patient strength came to him not as sound, but as a deep, abiding presence that surrounded and supported him. It was as if his other senses had awakened to compensate for the hushed world around him. Colors seemed more vivid. The deep green of the evergreens appeared almost jewel-like against the silver-white snow. The aurora overhead painted the sky in shades of emerald and gold that seemed more saturated, more alive than usual. Even the darkness between the trees held depth and richness, like black velvet scattered with diamond dust. The sense of the forest came to him with unusual clarity, the clean, sharp smell of snow and ice, the resinous perfume of pine and fir, and underneath it all, something that might have been the scent of starlight itself, cool and bright and somehow comforting. He breathed deeply, filling his lungs with the crystalline air, feeling each breath settle into his body like a small benediction. Time seemed to move differently in the silent snowfall. Father Christmas had no idea how long he had been walking, and found that he didn't care. This was not a night for schedules or destinations. This was a night for wandering, for discovering, for allowing the magic of the moment to unfold at its own perfect pace. He came upon a clearing in the forest, a natural amphitheater surrounded by towering evergreens. In the center of the clearing stood a single tree, ancient beyond measure, its trunk so wide that Father Christmas couldn't have wrapped his arms around it even with help. The tree's branches spread in perfectly balanced symmetry, each one heavy with the accumulated starlight snow, creating a living sculpture that seemed to pulse with its own internal rhythm. Father Christmas approached the great tree slowly, feeling drawn by something indefinable in its presence. As he drew closer, he realized that this tree was the source of the magical snowfall. From its highest branches, barely visible in the aurora-lit darkness, snow was falling not down from the sky, but up from the tree itself. The luminous flakes were being born from the ancient pine's needles, each one forming with a tiny spark of light before drifting upward to join the gentle storm that blanketed the forest. The sight filled him with wonder. Here was the heart of the night's magic, this ancient guardian tree, creating snow that carried silence like a gift to the world. Father Christmas stood at the base of the great trunk and placed his gloved hands against the deeply furrowed bark. Through his palms, he could feel the tree's slow, steady pulse, like a heartbeat measured in seasons rather than seconds. As he stood there, connected to this source of winter magic, understanding began to flow through him. The silent snow was not simply weather, it was the tree's way of sharing its deep peace with the world. After centuries of standing quietly in the forest, witnessing the passage of seasons and years, the ancient pine had learned the secret of true tranquility. Now, on this special night, it was offering that gift to everything it could reach. Father Christmas felt tears of gratitude form in his eyes. In his long life, he had seen much magic, had participated in the wonder of Christmas in countless ways. But this quiet miracle of peace made manifest touched something deeper in his soul. It reminded him that the most profound magic often came not with fanfare or spectacle, but with gentle generosity, quietly offered and gratefully received. He stood with the tree for a long time, his hands pressed against its ancient bark, feeling the slow circulation of its wisdom through his own body. The silence surrounded them both, a comfortable presence that needed no words or explanations. In that moment, Father Christmas felt more at peace than he had in decades, not the busy satisfaction of Christmas preparations completed or gifts successfully delivered, but the deep, abiding peace that comes from recognizing one's place in the greater rhythm of existence. Eventually, though he was reluctant to break the connection, Father Christmas stepped back from the great tree. He bowed deeply, a gesture of respect and gratitude that felt entirely appropriate in the cathedral quiet of the forest. The tree stood unchanging, continuing its gentle creation of silent snow, asking nothing in return for its gift of peace. As he began to make his way back through the forest, Father Christmas carried with him a piece of the tree's tranquility. His steps remained silent in the starlight snow, But now he moved with a different quality of presence, less hurried, more attuned to the subtle magics that surrounded him always, but which he too often moved too quickly to notice. The forest seemed different on his return journey, though nothing had physically changed. Perhaps it was his own transformation that made the trees appear more welcoming, the shadows less dark and more mysterious in a comfortable way. The falling snow continued to accumulate around him, but he now understood it not as weather but as blessing, each flake a small gift of peace being offered to anyone wise enough to receive it. He paused frequently on his walk back, not from tiredness but from a newfound appreciation for the act of pausing itself. At one stop he noticed how the snow-laden branches of a young fir had bent into a natural archway, creating a doorway that seemed to lead deeper into mystery. At another, he watched as the aurora shifted overhead, its green curtains seeming to dance in time with the falling snow, as if the earth and sky were partners in some cosmic waltz. When he finally emerged from the forest, Father Christmas saw his workshop and home with new eyes. The familiar buildings seemed to glow more warmly in the starlight snow, their windows beaming with welcome light that promised comfort and rest. Smoke rose from the chimneys in perfectly straight columns, another effect of the magical snowfall, he realized, as if even the wind had been hushed to allow the night its perfect peace. He walked slowly across the grounds toward his home, but found himself drawn to make one more stop before returning to warmth and comfort. The reindeer stable called to him with its gentle glow, and he decided that his faithful companions deserved to experience this magical night as well. The stable doors opened silently at his approach, revealing the familiar sight of his 9 reindeer resting in their spacious stalls. But tonight, even they seemed touched by the magic of the silent snow. Dasher and Dancer stood perfectly still, their heads turned toward the windows where they could see the luminous flakes continuing their gentle descent. Prancer and Vixen lay curled in their beds of fresh straw, but their eyes were open and alert, as if they too were listening to the profound quiet that surrounded them all. "Good evening, my friends," Father Christmas whispered, and even his soft greeting seemed to carry special meaning in the hushed air. "Are you feeling it too? This wonderful peace that has settled over our home?" Comet nickered softly in response, the sound barely audible but filled with contentment. Cupid approached the front of his stall, lowering his magnificent head so that Father Christmas could stroke the velvet softness of his muzzle. Even this simple contact felt different in the magical night, more connected, more meaningful, as if the silence had stripped away everything unnecessary and left only the pure bond between them. Father Christmas moved slowly from stall to stall, spending a few quiet moments with each of his companions. Donna and Blitzen stood together, their breath forming small clouds in the cool air that seemed to sparkle with the same starlight that illuminated the falling snow. They nuzzled his hands gently, their touch conveying the same sense of peaceful wonder that filled his own heart. And then there was Rudolph, his red nose glowing with its familiar warm light. But tonight, even that famous beacon seemed softer, more contemplative. The young reindeer stood quietly in his stall, looking out through the window at the transformed landscape. When Father Christmas approached, Rudolph turned to him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding. "You see it too, don't you?" Father Christmas murmured, running his hand along Rudolph's neck. "The magic in this silence. The gift that's been given to us all tonight." Rudolph's nose pulsed gently, its light seeming to beat in rhythm with the falling snow. For a moment, Father Christmas felt as though he could almost hear what the reindeer was thinking, not in words, but in feelings and images that spoke of gratitude for the peaceful night, appreciation for the beauty surrounding them, and a deep contentment that mirrored his own. He stayed in the stable for a long while, simply being present with his reindeer in the magical quiet. Together, they watched through the windows as the luminous snow continued to fall, each flake adding to the accumulating layers of peace that blanketed their world. The aurora overhead painted shifting patterns of green and gold across the sky, its light reflecting off the starlight snow to create an ever-changing display of winter wonder. In this shared silence, Father Christmas felt his connection to his reindeer deepen beyond their usual partnership of Christmas flights and shared adventures. Tonight, they were simply beings sharing a moment of profound beauty, each appreciating the gift in their own way. The reindeer's calm presence added another layer to his own sense of peace, reminding him that wonder and contentment were gifts that could be shared, multiplying rather than diminishing when experienced together. Eventually, he knew it was time to let them rest. "Sleep well, my dear friends," he whispered, moving toward the stable doors. "Dream of silent snow and starlight, of peace that falls as gently as winter's blessing." As he left the stable, Father Christmas noticed that his own footsteps still made no sound in the magical snow, but somehow the silence felt even more complete now. His time with the reindeer had added something to the night's gift, a sense of community and wonder, of shared appreciation for the extraordinary moment they were all experiencing. The walk from the stable to his home took him past the workshop once more, and through the windows he could see that even the usually bustling interior had been transformed by the night's magic. The elves had finished their work hours ago, but their tools and half-completed toys seemed to rest in a particularly peaceful way, as if they too were touched by the profound quiet that surrounded everything. He paused at the workshop windows, looking in at the familiar scene with new eyes. The workbenches, usually sites of cheerful chaos and creative energy, stood serene and orderly in the soft lamplight. A rocking horse, nearly completed, seemed to rock slightly in an unfelt breeze, its gentle motion perfectly in harmony with the falling snow outside. Toy trains sat on their tracks like sleeping creatures, ready to spring to life when morning came, but content for now to rest in the magical stillness. Even the great map on the workshop wall, the one that showed every house and every child in the world, seemed different tonight. The countless pinpoints of light that marked homes where children slept peacefully seemed to pulse in rhythm with the falling snow, as if the entire world was breathing together in perfect harmony. Father Christmas felt a wave of love wash over him as he looked at that map, thinking of all the children who were sleeping peacefully under this same starlit sky. perhaps even dreaming of the gentle snow that was bringing peace to his corner of the world. The sight filled him with renewed purpose and joy. This magical night wasn't just for him to enjoy, it was a reminder of why he did what he did, why Christmas mattered so deeply. It was about bringing peace and wonder into the world, about creating moments when people could pause and remember the beauty that surrounded them always, if only they took the time to notice. As he stood there, watching the workshop rest in its mantle of silence, Father Christmas felt the night's lessons settling into his heart like snowflakes finding their perfect resting places. The ancient tree in the forest had taught him about the power of patient presence, about how the deepest gifts were often given quietly, without fanfare or expectation of return. His reindeer had shown him how wonder could be shared and multiplied when experienced in community. And now, looking at his workshop, the center of his life's work, he understood how this peaceful magic could infuse everything he did, making even the busiest preparations for Christmas into acts of meditation and love. Tomorrow, he knew, the magical snowfall would end. The regular sounds of the North Pole would return, the cheerful chatter of the elves, the gentle lowing of the reindeer, the familiar noise of daily life resuming its rhythm. But the peace he had discovered tonight would remain with him, a treasure to be drawn upon whenever the world seemed too loud or too hurried. More than that, it would become part of how he approached his work, part of the love and care he put into every gift prepared and every journey taken on Christmas Eve. As he finally turned toward his home, Father Christmas carried with him not just his own transformed understanding, but a sense of responsibility to share this gift of peace in whatever way he could. Perhaps it would show in the extra gentleness of his touch as he placed presents under trees. Perhaps it would manifest in the deeper contentment children would feel on Christmas morning, sensing somehow that their gifts had been prepared and delivered with a heart full of starlight, snow, and ancient wisdom. Mrs. Christmas must have been watching for his return, because the door opened before he reached it. She stood silhouetted in the warm light from within, her face glowing with the soft radiance that had first captured his heart centuries ago. "Welcome home, Nicholas," she said softly, her voice the first sound he had truly heard in hours. Even her words seemed gentler than usual, touched by the magic of the night. "It's been quite an evening, my dear," he replied, stamping the silent snow from his boots before stepping inside. The warmth of the house enveloped him like an embrace, and he felt the perfect completion of his journey, from the familiar comfort of home, through wonder and discovery, and back to the deeper comfort that comes from having been touched by magic. As Mrs. Christmas helped him out of his snow-covered cloak, she smiled knowingly. "You found what you were looking for, didn't you?" Father Christmas considered her question as he settled into his favorite chair by the fireplace. The logs crackled cheerfully, their sound seeming especially musical after hours of silence. "I found something I didn't know I was looking for," he said finally. "Sometimes the most precious gifts come not from seeking, but from simply being open to receive them." She nodded, returning to her knitting with the satisfied air of someone whose intuition had been confirmed. The workshop had grown quiet around them, the elves having finished their evening work and retired to their cozy quarters. Only the gentle sounds of home remained, the settling of timbers, the whisper of flames, the soft click of knitting needles keeping time with Father Christmas's peaceful breathing. Outside, the magical snow continued to fall, wrapping the North Pole in its gift of silence. But inside, surrounded by warmth and love, and the quiet satisfaction of wonder received, Father Christmas felt his eyelids growing heavy. The deep peace he had discovered in the forest was calling him toward sleep, promising dreams as gentle as starlight snow. As he dozed in his chair, the last thing he noticed was how the firelight seemed to dance in patterns that reminded him of falling snow, and how even the familiar crackle of the logs had taken on a lullaby quality that sang of ancient trees and the gifts they offer to those wise enough to receive them with silent, grateful hearts. The magical snowfall would continue through the night, blessing the North Pole with its gift of profound peace. And Father Christmas would sleep deeply, his dreams filled with luminous flakes and ancient wisdom, carrying the tree's tranquility into whatever adventures tomorrow might bring. For now, all was silence, all was peace, all was exactly as it should be in this most magical of winter nights. Ebenezer Scrooge and the Gentle Snowfall, a Christmas sleep story. The snow began to fall just as the cathedral bells chimed 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve, each flake drifting down like a whispered blessing over the cobblestone streets of London. Ebenezer Scrooge stood at his parlour window, watching the gentle cascade transform the familiar cityscape into something altogether more magical. The harsh edges of chimney stacks and shop awnings softened beneath the snow's tender touch, and even the lamp posts seemed to glow with warmer light, their golden halos catching the dancing crystals as they spiraled earthward. How different this Christmas Eve felt from all the others that had come before. Scrooge pressed his palm against the cool glass, remembering other winters when the sight of falling snow had filled him only with thoughts of increased coal bills and the inconvenience of muddy footprints tracked across his floors. Tonight, however, the snow seemed to carry with it a profound sense of peace, as if each flake held within it a small portion of the contentment that had taken root in his heart since that transformative Christmas morning not so long ago. The fire crackled softly in the grate behind him, casting warm amber light across the comfortable sitting room that had once felt so austere and unwelcoming. Mrs. Dilber had left everything tidy before departing for her own Christmas celebrations, and the room held that particular quiet that comes only on winter evenings when the world outside grows hushed beneath a blanket of snow. Scrooge's leather armchair waited invitingly by the hearth, a wool throw draped across its arm, and his evening tea growing cool on the side table. But something stirred within him, a gentle restlessness that called him away from the warmth of home and out into the transformed night. He moved slowly to his wardrobe, selecting his heaviest coat and wrapping a soft woolen scarf around his neck. The motions felt almost ceremonial, this preparation for a Christmas Eve walk that had no particular destination in mind. Perhaps it was the memory of other Christmas Eve wanderings, those guided by spirits through time and consequence, that made this voluntary journey feel so significant. Tonight, though, he would be his own guide, led only by curiosity and the strange magnetism of the falling snow. The front door opened with barely a whisper, and Scrooge stepped out into the hushed cathedral of the winter night. The snow fell steadily but gently, each flake cool and soft against his weathered cheeks. He pulled the door closed behind him with the same careful quiet one might use in a library, unwilling to disturb the profound stillness that had settled over his street. His breath formed small clouds in the crisp air as he began to walk, his footsteps creating the first tracks in the pristine snow that had begun to accumulate on the pavement. There was something deeply satisfying about this being the first to mark the fresh canvas of winter, leaving behind a trail that spoke of purposeful movement through the peaceful night. The snow crunched softly beneath his boots, a rhythmic whisper that seemed to match the gentle rhythm of his breathing. As he walked, Scrooge found himself noticing details he had never paid attention to before, even in all his years of living on this very street. The way the snow clung to the iron railings, creating delicate white curves that softened the harsh lines of metal. The manner in which the gas lamps illuminated perfect circles of falling flakes, each one visible for just a moment before disappearing into the darkness beyond the light's reach. The warm golden rectangles of windows where families were surely gathered, their curtains drawn but not quite completely, allowing glimpses of Christmas trees and the flickering glow of hearth fires. He paused at the corner where his street met the broader avenue, taking a moment to appreciate the transformation that had occurred in just the short time since he'd left his house. Already, the snow had begun to muffle the usual city sounds, creating a hushed quality to the evening that made even distant carriage wheels sound dreamlike and far away. The world felt wrapped in cotton wool, insulated and safe, as if the snow were not merely frozen water, but rather some form of benediction settling gently over everything it touched. A movement caught his eye, a small tabby cat picking its way carefully across the street, pausing every few steps to shake the accumulating snow from its paws with delicate precision. Scrooge smiled at the creature's fastidious attention to keeping itself dry, remembering how he too had once viewed snow as nothing more than an inconvenience to be endured. The cat noticed his attention and regarded him with calm green eyes before continuing on its way, disappearing into the shadows between two houses with the unhurried confidence of one who knew exactly where it was going. Scrooge continued his meandering path through the neighborhood, allowing his feet to choose the direction, while his mind simply observed and absorbed the quiet beauty surrounding him. He turned down a narrow lane he had walked past countless times but never explored, finding it transformed into what seemed like a tunnel of winter enchantment. The buildings on either side rose like canyon walls, but the snow had softened their austere brick facades, and warm light spilled from many windows, creating patches of golden brightness against the white ground. The lane led to a small square he had not known existed, centered around a modest fountain that had been silenced by winter, but now served as an elegant centerpiece for the snow's artistry. The fountain's basin collected the falling flakes, creating a perfect circle of white that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Around the square's perimeter, bare tree branches created intricate patterns against the dark sky, each twig outlined in white, forming a delicate lacework canopy overhead. Scrooge settled himself on a bench that faced the fountain, brushing away the accumulated snow before sitting down. The cold of the metal seeped through his coat, but it was not unpleasant, rather, it served to heighten his awareness of the warmth generated by his own body, the efficient working of blood and muscle that kept him comfortable, even in winter's embrace. He tilted his head back slightly, allowing the snowflakes to land on his face, each one a tiny, brief coolness before melting against his skin. From somewhere nearby came the sound of church bells, not the urgent clamor of an alarm, but the measured, stately chiming that marked the passage of time on Christmas Eve. The bells seemed to ring with particular sweetness tonight, their bronze voices carrying clearly through the snow-muffled air. Scrooge found himself counting the chimes without conscious thought. 10 o'clock, marking another hour's passage in what felt like a night suspended outside of normal time. As he sat in peaceful contemplation, other figures began to appear in the square, drawn perhaps by the same magnetic pull that had brought him here. A young couple walked hand in hand around the fountain's edge, speaking in low, intimate tones that blended with the whisper of falling snow. An elderly gentleman with a walking stick made his careful way across the square, pausing to nod courteously to Scrooge before continuing on his journey. A woman carrying a basket covered with a checked cloth hurried past, likely bringing Christmas treats to family or friends, her footsteps quick but not rushed, purposeful rather than anxious. Each of these fellow travelers through the winter night seemed to carry with them the same sense of peaceful purpose that Scrooge felt within himself. There was no urgency in their movements, no stress or hurry despite the late hour on Christmas Eve. Instead, they moved with the measured grace of people who understood that some evenings were meant to be savored rather than simply endured, that the falling snow had transformed the ordinary world into something worthy of slow appreciation. The snowfall began to intensify slightly, the flakes growing larger and falling with more density, but still maintaining that gentle, unhurried quality that made watching them feel almost meditative. Scrooge pulled his scarf a bit tighter and settled more comfortably on the bench, in no hurry to move on. The increased snowfall created an even greater sense of enclosure and intimacy in the small square, as if nature were drawing curtains around this peaceful scene, making it feel like a stage set designed specifically for quiet contemplation. A small dog appeared from one of the side streets, a compact terrier with alert ears and bright eyes that seemed to find great joy in the falling snow. The dog trotted into the square with obvious delight, occasionally stopping to snap at falling flakes or to roll briefly in the accumulating snow before bounding up again to continue its playful exploration. Its owner, a middle-aged man in a wool coat and knitted cap, followed at a leisurely pace, smiling at his pet's enthusiasm, while maintaining the same unhurried cadence that seemed to characterize everyone Scrooge had encountered this evening. "Good evening," the man called softly as he drew near to Scrooge's bench, his voice carrying the kind of warmth that suggested he found genuine pleasure in greeting a fellow human being on this snowy night. "Good evening to you as well," Scrooge replied, surprised by how natural and pleasant it felt to exchange this simple courtesy with a stranger. "Your companion seems quite taken with the snow." The man chuckled, watching as his dog attempted to catch several flakes in rapid succession, spinning in small circles with tail wagging furiously. "He's never quite accepted that snow isn't something he can properly catch and keep. Every winter brings renewed optimism on his part that this time will be different." They shared a comfortable moment of observation, watching the dog's joyful futility with the kind of gentle amusement that required no commentary. The man touched the brim of his cap in a small salute of farewell and continued on his way, calling softly to his pet, who bounded after him with obvious reluctance to leave such an entertaining playground. Scrooge remained on his bench, feeling a deep satisfaction in the brief, warm exchange. How many such moments had he missed over the years, he wondered, by hurrying past instead of pausing to appreciate the simple pleasure of human connection. The thought brought no regret, however, only a renewed appreciation for his present circumstances and his ability to notice and cherish such encounters now. The snow continued to fall with that same mesmerizing steadiness, transforming the square into an increasingly dreamlike space. The footprints of the various passers-by were already beginning to fill in, creating a palimpsest of human presence that was constantly being written over by the patient work of the snowflakes. Soon, Scrooge realized, his own tracks leading into the square would be erased as well, leaving no permanent record of his presence here except in his own memory. There was something both humbling and liberating in this thought. The snow reminded him that human presence, while meaningful in the moment, was temporary and fleeting. Yet rather than making his time in the square feel insignificant, this recognition somehow made it feel more precious, more worthy of his complete attention. Each moment of peace, each gentle interaction, each instance of quiet beauty became more valuable when viewed as ephemeral gifts to be fully received and appreciated. The church bells chimed again 10:30, and Scrooge felt a gentle stirring that suggested it might soon be time to continue his journey through the snow-transformed city, but not quite yet. The square had become such a perfect sanctuary of winter peace that he found himself reluctant to leave, wanting to absorb just a little more of its quiet magic before moving on. As if in response to his desire to linger, the snowfall gradually lightened, becoming less dense but somehow more delicate, each flake seeming to dance on the air currents rather than simply falling straight down. This change in the snow's character created an even more enchanting atmosphere, as if the winter night were adjusting itself to match his mood, offering him a gentler, more ethereal version of its beauty. A clock tower somewhere in the distance chimed the 3/4 hour, its deeper bronze voice joining the ongoing conversation of bells that seemed to form the evening's soundtrack. Scrooge rose from his bench with the slow, deliberate movement of someone who had been perfectly comfortable and was reluctant to change positions. He brushed the accumulated snow from his coat and looked around the square one more time, memorizing its peaceful beauty before beginning the next portion of his Christmas Eve wandering. He chose a different exit from the square than the lane by which he had entered, following a narrow street that curved gently upward, leading toward what he assumed was higher ground. As he climbed the gradual incline, he could feel his heart working slightly harder, his breathing deepening in response to the modest exertion. The sensation was pleasant rather than taxing, a reminder of his body's capability and strength, even in his later years. The street he had chosen led him past a small church, its Gothic windows glowing with warm light that suggested evening services were still in progress. The sound of voices singing a Christmas hymn drifted through the heavy wooden doors, the melody made ethereal by the muffling effect of the falling snow. Scrooge paused outside the church, not to listen to the words which were indistinct at this distance, but to absorb the quality of human voices raised together in harmony, the sense of community and shared celebration that emanated from the building like warmth from a fire. He did not feel compelled to enter the church, finding that his solitary communion with the winter night provided its own form of spiritual sustenance. But he stood for several minutes in respectful appreciation of those inside who had chosen to mark Christmas Eve with communal worship, understanding that their path and his different approaches to the same underlying impulse toward reverence and gratitude. When the hymn concluded and the voices faded into spoken prayer too quiet to distinguish, Scrooge continued up the street, leaving the church to its celebrations while carrying with him a sense of having been touched by something sacred. The snow continued to fall around him with that same gentle persistence, now seeming less like weather and more like a manifestation of grace made visible, tangible evidence of the world's fundamental generosity toward all living things. The street crested a small hill, and Scrooge found himself looking out over a vista of London that the falling snow had transformed into something from a fairy tale. Below him, the city spread out in all directions, its usual harsh geometry softened into curves and flowing lines by the accumulating snow. The countless lights of homes and businesses created a constellation of warm points against the white ground, each one representing lives being lived, families gathering, individuals finding their own ways to mark the significance of Christmas Eve. He could see the Thames in the distance, its dark water still flowing despite the winter cold, winding through the city like a dark ribbon that connected all the neighborhoods and districts into one vast, living organism. Even from this height, he could make out the occasional movement of late-night traffic carriages and pedestrians still going about their business despite the snow, each one following their own important trajectory through the transformed cityscape. Scrooge pulled his coat more snugly around himself and found another bench, this one positioned to take advantage of the panoramic view. From here, he could see how the snow was falling not just on his immediate surroundings but across the entire vast expanse of the city, covering rich neighborhoods and poor ones with the same generous blanket of white. The snow, he reflected, was perhaps the most democratic of nature's phenomena. It fell on palace and tenement alike, making no distinctions based on the worthiness or status of those below. This thought led him to consider all the other people throughout the city who might be having their own Christmas Eve encounters with the falling snow. Perhaps there were others like himself, drawn out of their homes by the quiet magnetism of winter beauty, wandering through streets made magical by the transformation of the familiar into something wonderful. Perhaps children were pressed against windows, watching the accumulation with excitement for tomorrow's possibilities of snowmen and snow angels. Perhaps lonely individuals were finding in the snow's gentle presence a form of companionship, a reminder that they were part of something larger than their individual circumstances. The idea of this vast network of private winter experiences happening simultaneously throughout the city filled Scrooge with a profound sense of connection and belonging. He was alone on this hilltop bench, but he was not isolated. He was participating in a city-wide, perhaps even worldwide communion with winter's beauty, part of an invisible community of people all discovering their own forms of peace and wonder in the falling snow. A church clock struck 11, its deep bronze voice carrying clearly through the crisp air. The sound seemed to come from directly below, though Scrooge could not identify which of the buildings in the vista might house such a resonant bell. The chime seemed to hang in the air longer than usual, as if the snow were slowing down even sound, allowing each bronze note to linger and blend with the whisper of falling flakes. The snowfall was beginning to lighten now, the flakes becoming more sparse but somehow more visible in the lamplight, each one catching and reflecting the golden glow as it drifted past. This gradual diminishing of intensity did not make the evening feel as though it were ending, but rather as though it were entering a different phase, becoming more intimate and focused, like a conversation that grows quieter as it grows more meaningful. Scrooge realized that he had been walking and sitting in the snow for nearly 2 hours, yet he felt no fatigue, no desire to hurry home to warmth and shelter. Instead, he felt energized by the winter air, refreshed by the gentle exercise and the feast of beauty his senses had been receiving. His fingers and toes remained warm inside his gloves and boots, and his core temperature felt perfectly balanced, as if his body had adapted with surprising ease to the winter night. Rising from the bench with the same deliberate care he had used throughout the evening, Scrooge decided to begin making his way gradually homeward, but by a route that would allow him to continue his exploration of the snow-transformed city. He descended the hill by a different street than the one he had climbed, finding himself in an area of modest row houses, each one now wearing its own cap of snow, like a uniform that somehow managed to make each building look both more dignified and more welcoming. Warm light glowed behind curtained windows, and Scrooge caught occasional glimpses of Christmas celebrations in progress, the flicker of candles on trees, the silhouettes of people gathered around tables, the shadow of someone moving past a window, carrying what might have been a tray of Christmas treats. These brief glimpses into other people's Christmas Eve activities did not make him feel excluded or envious, but rather filled him with a gentle satisfaction in knowing that throughout the city People were creating their own forms of warmth and celebration against the winter cold. He passed a small corner shop whose proprietor was just finishing the process of closing for the evening, sweeping snow away from the front step while humming what sounded like a Christmas carol. The man looked up as Scrooge approached and offered a cheerful, "Merry Christmas, sir," that carried such genuine warmth that Scrooge felt it like a physical sensation of comfort. "Merry Christmas to you as well," Scrooge replied, stopping for a moment to appreciate the man's obvious satisfaction in his simple task of keeping his shop's entrance clear of snow. "A beautiful evening for Christmas Eve." "Indeed it is, sir," the shopkeeper agreed, leaning on his broom and looking up at the still falling flakes with evident pleasure. "There's something about snow on Christmas Eve that makes everything feel just as it should be, if you know what I mean." Scrooge nodded, understanding exactly what the man meant, though he might not have been able to articulate it any better himself. There was something in the combination of Christmas Eve and falling snow that seemed to activate some deep recognition of rightness, as if this particular convergence of time and weather represented the world as it was meant to be experienced. They stood together for a moment in comfortable appreciation of the evening before the shopkeeper returned to his sweeping and Scrooge continued on his way. The brief exchange left him feeling even more connected to the city around him, reminded once again of how many opportunities for simple human warmth existed in every day, waiting only for the willingness to notice and participate in them. The streets he walked now were quieter than those he had explored earlier in the evening, as if he were moving deeper into the night's embrace, entering the more profound stages of Christmas Eve's meditation. The snow continued to fall, but more gently now, creating an atmosphere of increasing intimacy and peace. His footsteps seemed to echo less, absorbed more completely by the accumulating snow, until he felt as though he were walking through a world made soft and silent specifically for his passage. He found himself on a tree-lined avenue he recognized as being not far from his own neighborhood, though he had approached it from a direction he had never used before. The bare branches overhead created an intricate canopy, each twig now outlined in white against the dark sky. Street lamps created pools of golden light at regular intervals, and within each illuminated circle, the falling snow became visible as individual flakes, each one following its own unique path to the ground. A horse-drawn carriage passed by, moving at the unhurried pace that seemed appropriate to the evening, its wheels making almost no sound on the snow-cushioned street. The driver was bundled in a heavy coat and scarf, and Scrooge could see his breath forming clouds in the cold air. The passenger inside the carriage was invisible behind drawn curtains, but warm light glowed from within, suggesting someone traveling in comfort through the winter night. The sight of the carriage reminded Scrooge of other Christmas Eve journeys he had taken, though under very different circumstances. Tonight's wandering felt like a conscious choice rather than a compelled experience, a gift he was giving himself rather than a lesson being imposed upon him. Yet there were similarities too, the sense of seeing familiar surroundings transformed, of moving through a world that had been made temporarily magical, of discovering new perspectives on experiences he thought he understood completely. As he walked, Scrooge began to recognize landmarks that indicated he was drawing closer to home. But rather than quickening his pace, he found himself slowing down, reluctant to end this peaceful communion with the winter night. Each block brought familiar sights made new by their covering of snow, the pharmacy with its mortar and pestle sign now wearing a white cap, the bakery whose windows remained lit though it had long since closed, the small park where bare trees stood like sentinels in the accumulating snow. When he finally turned onto his own street, Scrooge felt a complex mixture of satisfaction and gentle melancholy. The evening's journey had been everything he could have hoped for, peaceful, beautiful, filled with small moments of connection and wonder. Yet its approaching end reminded him of how precious such experiences were, how important it was to recognize and fully receive them when they occurred. His house stood waiting for him, its windows glowing warmly with the light he had left burning in his sitting room. Snow had accumulated on the sill of his front window, and he could see through the glass to his armchair by the fire, still draped with the wool throw he had left behind when the restlessness first stirred within him. The scene looked incredibly welcoming, promising warmth and comfort after his hours in the winter air. But before going inside, Scrooge paused on his front step to turn back toward the street and take one final look at the world the snow had created. The familiar row of houses, the gas lamps creating their pools of golden light, the pristine white surface marked only by his own returning footprints, all of it seemed to pulse with quiet magic, as if the ordinary world had been temporarily infused with something extraordinary. The snowfall was lighter now, the flakes fewer and more delicate, drifting down like the final notes of a lullaby. The silence was profound but not empty. It felt full of presence, saturated with peace, as if the night itself were breathing slowly and deeply, settling into the profound rest that such beauty seemed to encourage in all who witnessed it. Scrooge took a deep breath of the cold, clean air, feeling it fill his lungs with something that seemed more substantial than mere oxygen, a quality of freshness and purity that made him feel cleansed and renewed. His body was pleasantly tired from the walking, his mind clear and calm from the hours of gentle observation and appreciation. He felt prepared for sleep in a way that had nothing to do with exhaustion and everything to do with satisfaction, as if he had completed some important task that he had not even known he needed to undertake. He opened his front door quietly, stepping into the warmth of his hallway, with gratitude for shelter that was sharpened by his hours in the open air. The contrast between outside and inside made him newly aware of what a gift warmth was, how luxurious it felt to move from winter's embrace into his own comfortable home. He removed his coat and scarf with slow, deliberate movements, hanging them carefully to dry, treating them with the respect due to garments that had served him well during his journey through the transformed city. The fire in his sitting room had burned low but still glowed with warm embers, casting gentle light across the familiar furniture and creating an atmosphere of perfect domestic peace. Scrooge settled into his armchair and pulled the wool throw across his lap, feeling his body begin to release the pleasant tension of the evening's adventure, relaxing into the deep comfort of home, after meaningful time spent away from it. Through his window, he could see that the snow was still falling, though so lightly now that individual flakes were barely visible against the darkness. The street lamp outside his window continued to create its circle of golden light, and within that circle, the occasional snowflake still danced its brief, perfect dance before joining its countless companions on the white ground below. As he sat in his comfortable chair, watching the gentle conclusion of the snowfall, Scrooge felt a profound sense of completion settling over him. The evening had been exactly what he needed without his having known that he needed it, a reminder of beauty's constancy, of the world's endless capacity for transformation, of his own ability to receive and appreciate the gifts that surrounded him daily, if only he remained open to noticing them. The warmth of the fire, the softness of the wool throw, the comfortable support of his familiar chair, all of these domestic pleasures felt enhanced by his hours in the winter air, made more precious by the contrast with the cold night outside. He closed his eyes and listened to the profound silence that snow brings to a city, a silence so complete it seemed to have weight and substance, wrapping around him like another blanket. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, filled with its own joys and celebrations. But tonight, Christmas Eve, belonged to this perfect peace, this gentle satisfaction with simple beauty, simply received. As sleep began to call to him with its own gentle insistence, Scrooge felt grateful for the restlessness that had drawn him out into the snow, for the transformation that had allowed him to appreciate such gifts, and for the promise of rest that would soon carry him into dreams filled with falling snow and the endless generosity of winter's quiet grace. Sleeping Beauty and the Christmas Star's gentle light. In the heart of an enchanted kingdom, where winter painted the world in soft whites and silvery blues, there stood a castle that seemed to have been carved from starlight itself. Its towers reached toward the heavens like gentle fingers, and tonight, Christmas Eve, every window glowed with the warm amber light of countless candles. This was the home of Princess Aurora, though most knew her by the name that had followed her through legend and lullaby, Sleeping Beauty. Aurora had awakened from her famous slumber many seasons ago, but she carried with her still the gift of deep, restorative rest. Her sleep had been so profound, so healing, that even now she possessed an almost magical ability to bring peace and tranquility to all around her. On this most sacred of nights, as snow fell like whispered prayers outside her chamber windows, she sat by her fireplace, watching the flames dance in patterns that reminded her of childhood dreams. The princess wore a gown of deep forest green, trimmed with silver thread that caught the firelight like captured stars. Her golden hair, still touched with the enchantment of her long sleep, seemed to hold its own gentle radiance. Around her shoulders lay a cloak of softest velvet, midnight blue and lined with ermine, for even in her warm castle, the Christmas air carried a delightful chill that made one want to wrap close in comfort and contemplation. Aurora had spent this Christmas Eve as she did each year, moving slowly and mindfully through her preparations. She had helped arrange garlands of evergreen and holly throughout the castle halls, their rich fragrance filling the air with the essence of eternal life. She had lit candles in every window, each flame a beacon of hope for travelers who might be wandering on this holy night. The kitchen had been filled with the gentle bustle of preparing feast foods, and Aurora herself had stirred the wassail, adding cinnamon and nutmeg with the same careful attention she brought to all things. But now, as midnight approached and the world grew hushed with anticipation, Aurora felt a familiar stirring in her soul, not the call to sleep, but something different, something that beckoned her beyond the warm safety of her chamber walls. A sound drew her attention, soft as silk brushing against silk. She turned toward her tall windows and gasped in wonder. There, beyond the frost-etched glass, a light was moving through her gardens. It was not the harsh glare of torch or lantern, but something far more ethereal, a gentle, pearl-like luminescence that seemed to float through the falling snow like a living star that had descended to earth. Aurora rose from her chair with the fluid grace that had never left her, even after her century of sleep. Her bare feet made no sound on the cold stone floor as she approached the window. Her breath created small clouds on the glass as she peered out into the winter night, her heart beating with a rhythm as steady and peaceful as a lullaby. The light paused beneath her window, and in its glow Aurora could see that the garden had been transformed. The rose bushes, dormant for winter but never truly sleeping, were now adorned with the most delicate covering of snow and ice crystals. Each branch looked as though it had been dipped in liquid diamonds, and the fountain at the garden's center had become a sculpture of frozen beauty, its water caught mid-dance and turned to gleaming ice. But it was the light itself that captured her attention most completely. As she watched, it seemed to pulse gently, like a slow cosmic heartbeat. Within its radiance, she could almost see shapes not clearly, but suggestion enough to know that this was no ordinary phenomenon. There were hints of wings, perhaps, and the outline of something tall and graceful, and emanating from it came a feeling of such peace, such profound serenity, that Aurora felt her soul responding like a flower turning toward the Sunday. Without hesitation, she reached for her cloak and wrapped it around her shoulders. Her feet found her softest slippers, lined with lamb's wool and silent as snowfall. She did not question her impulse to follow this mysterious light in her years of deep sleep. She had learned to trust the gentle callings of the spirit, to follow where peace beckoned. The castle corridors were quiet as Aurora made her way toward the garden door. The servants had long since retired to their chambers, and even the guards dozed peacefully at their posts, for this was a night of such holy stillness that even duty seemed to whisper that all was well, all was safe. Aurora's footsteps were soft whispers on the stone floors, and her cloak flowed behind her like liquid shadow touched with starlight. She paused at the heavy wooden door that led to her private garden. Her hand rested on the iron handle, cool beneath her palm, and for a moment she felt the full weight of the winter night beyond. But there was no fear in her heart, only anticipation, gentle and warm as candlelight. The light was still there. She could see its glow seeping through the crack beneath the door like spilled moonbeams. Aurora turned the handle and stepped into the garden. The cold air embraced her like an old friend, sharp and clean and filled with the secret scents of winter, pine and snow, and something indefinable that spoke of mystery and magic. The falling snow touched her face like cool kisses, and her breath formed small silver clouds that danced away into the darkness. Above her, the sky was deep velvet scattered with stars that seemed unusually bright tonight, as though they too were celebrating this most sacred evening. The mysterious light waited for her beneath the great oak tree at the garden's heart. Now that she was closer, Aurora could see that it was indeed a figure tall and graceful, wrapped in robes that seemed to be woven from starlight itself. The being's face was gentle beyond description, with eyes that held the depth of eternity and the kindness of perfect understanding. Wings rose from its shoulders, not the feathered wings of earthly birds, but something that seemed made of light and air and the essence of peace itself. "Princess Aurora," the figure spoke, and its voice was like distant music, like wind chimes singing in a gentle breeze, like the whisper of waves on a far shore. Sleeping beauty, who has known the deepest rest and carries within her soul the gift of true peace. Aurora curtsied deeply, her cloak pooling around her feet like a midnight lake. "You honor me with your presence," she said softly. "Are you an angel?" "I am a messenger," the being replied with a smile that seemed to warm the very air around them. "On this night of nights, when the Prince of Peace was born to bring rest to all who are weary and heavy laden, I have come to invite you on a journey. Will you walk with me through this enchanted Christmas Eve and see the wonder that awaits those who trust in gentle mysteries?" Aurora felt her heart expand with joy and anticipation. "I will follow wherever you lead," she said, and meant it with every fiber of her being. The angel for angel, it surely was extended a hand that glowed with soft radiance. When Aurora placed her own hand in its grasp, she felt a warmth that seemed to spread through her entire body, warming her more thoroughly than any fire could have done. Together, they began to walk through the garden, their feet making no sound on the snow-covered path. As they moved, Aurora noticed that wherever the angel stepped, small flowers began to bloom in the snow, not struggling against the winter, but embracing it, their petals made of ice crystals that caught and reflected the angel's light. Christmas roses, she realized, blooming in impossible beauty despite the cold. The sight filled her with such wonder that tears of joy gathered in her eyes, though they did not fall. They walked through her garden and beyond, through a gate that Aurora had never seen before, but which opened at their approach as though it had been waiting all along. Beyond lay a path that wound through woods she had glimpsed from her tower windows, but never explored ancient woods, where the trees grew so tall they seemed to brush the stars, and so old that they held within their rings the memories of centuries. The snow fell more gently here, filtered through the evergreen canopy above. The path was soft beneath their feet, carpeted with pine needles and moss that cushioned every step. Aurora could hear the gentle sounds of the winter forest, the soft hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through branches, the distant tinkle of a stream running over stones somewhere in the darkness. All of it wove together into a symphony of perfect peace. "Tell me," the angel said as they walked, "what do you remember of your long sleep?" Aurora considered the question, drawing her cloak closer as they moved deeper into the enchanted woods. "I remember dreams," she said slowly, "dreams that felt more real than waking life sometimes. I dreamed of seasons passing, of rain and sunshine and snow falling on the castle. I dreamed of voices, people praying for me, singing to me, telling me stories. And I dreamed of a great peace that held me, gentle and complete, like being cradled in the arms of love itself." The angel nodded, its radiance pulsing slightly brighter. "And what gift did that sleep give you?" "The gift of knowing that rest is sacred," Aurora replied without hesitation, "that there is a time to act and a time to be still, a time to strive and a time to surrender. I learned that in the deepest peace, miracles take root, that sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is simply trust. Simply rest in the knowledge that we are held, we are loved, we are safe." "Indeed," the angel said, and its voice carried approval that warmed Aurora's heart. "Tonight, you will use that gift to bring peace to others who have forgotten how to rest, how to trust in the gentle mysteries of love." They walked on in comfortable silence, Aurora's mind filled with questions, but her heart content, simply to be present in this magical moment. The woods grew more beautiful. With each step she began to notice small details that spoke of Christmas magic everywhere. Icicles hanging from branches had formed themselves into perfect stars. The snow on the ground showed the delicate tracks of woodland creatures, but in patterns so intricate they resembled lace made by fairy hands. And the evergreen trees themselves seemed to glow with an inner light, as though they held within their needles the captured essence of all the Christmas mornings that had ever been. After what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed to flow differently here. Like honey in winter, they came to a clearing where the snow lay deep and undisturbed except for their own gentle footprints. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent Christmas tree Aurora had ever seen. It was enormous, its branches spreading wide and reaching toward the stars, and every needle seemed to be made of silver light. There were no decorations upon it, yet it was more beautiful than any adorned tree could have been, for its beauty came from within a living celebration of the joy and peace of Christmas. But it was what lay beneath the tree that made Aurora catch her breath in wonder. There, nestled in the soft snow like the most precious of gifts, lay a small gathering of woodland creatures, all fast asleep. There were deer with their legs tucked gracefully beneath them, their breath creating small silver puffs in the cold air, rabbits curled into perfect circles of warm fur. Squirrels nestled together in a furry pile that rose and fell with their peaceful breathing. Even a family of foxes slept soundly, their red coats brilliant against the white snow. They have been wandering, the angel explained softly, restless and afraid, unable to find peace in the winter darkness. The cold has made them weary, and worry has stolen their natural ability to rest. They need someone who understands the gift of healing sleep to watch over them this Christmas Eve, to help them find the peace that will carry them safely through the winter. Aurora's heart swelled with understanding and purpose. This was why she had been called from her warm chamber, why the mysterious light had beckoned her into the winter night. Her gift, born from her own century of enchanted sleep, was needed here, in this sacred clearing, on this most holy of nights. She approached the sleeping creatures slowly, her footsteps making no sound on the snow. As she drew near, she could see that even in sleep, some of them twitched with worry, their ears flickering as though listening for danger that might come creeping through the darkness. Their rest was not the deep healing sleep they needed, but the fitful doze of those who dare not let their guard down completely. Aurora knelt beside them, her cloak spreading around her like a midnight pool. She removed her gloves and placed her hands gently on the snow, feeling the earth beneath, cold but alive with the promise of spring to come. Then, closing her eyes, she began to hum a melody that had come to her during her long sleep, a lullaby that seemed to carry within it all the peace and safety of perfect rest. The effect was immediate and miraculous. The woodland creatures' breathing deepened, their small bodies relaxing completely for the first time in weeks. The deer's ears stopped flickering, the rabbit's whiskers ceased their nervous twitching, and the fox's tails curled more snugly around them. A profound peace settled over the clearing, as tangible as the snow that continued to fall in gentle, lazy flakes. Aurora continued to hum, her voice barely more than a whisper but somehow filling the entire clearing with its gentle power. She sang of safety and warmth, of love that watches over all creatures great and small, of a peace that passes all understanding. As she sang, she felt the familiar warmth spreading through her own body. The same healing energy that had once been her salvation was now flowing out from her to bless these small, weary souls. The angel moved to stand beside her, and Aurora felt its presence like a warm cloak around her shoulders. "You have learned well," it said quietly. "The peace you found in your deepest sleep was not meant for you alone. It was planted within you like a seed, to grow and flourish and be shared with all who need rest for their souls." Aurora continued her gentle song, watching over the sleeping animals with the tenderness of a mother watching over her children. The great Christmas tree above them seemed to pulse with light in rhythm with her melody, and the snow fell more softly, as though the very sky wished to contribute to this moment of perfect peace. Time passed in that enchanted way it does during the most sacred moments, both eternal and fleeting, both measured and measureless. Aurora sang until her voice was barely a breath, but still the melody continued, seeming to take on a life of its own and flow through the clearing like visible peace. The woodland creatures slept on, their rest now deep and healing, their dreams filled with visions of spring meadows and abundant food and safety beyond measure. Finally, when the first hint of Christmas dawn began to touch the edges of the sky with the faintest blush of rose and gold, Aurora felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. The angel was smiling down at her, its face radiant with joy and approval. "It is time," the being said softly. "The sun rises on Christmas Day, and these blessed creatures have found the rest they needed to carry them through the winter. Your gift has been given, and it has multiplied beyond measure. See how the peace has spread." Aurora looked around the clearing with wonder. Indeed, the peace that had settled over the sleeping animals seemed to have expanded outward like ripples in a still pond. The trees themselves seemed more deeply rooted, more serenely upright. The snow lay in patterns of perfect beauty, and even the air itself felt different, cleaner, lighter, filled with a joy that was almost tangible. But more than that, Aurora could feel the peace spreading beyond the clearing, flowing out through the enchanted woods, like a gentle river, reaching toward her castle and the village beyond, touching every living thing with the blessing of true rest. In her mind's eye, she could see people waking on this Christmas morning with hearts lighter than they had been for months, their sleep having been deeper and more restorative than any they had known in ages. "The gift multiplies when it is given freely," the angel explained, seeming to read her thoughts. "Your peace has become peace for hundreds, and their peace will touch hundreds more. This is how the love of Christmas spreads, not through grand gestures, but through quiet acts of compassion, through those who understand that sometimes the greatest gift we can give is simply to help others rest." Aurora rose from her place beside the sleeping creatures, her cloak falling gracefully around her. She felt a deep satisfaction in her soul, the kind that comes from knowing one has been exactly where one was meant to be, doing exactly what one was meant to do. The woodland animals continued to sleep peacefully, and she knew that when they woke, they would be refreshed and renewed, ready to face the winter with courage and joy. The angel began to move toward the path that would lead them back through the woods, and Aurora followed, casting one last loving glance at the Christmas tree and its sleeping congregation. As they walked, the sky continued to brighten, painting the snow-covered forest in shades of pink and gold that spoke of new beginnings and endless hope. "Will I see you again?" Aurora asked as they made their way through the ancient trees, the familiar path somehow seeming shorter on the return journey. "Whenever there are souls who need the gift of peace, you will find me near," the angel replied, "for peace is my message, and rest is my gift to those who are weary. You have become a keeper of this gift, Princess Aurora, Sleeping Beauty, who learned in her deepest slumber the secret that the world most needs to know." They walked in comfortable silence through the woods, Aurora's heart full of gratitude and wonder. The snow had stopped falling, and the first birds were beginning to stir in the trees above, their soft chirping adding to the morning's gentle symphony. Everything felt new and fresh, and full of possibility, the way the world always feels on Christmas morning, when hope has been reborn and love has been made manifest. When they reached the garden gate that led back to Aurora's castle, the angel paused. "Remember," it said, placing a gentle hand on Aurora's shoulder, "the peace you carry is not your own to keep. It is yours to give, freely and without reservation, to all who cross your path. In giving it away, you will find it multiplied within your own soul beyond measure." "I understand," Aurora said, and she truly did. The lesson of her long sleep had been completed in this sacred Christmas Eve journey. She had learned that her rest had not been mere restoration for herself, but preparation for service to others. Her peace was meant to be shared, her gift of true rest was meant to bless the weary and heavy-laden wherever she might find them. The angel began to fade as the Christmas dawn grew brighter, its form becoming more and more translucent until only its smile remained visible, hanging in the air like the memory of perfect joy. "Merry Christmas, Sleeping Beauty," came its voice, now barely more than a whisper on the morning breeze. "Go in peace, and give peace to all you meet." And then it was gone, leaving only the scent of flowers in winter air and a warmth in Aurora's heart that she knew would never fade. Aurora stood for a moment in her garden, watching the sun rise over her castle walls, painting everything in shades of gold and rose that spoke of divine love made visible. The snow sparkled like scattered diamonds, and every surface seemed to glow with inner light. Christmas morning had arrived, and with it a world made new. She turned and walked slowly toward her castle, her footsteps leaving a path in the snow that somehow seemed to sparkle more brightly than the unmarked drifts around it. As she approached the great wooden door that led back to her warm chambers, she could hear the gentle stirring of the castle coming awake servants beginning their Christmas preparations, guards changing with unusually cheerful voices, even the horses in the stables seeming to whinny with more joy than usual. The peace was spreading, just as the angel had said it would. Aurora smiled as she climbed the stone steps to her chambers, her cloak trailing behind her like liquid starlight. She would dress in her finest gown for Christmas Mass, would feast with her people, would exchange gifts, and share in all the joyful traditions of the season. But underneath it all, she would carry the memory of this sacred night, and the knowledge that her greatest gift was not her beauty or her grace or her royal blood, but her ability to help others find rest for their souls. Aurora reached her chamber and paused at the doorway, looking back once more toward the window that faced the garden. Already servants were moving about the castle with springs in their steps and songs on their lips. The peace that had begun in a forest clearing was rippling outward like light itself, touching every heart it encountered. She entered her chamber and closed the door softly behind her. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the candles had burned low, but the room was filled with a warmth that had nothing to do with flame. Aurora moved to her window and looked out over her garden, now bright with Christmas morning sunshine. Everything looked exactly as it had the night before, and yet everything was transformed not by magic, but by the deeper alchemy of love shared and peace given freely. Sleeping Beauty smiled and began to prepare for her Christmas day, her heart full of gratitude for the angel's visit and the reminder of her true purpose. She had learned that the deepest rest comes not from sleeping, but from knowing that one has been used as an instrument of peace. And as she dressed for the celebrations ahead, Aurora hummed the same gentle lullaby she had sung in the forest clearing, carrying its peace with her like an invisible crown. The song seemed to take on a life of its own, flowing out from her chamber and through the castle halls, touching everyone who heard it with a measure of the peace that passeth all understanding. And so Christmas morning dawned in Aurora's kingdom, blessed by the gift of true rest that their beloved princess had learned to share, a gift that would continue to multiply and spread, bringing healing sleep to every weary soul it touched. Outside her window, the garden showed no trace of the magical path that had led her to the forest clearing, but Aurora knew that the way would always be there for those who needed it, invisible to the eye but clear to the heart, leading to wherever peace was needed most. And she knew that whenever she heard the call, she would follow that path again, carrying with her the gift of rest that was hers to give. For this was the true meaning of Christmas. She understood now not the receiving of gifts, but the giving of oneself in service to others, not the accumulation of blessings, but the sharing of peace, not the keeping of miracles, but the multiplication of love through quiet acts of compassion. Sleeping Beauty had awakened not just from her enchanted slumber, but into the fullness of her purpose. And as Christmas Day unfolded around her, filled with joy and celebration and the warmth of shared love, Aurora carried with her the deepest peace of all the peace that comes from knowing that one's life has become a gift to the world. The Christmas bells began to ring across the kingdom, their joyful pealing carrying on the crisp winter air like audible starlight. Aurora listened to their music and smiled, for she could hear in their bronze voices the echo of her forest lullaby, the same melody that had brought peace to the weary woodland creatures, now spreading its gentle blessing far and wide. And so Sleeping Beauty welcomed Christmas morning, her heart at rest and her soul at peace, ready to share the gift of true peace with all who would receive it. For she had learned the secret that every Christmas heart must learn, that the deepest joy comes not from what we receive, but from what we give, and that the most precious gift of all is the peace that passes all understanding, freely given and endlessly multiplied through the alchemy of love. The Snow Queen's Christmas Eve, an episode of the Christmas Sleep Stories. In the vast expanse of the northern reaches, where the aurora borealis paints ribbons of green and gold across an endless winter sky, stands a palace made entirely of ice and starlight. This is the domain of the Snow Queen, that mysterious and beautiful sovereign of winter who has watched over the frozen world for countless seasons. Tonight, as Christmas Eve settles like a soft blanket over the earth, even her crystalline realm feels touched by something different, something warmer and more gentle than the usual bite of winter wind. The Snow Queen moves through her palace corridors with the fluid grace of falling snow. Her gown, woven from the very essence of winter itself, trails behind her like morning frost on window panes. Each step she takes across the polished ice floors creates tiny musical notes, as if the palace itself were a vast instrument responding to her presence. Her hair, white as fresh snow and long as winter nights, catches the pale light filtering through the ice walls, creating prisms of color that dance around her like faithful companions. Tonight feels different from all the other nights in her eternal winter. There is something in the air, a quality of stillness that speaks not of the harsh quiet of a blizzard, but of the gentle hush that falls over the world when something sacred is about to unfold. The Snow Queen pauses at one of her great windows, carved from a single sheet of perfectly clear ice, and gazes out over her domain. The landscape before her stretches endlessly, a masterpiece of white and silver under the star-filled sky. Snow-laden, evergreen trees stand like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with crystalline ornaments that nature herself has crafted. In the distance, the northern lights begin their nightly dance, casting ethereal colors across the snow, emerald green, sapphire blue, and the softest rose gold, all shimmering and flowing like celestial silk scarves in an invisible breeze. But tonight, scattered throughout this winter wonderland, the Snow Queen notices something extraordinary. Tiny points of warm golden light dot the landscape like fallen stars. They pulse gently, rhythmically, like the breathing of sleeping creatures. These are the Christmas lights of distant villages, she realizes, windows glowing with the warmth of hearth fires, churches with their stained glass illuminated from within, and homes where families gather on this most special of nights. The Snow Queen feels something stir within her crystalline heart. It is not the sharp cold she is accustomed to, but something gentler, softer. She has spent so many centuries as the guardian of winter's harsh beauty, ensuring that snow falls where it should, that ice forms in perfect patterns, that the cold maintains its necessary balance in the world. But she has never truly considered the other side of winter, the way it brings people together, the way it makes warm lights seem brighter, the way it creates the perfect backdrop for the miracle of Christmas. She turns from the window and continues her evening journey through the palace. In one of her favorite rooms, a circular chamber with walls that curve up into a dome overhead, she keeps her collection of snowflakes. Not just any snowflakes, but the most perfect ones, each unique, each a tiny masterpiece of natural architecture. They float suspended in the air by her magic, turning slowly like a galaxy of ice crystals, each one catching and reflecting light in its own particular way. As she enters this room tonight, the Snow Queen notices that her snowflakes seem to be arranging themselves differently. Instead of their usual random beautiful chaos, they are forming patterns, shapes that look almost like stars, like angels, like the delicate decorations that humans create for their Christmas celebrations. She approaches one cluster and breathes gently upon it, and the snowflakes respond by spinning faster, creating a miniature blizzard that somehow feels joyful rather than fierce. "How curious," she murmurs, her voice like wind chimes made of ice. "Even you feel the magic of this night." She extends her hand, and several snowflakes settle onto her palm, their intricate structures visible for a moment, before they meld with the frost that naturally clings to her skin. Each one, she realizes, carries within it a tiny spark of the joy that fills the world on Christmas Eve. They have absorbed it from their journey through the sky, from the wishes and prayers and happy laughter that rise up from the earth below. Leaving her snowflake chamber, the Snow Queen makes her way to another of her palace's wonders, the Hall of Winter Dreams. This vast space is where she tends to the dreams of all the creatures that sleep through winter. Bears in their dens, squirrels in their tree hollows, insects buried deep beneath the bark and earth, all of them send their dreams upward, and they gather here like a gentle snowfall of thoughts and hopes. Tonight, the dreams seem particularly vivid and warm. A hibernating bear dreams of spring meadows, but also of snow angels and hot cocoa shared around a fire. A sleeping field mouse dreams of summer grain stores, but her dream is decorated with tiny Christmas lights and the sound of distant carols. Even the deepest sleeping creatures seem touched by the magic of Christmas Eve, their dreams filled with an extra measure of peace and contentment. The Snow Queen walks among these floating dreams, her presence calming and protective. This is one of her most important duties, to guard the dreams of sleeping creatures, to ensure they rest peacefully through the long winter months. She touches each dream gently, adding her own blessing of deep, restful sleep and pleasant visions. Tonight, she finds herself also adding something else, a touch of Christmas wonder, a sprinkle of that special magic that makes this night different from all others. As she tends to the dreams, the Snow Queen begins to hum softly, a melody that seems to come from the very core of winter itself. It is ancient and wordless, a song that speaks of falling snow and crystalline formations, but tonight it carries new notes as well, notes that speak of warmth within cold, of light within darkness, of the way winter creates the perfect setting for human hearts to shine brighter. Her humming attracts the attention of her palace's other inhabitants, the snow sprites, tiny beings of ice and starlight who help her maintain the intricate workings of winter. They appear around her like a constellation of dancing lights, each one no bigger than a dewdrop but glowing with inner radiance. Usually, they are busy with their tasks, polishing icicles to perfect sharpness, ensuring that each snowflake maintains its unique pattern, adjusting the temperature of winter winds to precisely the right degree. But tonight, even they seem different. They dance more gracefully, their light seems warmer, and they echo the Snow Queen's humming with tiny, bell-like voices that create a harmony as delicate as spun sugar. Together, they move through the Hall of Winter Dreams, their song weaving through the floating visions and adding to the atmosphere of perfect peace. "Do you feel it too?" the Snow Queen asks them softly, "this change in the very air itself?" The snow sprites sparkle brighter in response, clustering around her hands and shoulders like living jewelry. One of them, braver than the rest, alights on her hair and whispers in a voice like wind through icicles, "It is Christmas Eve, Your Majesty, the night when all the world remembers that winter's beauty serves a purpose greater than itself." The Snow Queen considers these words as she continues her gentle work among the dreams. She has always known that winter serves important purposes. It gives the earth time to rest. It makes spring's return more precious. It creates the conditions necessary for certain kinds of beauty and certain kinds of strength to develop. But she has never thought of winter as serving Christmas, as being part of something larger and more wonderful than seasonal necessity. She makes her way to another part of her palace, the Observatory of Winds. This is a high tower with windows facing all directions, where she monitors the winter winds that carry snow and cold around the world. The winds report to her here, telling her of the weather they have created, the landscapes they have transformed, the lives they have touched. Tonight, the winds bring her unusual reports. They speak of Christmas trees being selected from snowy forests, their branches full of perfect snow that makes them look like something from a fairy tale. They tell of children building snowmen in village squares, their laughter rising up through the cold air like bubbles of pure joy. They describe the way snow muffles harsh sounds and creates a hush that makes Christmas carols seem to float on the air like visible music. One wind, returning from a journey over a small mountain village, brings with it the scent of pine boughs and cinnamon, wood smoke and beeswax candles. As the Snow Queen breathes in these unfamiliar but pleasant aromas, she feels that stirring in her heart again, that warm sensation that seems so foreign to her nature, yet so perfectly right for this night. She climbs to the very top of her palace, to a balcony that offers a view in all directions. The crystalline railings are carved with patterns of frost and snowflakes, and they chime softly in the gentle wind that always surrounds her palace. From here she can see the extent of her winter domain, but also the lights of the human world beyond those golden points of warmth that seem to pulse with the rhythm of Christmas Eve itself. The Snow Queen raises her arms, and her power flows out from her like a gentle wave. But instead of bringing harsher cold or deeper snow, tonight her magic carries something different. She sends out the gift of perfect Christmas Eve, weather snow that falls in fat, soft flakes perfect for catching on tongues and building into snowmen, cold that is crisp and invigorating rather than bitter, winds that are just strong enough to make church bells ring clearly across frozen lakes and through bare-branched forests. As her magic spreads across the land, she can sense the response from below, children pressing their faces to windows to watch the beautiful snow falling, adults stepping outside to breathe the clean, cold air and feel refreshed and renewed, travelers finding that their journeys are easier rather than harder, as if winter itself is cooperating with their desire to reach home for Christmas. The Snow Queen smiles a rare expression for her, and one that sends tiny rainbows dancing through the ice formations around her. She is discovering the joy of using her power not just to maintain winter's necessary balance, but to contribute to something beautiful and meaningful. Her winter is not just an ending or a waiting time, but part of the magical setting that makes Christmas possible. She returns to her chambers, to a room she has never paid much attention to before, a small round space with a domed ceiling that perfectly focuses sound. She has used it sometimes for meditation, enjoying the way even the smallest noise echoes and amplifies in the curved space, but tonight she has a different purpose. The Snow Queen begins to sing not the wordless humming she has been doing, but actual words that seem to come from some deep place within her that she has never accessed before. Her voice, usually as clear and cold as winter air, carries new warmth tonight. She sings of winter's beauty, but also of winter's gift to the world. She sings of the way snow creates perfect silence for the whisper of Christmas magic. She sings of the way cold makes warmth more precious, the way darkness makes light more significant. Her song flows out from the palace, carried by the snow sprites and the winter winds. It's a melody of ice and starlight, of ancient quiet and newfound joy, and it travels on a current of magical intent she has never before wielded. This isn't just a song, it's a blessing, a gift she is weaving into the fabric of the world. It reaches the ears of sleeping children as a gentle lullaby that ensures the sweetest dreams, filling their minds with visions of perfect snowmen, gleaming icicles, and the soft glow of a fire. It touches the hearts of adults as a reminder of winter's deep beauty and purpose, a quiet reassurance that this cold, dark season is not an empty time, but a period of profound waiting and magical preparation. The song joins with the Christmas carols being sung in churches and homes, adding a harmony that no human ear can quite distinguish but every heart can feel. It's the silent undertone of winter's contribution, the sound of snow falling in perfect quiet, the subtle chime of ice on a frozen branch. It enriches every human song, making the familiar sound both new and more meaningful. For the first time, the Snow Queen feels a true connection to the world below, a shared pulse of celebration and hope that transcends the physical distance between her palace and the villages below. As she sings, the Snow Queen feels her palace around her responding, no longer just a cold monument to her power, but a living, breathing extension of her newfound spirit. The ice walls seem to glow with an inner light, not the cold blue-white of winter ice, but something warmer, the color of starlight, of aurora, of the best and most beautiful aspects of winter night. This light pulses in time with her melody, filling every chamber with a gentle, inviting warmth. Her snowflake collection, a vast gallery of every unique flake she has ever created, spins faster, caught in the current of her magic. They don't simply turn, they reconfigure, creating intricate patterns that look like Christmas trees, angels, and stars. Each one is a tiny, delicate work of art, a testament to the purpose her winter now serves. The dreams in her hall of winter dreams seem to settle deeper and more peacefully, touched by her song and the magic of the night. These dreams, the shared hopes of a world waiting for Christmas, have always been a part of her domain, but now they feel more vibrant, more sacred. They shimmer with brighter colors, and the emotions within them feel richer and more genuine. The frost on the windows of the hall begins to form new pictures, not just of winter scenes, but of families gathered together, of laughter and light. She is not just a guardian of winter, she is a partner in the great, beautiful magic of Christmas, and her palace is no longer just a home, but a conduit for joy and wonder. When her song finally comes to an end, the Snow Queen feels a profound sense of completion, as if she has discovered something about herself that she never knew existed. She has always been the guardian of winter's harsh beauty, the keeper of ice and snow and cold. But tonight she has learned that she is also part of Christmas, that her winter creates the perfect backdrop for this celebration of light and warmth and love. She makes her way to her private chambers, a space carved from a single enormous crystal that splits and reflects light in thousands of directions. The walls shimmer with an inner light, as if they hold trapped stars, and the floor is a polished sheet of ice, so clear it seems to hold a mirror of the sky. The very air within the chamber smells of fresh snow and starlight. Her bed is made of the softest snow, held in perfect formation by her magic, with covers woven from aurora light. This is her sanctuary, a place where she can release the immense power she constantly wields and simply be. Usually, she rests here in a state that is not quite sleep, a meditation-like trance that allows her to remain aware of her winter domain, even while her body and mind restore themselves. She can feel the slightest shift in the wind 1,000 miles away, the quiet settling of a new layer of snow on a mountaintop, the subtle creak of ice on a frozen lake. This constant vigilance has always been a core part of her identity, a duty she accepted without question. But tonight, as she settles into her crystalline bed, the Snow Queen feels something she has never experienced before. the desire for true sleep, for genuine rest, for dreams of her own instead of simply tending the dreams of others. It's a deep, weary longing that feels less like exhaustion and more like a profound need to be still, to surrender control. The weight of her ancient responsibilities seems to lift from her shoulders, replaced by a gentle, overwhelming peace. The snow sprites, who have attended her for eons, gather around her bed like a constellation of tiny night lights, their gentle humming creating the perfect lullaby. Their small forms glow with a soft blue light, and their collective song is a harmony of tinkling bells and wind chimes, a sound that has always soothed her, but now feels like a warm embrace. As her eyes begin to close, the Snow Queen sees through her crystal ceiling that the northern lights have arranged themselves into something special tonight. Instead of their usual flowing patterns, they form shapes that look almost like a vast Christmas tree stretching across the sky, with stars for ornaments and the moon as a glowing star at the top. The sight brings a new kind of magic to her soul, one that feels both ancient and new at the same time. The grand, celestial Christmas tree pulses with soft, ethereal light, and for a moment she feels an unbreakable connection to every human soul looking up at the same wonder, a shared moment of breathtaking beauty that spans the entire world. "How perfect," she whispers, and her voice carries no coldness now, only contentment and peace. The words are a soft exhale of her newfound understanding, a final surrender to this beautiful truth. Her consciousness begins to drift, not as a dispersal of her power into the world, but as a gentle sinking into herself. The Snow Queen's dreams, when they finally come, are filled with wonder. She dreams of Christmases she has never seen but somehow understands. Families gathered around warm fires, while her snow falls gently outside their windows, creating a soft, sound-muffling blanket that makes the indoors feel even cozier. She sees children building snow angels, while she ensures the snow is perfect for their play light and fluffy, just right for imprints. She sees travelers reaching home safely, because her winds guide them true and her cold is crisp rather than cutting, providing a bracing freshness that clears their minds and sharpens their senses. In her dreams, she sees herself not as separate from the Christmas celebration, but as an essential part of it. Her winter provides the canvas on which the warm colors of Christmas are painted. The dark backdrop of a winter night makes the twinkling lights of a town square shine with an almost blinding brilliance. Her snow creates the silence in which Christmas music sounds most beautiful, a hushed world where every note of a carol or a bell's chime resonates with perfect clarity. Her cold makes the warmth of human love and generosity shine brighter by contrast, a poignant reminder of the power of kindness in a world that can be harsh. She watches, a silent, benevolent observer, as her snow makes the world a little more magical, a little more hushed, a little more ready to be filled with the joyous chaos of a holiday. As the Snow Queen sleeps peacefully in her crystal palace, her magic continues to flow gently across the world. But now it carries not just the power of winter, but the spirit of Christmas Eve as well. Snow falls more softly, each flake a whisper of a blessing. Wind blows more kindly, carrying the scent of pine and gingerbread, not just the sharp tang of ice. And cold touches the world with a blessing rather than a curse, providing a bracing chill that invites people to seek warmth and comfort together. It's as if the very elements have absorbed her newfound peace and are sharing it with everyone. The snow sprites take over her usual duties with extra care, polishing each icicle until it gleams like a Christmas ornament, ensuring that each snowflake is a perfect six-pointed star, adjusting the winter winds so they carry the sound of distant church bells and the laughter of children at play. They work with a new sense of purpose, their tiny hands shaping the winter world with an artistic intent they never had before. They are no longer simply maintaining winter, they are crafting a masterpiece for a celebration they now understand is their own. Throughout the night, as Christmas Eve deepens into Christmas morning, the Snow Queen's palace glows with a gentle light. The aurora overhead seems to pulse in rhythm with her peaceful breathing, a soft green and violet light that bathes her chamber in a holy glow. The crystalline walls ring softly with music that sounds like a combination of wind chimes and distant carols, a symphony of winter and warmth. This music is her subconscious power, a testament to the harmony she has found within herself. And in villages and towns throughout her winter domain, people wake on Christmas morning to find that overnight, winter has transformed itself into something even more beautiful than usual. The snow is deeper but softer, perfect for snowmen and snow angels. The ice on ponds and rivers is clearer, better for skating and reflection, so lucid that you can see the dark shapes of fish beneath the surface. The cold air is crisp and clean, making every breath feel like a gift, a fresh start. It is a world remade, a perfect canvas for the day to come. As dawn breaks on Christmas Day, the Snow Queen wakes naturally from the most restful sleep she has ever experienced. She stretches languidly in her bed of snow and aurora light, feeling refreshed and renewed in a way she has never known before. The weariness of eons is gone, replaced by a vibrant energy that hums through her body. The snow sprites dance around her, their light brighter than ever, and she can feel in the very air of her palace that something fundamental has changed. The atmosphere is lighter, filled with a subtle joy that mirrors her own. She rises and moves to her great window, looking out over her winter domain. The landscape is the same, endless snow and ice, evergreen trees heavy with white, the northern lights beginning to fade as daylight grows stronger. But everything looks different to her now, because she sees it not just as winter, but as Christmas winter. Not just as cold and snow, but as the perfect setting for warmth and celebration to shine brighter. The sharp edges of her world have been softened by this new perspective, and the endless white landscape now seems to hold infinite potential for magic and joy. The Snow Queen places her hand against the ice window, and where she touches, frost forms in the shape of a perfect Christmas tree, complete with tiny frost ornaments and a star at the top. It is an unconscious act, a physical manifestation of her new understanding. She smiles again, and this time the smile stays on her face as she begins to plan how she will spend this Christmas Day. There are dreams to tend, snowflakes to craft, winds to guide all her usual duties. But now she will perform them not just as the guardian of winter, but as Christmas's partner, winter's gift to the celebration of light and love and joy. As the Snow Queen begins her Christmas Day, her palace rings with new music, the sound of ice and snow and wind, but touched now with something warmer, something more vibrant. It is the sound of winter that knows its purpose, cold that serves love, snow that creates the perfect backdrop for Christmas magic. It is a melody of her own making, a symphony of newfound peace and profound understanding. And in that crystalline palace at the top of the world, surrounded by the most beautiful winter landscape ever created, the Snow Queen finds perfect peace in her new understanding of herself, not just as winter's sovereign, but as Christmas's gentle, faithful friend. The aurora fades completely as true daylight arrives, but the magic remains. Christmas magic, winter magic, and the Snow Queen's own ancient power all blended together into something new and beautiful and perfectly peaceful. And in that peace, she knows that every winter from now on will carry within it not just the promise of spring, but the gift of Christmas wonder as well. The snow continues to fall outside her palace windows, each flake a tiny blessing, each crystal a small miracle. And the Snow Queen, warmed by the discovery of her place in the great celebration of Christmas, tends to her winter realm with a heart full of quiet joy and perfect peace. She is no longer just a powerful ruler of a cold domain. She is a gentle and loving force, a giver of gifts, a quiet partner in the world's greatest celebration of warmth. And in that moment, she realizes that this new, beautiful self is the truest part of her she has ever known. Snow White and the Christmas Forest's Gift, a Christmas sleep story. The first light of Christmas morning filtered through frost-kissed windows like liquid silver, casting gentle patterns across the wooden floor of Snow White's cottage. She stirred slowly in her bed, wrapped in quilts that her 7 dear friends had sewn for her over many quiet evenings by the fire. The air held that special stillness that comes only on Christmas Day, a hush so complete it seemed the whole world was holding its breath in reverent wonder. Snow White opened her eyes to find delicate ice crystals had formed on the inside of her bedroom window overnight, creating intricate lacework that sparkled like diamonds in the early dawn. She smiled softly, pulling the warm quilts closer around her shoulders as she watched the crystals catch and scatter the pale morning light. Outside, snow was falling in the gentlest way possible, each flake drifting down like a whispered blessing, adding to the pristine blanket that had transformed her forest clearing into a winter wonderland. Rising slowly from her bed, Snow White padded barefoot across the cool wooden planks to her window. She pressed her palm gently against the glass, feeling the pleasant shock of cold against her warm skin. Through the frost-etched panes, she could see her garden sleeping peacefully beneath its white coverlet. The bare branches of her apple trees adorned with caps of snow that made them look like they were wearing tiny winter bonnets. The cottage was perfectly quiet, more silent than she had ever known it. Her 7 friends had departed 3 days ago to visit their cousin dwellers in the mountains beyond the great pine forest, leaving Snow White to tend the cottage alone during the Christmas season. Though she missed their cheerful voices and the comfortable bustle of their shared meals, there was something deeply peaceful about having this sacred morning all to herself. She wrapped her warmest shawl around her shoulders, a deep forest green one that Blick had knitted for her, with intricate cable patterns that reminded her of intertwining vines, and made her way to the main room of the cottage. The embers in the great stone fireplace still glowed softly from the night before, casting a warm amber glow across the comfortable space. Snow White knelt before the hearth and carefully added small pieces of kindling, watching as the flames slowly awakened and began to dance higher, filling the room with gentle warmth and the comforting scent of burning apple wood. As the fire grew stronger, Snow White put the kettle on for tea and began to prepare a simple breakfast. She moved with unhurried grace through her morning routine, savoring each small task. The rhythm of slicing bread, the gentle sizzle of butter in the pan, the soft whistle of the kettle beginning to heat, all of these familiar sounds felt especially precious on this quiet Christmas morning. While her breakfast cooked, Snow White noticed something unusual. Usually by this time of day, even in winter, she would hear the soft chittering of squirrels, the distant call of winter birds, or the gentle rustle of some small creature moving through the underbrush near her cottage. But this morning, the forest was completely silent, as if every living thing was still fast asleep, wrapped in the peaceful spell of Christmas. She poured herself a cup of chamomile tea, breathing in the sweet, apple-like fragrance that always reminded her of summer meadows. Carrying her warm mug to the window, she gazed out at the transformed landscape. The snow continued to fall in lazy, spiraling patterns, each flake unique and perfect. The familiar path that led from her cottage door to the forest proper had disappeared completely under the pristine white blanket, creating a smooth, unbroken expanse that stretched to the line of evergreen trees. Something about the scene outside filled Snow White with a deep sense of anticipation, though she couldn't quite name what she was expecting. It was as if the forest itself was preparing for something wonderful, some gift or surprise that Christmas morning would bring. She sipped her tea slowly, letting the warm liquid soothe her throat while she watched and waited, feeling perfectly content to be still and observant. After finishing her simple breakfast of toast with honey and apple preserves, Snow White decided to venture outside. She dressed warmly in her thickest woolen dress, the deep burgundy one with tiny pearl buttons that Flick had found for her in the village market. Over this she pulled her heaviest cloak, lined with soft rabbit fur that Glick had cured and prepared with such care that it felt like wearing a cloud. Her sturdy leather boots, waterproofed with beeswax by Snick's skilled hands, completed her preparations for a walk in the winter wonderland. The moment she opened her cottage door, Snow White was greeted by air so crisp and clean it seemed to sparkle in her lungs. The cold was sharp but not harsh, carrying with it the fresh scent of snow and pine needles. She stepped out onto her small covered porch, noting how the snow had piled in soft drifts against the cottage walls and covered the wooden railings in smooth, rounded mounds. Her breath formed small puffs of vapor that dissipated quickly in the still air. The silence was even more profound outside than it had been within the cottage, a complete and perfect quiet that made her feel as if she were the only person awake in the entire world. It was not a lonely feeling, but rather one of special privilege, as if she had been chosen to witness this particular moment of Christmas morning peace. Snow White made her way carefully down the snow-covered steps, her boots crunching softly with each step. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the pristine silence, but it was a pleasant, musical crunch that reminded her of walking on fresh autumn leaves. She paused at the bottom of the steps, looking back at her cottage, with its warm golden windows and the thin curl of smoke rising straight up from the chimney into the perfectly still air. The building looked like something from a fairy tale, she thought with a smile which, she supposed, it rather was. The snow had transformed its familiar lines into something magical, rounding the sharp corners of the roof and softening the edges of the walls, until the whole structure seemed to have grown naturally from the winter landscape itself. Turning toward the forest, Snow White began to walk slowly along what she remembered as the main path, though it was now completely hidden beneath the snow. She navigated by memory and instinct, following the natural contours of the land and the spacing between the trees. Each step took her deeper into a world transformed, where familiar landmarks had become mysterious snow-covered shapes, and the ordinary had been made extraordinary by winter's gentle touch. The evergreen trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with snow that had accumulated in perfect horizontal layers. Occasionally, a small amount would slide off a branch with a soft whisper, creating the only sound in the enchanted stillness. The bare deciduous trees were equally beautiful, their dark branches creating delicate tracework against the pale grey sky, each twig outlined in white as if an artist had carefully painted them with the finest brush. As she walked deeper into the forest, Snow White began to notice something remarkable. Though she had seen no signs of the woodland creatures that usually inhabited this area, she was becoming aware of a subtle sense of presence all around her. It was as if the forest itself was alive and aware, watching her passage with benevolent attention. She felt completely safe and welcomed, as if she were being gently guided along her path by an invisible host of forest spirits. The falling snow began to thin, and gradually the grey clouds overhead started to brighten and separate, revealing patches of the palest blue winter sky. Where the sun managed to break through, it illuminated the snow-covered landscape with a soft, ethereal light that made everything sparkle and gleam. Snow White paused frequently to admire particularly beautiful arrangements of snow-laden branches, or the way the light caught in the ice crystals that had formed on spider webs stretched between the trees. After walking for what felt like a peaceful eternity, Snow White found herself approaching a part of the forest she didn't immediately recognize. This surprised her, as she thought she knew every path and clearing within walking distance of her cottage. But here was a grove of ancient oak trees, their massive trunks rising like cathedral pillars, their bare branches interlacing overhead to form a natural vaulted ceiling high above. The grove was perfectly circular, and in its center grew the most magnificent Christmas tree Snow White had ever seen. It was an enormous pine, easily 3 times taller than herself, with branches that swept gracefully down to touch the snow-covered ground. But what made this tree truly extraordinary was that it appeared to be naturally decorated for Christmas. Clusters of bright red winter berries hung from its branches like ornaments, and wreaths of mistletoe were draped naturally among the pine boughs. Icicles of various lengths hung from the branches like nature's own glass decorations, catching and refracting the filtered sunlight into tiny rainbows. The tree seemed to glow with an inner light, as if it were lit from within by some gentle magic. Snow White approached the tree slowly, filled with wonder and a deep sense of reverence. As she drew closer, she realized that the grove was not as empty as she had first thought. Nestled among the roots of the great oaks, she could see small mounds of snow that moved slightly with the rhythm of breathing. The woodland creatures, squirrels, rabbits, field mice, even a family of deer were all here, sleeping peacefully in the snow as if it were the most comfortable bedding imaginable. She understood then why the forest had been so silent. All of its inhabitants had gathered in this magical grove to rest together on Christmas morning, drawn by the same mysterious pull that had guided her steps here. It was as if the great tree was a beacon of peace and safety, calling all the forest dwellers to come and rest in its protective embrace. Moving as quietly as possible so as not to disturb the sleeping animals, Snow White found a comfortable spot at the base of one of the large oaks. The snow here was deep and soft, and she was surprised to discover that it wasn't cold at all, but rather warm and welcoming, like settling into a feather bed. She leaned back against the tree trunk, which radiated a gentle warmth despite the winter weather. From her position, she had a perfect view of the magnificent Christmas tree and all the peaceful creatures sleeping around its base. The sight filled her heart with such contentment and joy that she felt tears of happiness gathering in her eyes. This was what Christmas was meant to be, she realized, not just a day of celebration and gift-giving, but a time of perfect peace, when all of creation could rest together in harmony. As she sat in comfortable contemplation, Snow White began to notice that the tree was not merely decorated with natural ornaments, but was actually bearing gifts. Hanging from its lower branches, within easy reach, were small packages wrapped in what appeared to be large green leaves and tied with natural grass ribbons. Each package seemed to glow with the same soft inner light as the tree itself. Curious but respectful, Snow White rose carefully and approached the nearest gift. A small tag made from birch bark was attached to it, and written in an elegant script that seemed to have been inscribed by frost itself was her own name. Snow White. She looked around the tree and saw that there were many more packages, each bearing the name of one of the sleeping woodland creatures. With reverent hands, she untied the grass ribbon and carefully unwrapped the leaf covering. Inside was the most beautiful object she had ever seen, a small crystal ornament in the shape of an apple, but unlike any apple from the earthly realm. This fruit was made of what appeared to be living light, shifting and swirling with colors that had no names, not quite silver, not quite gold, but somehow both and neither at the same time. As Snow White held the crystal apple up to catch the filtered sunlight, she realized that it was showing her images, memories, and scenes that filled her with warmth and happiness. She saw herself laughing with the 7 dwarfs around their dinner table, teaching young forest animals to gather berries, singing while she worked in her garden, reading by the fireplace on quiet winter evenings. All the moments of simple joy and contentment from her life played out in the swirling depths of the crystal fruit. But then the images began to show her things she had never seen before, scenes of the future, perhaps, or possibilities that existed in some realm of pure potential. She saw herself in a beautiful gown, dancing at a grand celebration. She saw the cottage expanded into a larger home, filled with the laughter of children. She saw gardens blooming in perpetual spring, and the 7 dwarfs grown old but happy, surrounded by generations of forest dwellers who had come to learn wisdom from them. Most beautiful of all, she saw herself as she was now, but somehow more radiant, more joyful, more at peace. It was as if the crystal was showing her not what she might become, but what she already was in her truest, deepest self. The realization filled her with a profound sense of completion and gratitude. Carefully cradling the precious gift against her heart, Snow White settled back against her oak tree. The crystal apple pulsed gently with warm light, and she found its rhythm perfectly matched her own heartbeat. Around her, the sleeping animals stirred slightly in their dreams, as if they too were receiving wonderful gifts in the realm of sleep. The magical Christmas tree continued to glow softly, its natural ornaments sparkling in the gentle winter light. Snow White realized that she could stay here forever, content and at peace in this perfect moment. Time seemed to have no meaning in this grove. It could have been minutes or hours or even days since she had arrived, and it wouldn't have mattered. The only thing that existed was this eternal now, this perfect present moment filled with wonder and gratitude. As she sat holding her crystal gift, Snow White became aware that the other packages on the tree were beginning to unwrap themselves. The leaf coverings opened like flower petals, revealing gifts perfectly suited to each sleeping recipient. A family of squirrels received tiny acorns made of amber that glowed like captured sunlight. The deer were given delicate crowns woven from silver branches that seemed to be made of crystallized moonbeams. Field mice discovered miniature houses carved from single pearls, each one a perfect replica of a cozy burrow. Every gift was both beautiful and deeply personal, created with intimate knowledge of what would bring the most joy to its intended recipient. Snow White watched in wonder as the gifts floated gently down from the tree branches to settle beside their sleeping owners, who smiled peacefully in their dreams as if they somehow knew what wonderful surprises awaited them upon waking. The falling snow had stopped completely now, and the clouds were continuing to part, allowing more sunlight to filter down into the grove. The light seemed different, somehow softer and more golden than ordinary winter sunshine, with a quality that made everything it touched appear to glow from within. Snow White felt the warmth of this magical light on her face, and it filled her with such deep contentment that she found her eyelids growing heavy. She didn't fight the drowsiness, but instead allowed herself to settle more comfortably against the oak tree, still cradling her crystal apple. The bark of the tree was warm against her back, and she could feel a gentle pulse within it, as if the ancient oak had a great, slow heartbeat that was synchronizing with her own. The rhythm was deeply soothing, like a lullaby without words. As Snow White's eyes drifted closed, she was dimly aware that other figures were entering the grove, not woodland animals, but people. She glimpsed them through her drowsing eyelids. Her 7 dear friends returned early from their mountain journey, their faces glowing with joy and wonder as they discovered the magical Christmas gathering. They moved quietly among the sleeping creatures, their own gifts appearing on the great tree's branches as they approached. She saw Blick receiving a book that seemed to contain all the wisdom of the forest, its pages turning by themselves to reveal knowledge written in living light. Flick was given a small harp that played melodies of pure joy, each note visible as a dancing spark of golden fire. Blick received a pillow made of clouds that would ensure his dreams were always peaceful and restorative. Wick was gifted with a flower that would cure all his seasonal discomforts, its petals releasing a gentle, healing fragrance. Glick received a mirror that showed not his reflection, but his true courage and kindness, radiating confidence and warmth. Snick's gift was a small pot that would never empty, always containing exactly the perfect soup for any occasion. and Qui received a pair of shoes that would never let him stumble, but would always lead him exactly where he needed to go. Even as she sank deeper into peaceful slumber, Snow White was filled with happiness knowing that her friends had found their way to this magical place, that they too would experience the wonder and joy of this perfect Christmas morning. The crystal apple in her arms pulsed gently with warm light, its glow synchronizing with the rhythm of her breathing as she settled into the most restful sleep she had ever known. In her dreams, Snow White found herself dancing in a ballroom made of snowflakes, each one a tiny mirror reflecting infinite possibilities. She waltzed with the winter wind, laughed with the aurora borealis, and sang duets with the stars themselves. All around her, the woodland creatures joined in the celestial celebration, no longer small and earthbound but transformed into beings of light and music who danced on moonbeams and slid down rainbow bridges. The 7 dwarfs were there too, young and old, simultaneously, their beards flowing like rivers of starlight as they played instruments made of crystallized laughter. The music they created was not heard but felt, resonating through every fiber of Snow White's being until she became the music itself, a living song of joy and peace and perfect contentment. Through it all, the great Christmas tree stood at the center of everything, its branches now extending infinitely upward and outward, connecting earth to sky, dream to reality, past to future. Its roots reached down through layers of time and memory, while its crown touched the very heart of creation, and nestled safe within its protective embrace, all of creation rested in perfect harmony. When Snow White finally stirred from her magical slumber, the grove was bathed in the warm, golden light of late afternoon. She had slept through most of Christmas Day, but she felt more rested and refreshed than if she had slept for a week in her own bed. The crystal apple was still warm in her hands, its inner light now steady and calm, like a candle flame that would never go out. Around her, the woodland creatures were beginning to wake as well, each one discovering their Christmas gift with soft sounds of wonder and delight. The squirrels chattered musically as they examined their glowing amber acorns, while the deer stepped gracefully through the snow, their crystal antler crowns catching and reflecting the golden light in magnificent displays. Her 7 friends were seated nearby, each cradling their own magical gifts and wearing expressions of such deep contentment that Snow White felt her heart overflow with love for them. They had clearly experienced their own magical dreams and revelations during their Christmas afternoon rest in the enchanted grove. "Did you see?" whispered Flick, his voice filled with awe. "Did you see the dancing?" "The music," added Blick softly. "I heard music that had colors, and saw colors that had voices." Each of them had experienced the same transcendent dream, the same magical dance of light and music and infinite possibility. They had all been transformed by their rest in the Christmas grove, touched by whatever benevolent magic resided in this place. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in gentle shades of rose and lavender, the woodland creatures gradually dispersed, each carrying their Christmas gift carefully as they returned to their various homes throughout the forest. They moved with a new grace and purpose, as if the magical sleep had renewed not just their bodies, but their very spirits. The 7 dwarfs rose to return to the cottage, but Snow White lingered for a few more moments beside the great Christmas tree. In the fading light, it still glowed softly, though its magical ornaments had disappeared, leaving only the natural beauty of its pine boughs and the gentle scent of evergreen on the evening air. Snow White pressed her hand against its bark in a gesture of gratitude and farewell. The tree felt warm and alive beneath her palm, and for just a moment she thought she heard it whisper her name in a voice like wind through branches, like water over stones, like the distant singing of stars. As she walked home through the snow-covered forest, surrounded by her dear friends and cradling her crystal apple, Snow White felt as if she were carrying Christmas itself in her heart. The magical grove had given her more than a gift. It had shown her that every day held the potential for wonder, that magic existed not in grand gestures but in moments of perfect peace and gratitude. The cottage came into view, its windows glowing warmly in the gathering dusk, smoke rising welcomingly from the chimney. It looked exactly the same as it had that morning, yet somehow Snow White saw it differently now, not just as a house, but as a sanctuary of love and friendship, a place where simple joys flourished and grew. Inside, they prepared a simple Christmas dinner together, sharing stories of their respective journeys and marveling at the gifts they had received. But the greatest gift of all, Snow White realized, was this moment itself, the warmth of the fire, the laughter of friends, the sense of being exactly where she belonged. As Christmas night settled gently over the forest, Snow White placed her crystal apple on the windowsill where it could catch the light of the moon and stars. Its soft glow filled the room with a sense of peace and protection, a reminder that some gifts are not meant to be kept but to be shared, illuminating the lives of all who come near. Outside, snow began to fall again, each flake a tiny blessing drifting down from the starlit sky. And in her comfortable bed, surrounded by the quiet sounds of her sleeping friends and the gentle whisper of winter wind, Snow White drifted off into the most peaceful sleep, her heart full of gratitude for the perfect gift of this Christmas day, the reminder that she was loved, she was safe, and she was home. The Rainy Day Christmas Bakery, a cozy Christmas Eve bedtime story. The rain began just as the afternoon light was fading on Christmas Eve, each droplet catching the last golden rays of winter sun before surrendering to the gathering dusk. It was the kind of rain that spoke in whispers rather than shouts, steady, purposeful, and infinitely patient, as it painted silver streaks down the windows of the small shops that lined Storybook Lane. At the corner of the lane, where the cobblestones curved just so and the lamplight pooled like honey, stood the Rainy Day Christmas Bakery. Tonight, its windows glowed with an especially warm amber light, and the wooden sign that hung above its door swayed gently in the December breeze, creaking a soft, welcoming rhythm that seemed to harmonize perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion. Inside, the bakery was a symphony of Christmas comfort. Cinnamon and nutmeg danced through the air, carried on wisps of steam that rose from cooling loaves of spiced bread. The scent of vanilla bean and brown butter wafted from trays of star-shaped cookies, while somewhere in the back kitchen, the deep, rich aroma of chocolate and peppermint suggested something wonderful was still in the making. The interior of the bakery seemed to have grown organically over many decades of Christmas Eves, each corner telling its own story of warmth and welcome. Exposed wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, draped now with garlands of evergreen and holly berries that released their forest-fresh fragrance with every gentle brush of warm air from the ovens. Mason jars filled with cinnamon sticks and dried orange peels lined the windowsills, while strings of tiny white lights wound around the baker's shelves like captured starlight. In the front of the shop, mismatched chairs and small round tables created intimate conversations, nooks, each one positioned to catch both the firelight from the stone hearth and the peaceful view of the rain-washed street beyond. The fireplace itself was a masterpiece of cozy architecture, built from river stones worn smooth by time, with a mantelpiece that held an Advent wreath whose candles flickered softly, casting dancing shadows that made the whole bakery feel alive with gentle magic. Behind the curved glass case that displayed the evening's offerings, the mysterious baker moved with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that the perfect Christmas treat was as much about timing and intuition as it was about flour and sugar. Tonight, the case held treasures that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Miniature Christmas puddings topped with crystallized ginger, delicate mince pies with lattice crusts that looked like lacework, and something new, small, round Christmas cakes decorated with marzipan holly leaves and berries that appeared almost too beautiful to eat. But perhaps most enchanting of all was the way the bakery seemed to listen. As the rain intensified against the windows, creating a lullaby of liquid music, the interior grew even more welcoming, as if the building itself were opening its arms wider to anyone who might need shelter from the storm. And tonight, on this most magical of Christmas Eves, those arms would indeed be filled. The door chime gave its first gentle announcement of the evening just as the church bells in the distance were striking 7 o'clock. A gust of cool, rain-sweetened air swept into the bakery, carrying with it the scent of wet wool and the unmistakable presence of someone who had travelled far. Ebenezer Scrooge stepped carefully over the threshold, shaking droplets from his dark coat and pausing for a moment to let his eyes adjust to the warm golden light. But this was not the bitter, hunched figure from Christmas past. This was Scrooge transformed, his face soft with the kind of contentment that comes from years of practicing kindness, his silver hair neatly combed, and his eyes bright with the anticipation of small pleasures. "My word," he murmured to himself, breathing in the intoxicating blend of spices and sweetness that enveloped him like a welcoming embrace. What a perfect evening this has become. The baker, glimpsed only as a gentle movement in the kitchen's shadows, seemed to sense his arrival immediately. Within moments, a steaming cup appeared on the counter, not just any cup, but Scrooge's cup, the one that somehow always materialized in this magical place. It was filled with mulled wine that had been simmered with oranges and cloves until it tasted like Christmas itself, rich and warming and touched with just enough sweetness to remind him of the boy he had once been, long ago, when Christmas mornings had held infinite possibility. Scrooge chose a table near the fire, settling into a chair that seemed to have been waiting specifically for him. As he wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic mug, he found himself watching the rain trace lazy patterns down the window glass, each droplet catching the reflected firelight like tiny amber jewels. For a man who had once counted every penny with miserly precision, he had learned to count these moments instead, moments of pure, uncomplicated peace that required nothing from him except the willingness to receive them. The door chimed again, and this time it admitted a figure who seemed to bring a touch of eternal spring with her despite the December storm outside. Jo March burst through the doorway with characteristic enthusiasm, her dark hair escaping from beneath a wool cap that had clearly seen many adventures. Her cheeks were flushed pink from the cold rain, and her eyes sparkled with the kind of irrepressible joy that no amount of weather could dampen. "Oh, how perfectly wonderful!" Jo exclaimed, pulling off her damp gloves and looking around the bakery with the appreciative gaze of someone who understood beautiful things. "I was just walking past, trying to think of the perfect ending for my Christmas story, when the most delicious smell drew me in like a magnet. And look," she gestured toward Scrooge with delight, "I'm not the only one who couldn't resist." Scrooge raised his mug in a gentle salute. "Miss March, if I'm not mistaken, your reputation as a writer of considerable talent precedes you. Please, won't you join me by the fire? The rain shows no signs of stopping, and there's something magical about spending Christmas Eve in good company." Jo needed no further invitation. She claimed the chair across from Scrooge just as the baker, still mysteriously unseen, but somehow perfectly attuned to each visitor's needs, presented her with a plate that made her gasp with delight. Upon it sat a slice of gingerbread that was clearly no ordinary confection. This was gingerbread elevated to art, dense and moist and fragrant with just the right balance of spices, topped with a drizzle of lemon glaze that had been decorated with tiny sugared rosemary sprigs that looked like miniature Christmas trees. "This is exactly what I needed," Jo said, taking her first bite and closing her eyes to savor the complex warmth of flavors. "I've been wrestling with this story all day. It's about a family gathering for Christmas, and I couldn't quite capture the feeling I wanted. But sitting here, tasting this..." She opened her eyes and smiled at Scrooge. "Sometimes inspiration comes from the most unexpected places, doesn't it?" "Indeed it does," Scrooge agreed warmly. "I find that the best stories, whether we're living them or writing them, often begin with simply saying yes to an open door and a warm fire." As they talked, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and the fire crackled companionably in the hearth. The bakery seemed to exhale contentment, its very walls absorbing the quiet conversation and the soft sounds of satisfied customers enjoying perfectly crafted treats. Somewhere in the back, ovens hummed their quiet song, and the mysterious baker continued the ancient dance of flour and fire that had been creating comfort for hungry souls since the beginning of time. The evening was still young when the door opened a third time, admitting a figure who seemed to carry winter itself in the folds of his fur-trimmed coat. Captain Ahab stepped inside, his weathered face immediately softening as the bakery's warmth began to chase away the chill that seemed to live permanently in his bones. But tonight there was no wildness in his eyes, no obsessive hunger for the hunt. Instead, he looked like what he truly was beneath all the mythology, a man who had spent too many years chasing horizons and was grateful, finally, to find himself somewhere that felt like home. "Ah," he said quietly, his deep voice carrying none of the storm and fury that had once defined him, "a harbor worth seeking." He removed his coat with deliberate care, hanging it on one of the wooden pegs by the door, and turned to survey the scene before him. Jo looked up from her conversation with Scrooge and waved him over with characteristic warmth. "Please, join us. There's plenty of room by the fire, and the company is excellent." Ahab approached their table with the measured gait of someone who had learned to savor solid ground beneath his feet. "That's very kind, miss. I confess, I've been walking these streets for hours, thinking about Christmas and the way it makes even old sea dogs like myself long for the comfort of a proper hearth." Scrooge gestured to an empty chair. "Captain, isn't it? I believe I've heard tales of your adventures. Please, sit with us. There's something about Christmas Eve that makes strangers into friends faster than you might expect." As Ahab settled into his chair, the baker's invisible presence made itself known once again. This time, the offering was a bowl of bread pudding that seemed to have been crafted specifically for a man who had spent decades dreaming of home. It was made with thick slices of brioche that had been soaked in cream, scented with vanilla and a touch of rum, then baked until golden and served warm with a dollop of something that might have been clotted cream mixed with honey and crushed walnuts. Ahab took his first spoonful and actually sighed a sound so unlike his legendary roars of defiance that it seemed to surprise even him. "By all the saints," he murmured, "this tastes like every Christmas I missed while chasing monsters across the world's oceans." "The beautiful thing about Christmas," Jo said gently, "is that it doesn't matter how many you've missed. Each one is complete in itself, ready to give you everything you need in that moment." "Wise words from someone so young," Ahab replied, but his tone was fond rather than condescending. "I spent so many years thinking that peace was something I had to hunt down and capture. It never occurred to me that it might be something that would simply appear when I was ready to receive it." Their conversation was interrupted by another chime from the door, this one admitting a figure who seemed to bring a touch of the Arabian Nights with him, despite the December storm outside. Sinbad the sailor stepped into the bakery, shaking raindrops from his cloak and pausing to appreciate the incredible warmth and fragrance that enveloped him immediately. "My friends," he said, his voice carrying the musical accent of someone who had learned languages in a dozen different ports, "I believe I have discovered treasure beyond counting." "Indeed you have," Scrooge called out. "Won't you join our little company? It seems the rain has brought together quite an interesting collection of travellers tonight." Sinbad's eyes lit up with the delight of someone who had never met a story he didn't want to hear or a friendship he wasn't willing to explore. He made his way to their expanding circle just as the baker, anticipating his needs with the same mysterious precision shown to each visitor, presented him with a cup of spiced coffee that had been prepared with cardamom and cinnamon, topped with a foam that had been dusted with what looked like powdered gold. Alongside the coffee appeared a small plate of baklava, each diamond-shaped piece constructed from layers of filo pastry so delicate they seemed to have been woven from silk and dreams. The filling was a mixture of pistachios and honey that had been perfumed with rose water, and each bite released flavors that spoke of distant markets and moonlit gardens, and the kind of sweetness that made ordinary moments feel like discoveries. "This," Sinbad declared after his first sip of coffee and bite of pastry, "is why I have spent my life traveling, not for the gold or the glory, but for moments like these when you find yourself somewhere completely unexpected, surrounded by people who were strangers just moments ago, tasting something so perfect it makes you believe in magic all over again." "You speak like a true writer," Joe said admiringly. "Have you ever considered putting your adventures down on paper?" Sinbad laughed, a rich sound that seemed to add warmth to the already cozy atmosphere. "My dear young lady, I have been telling stories for so long that sometimes I'm not sure which parts are memories and which parts are the dreams that stories become when they've been told often enough." "The best stories," Ahab said thoughtfully, "are the ones that become more true each time we tell them, not less." And so the four of them settled into the kind of conversation that seems to happen naturally when people find themselves in exactly the right place at exactly the right time, with exactly the right food to nourish both body and soul. As the clock on the bakery wall approached 8 o'clock, the rain had settled into a steady, hypnotic rhythm that seemed to wrap the entire building in a cocoon of liquid music. The fire had burned down to glowing coals that pulsed with gentle warmth, and the conversation at the table near the hearth had evolved into the comfortable, meandering sort of talk that happens when people feel completely at ease with each other and the world. The door chimed once more, this time admitting a woman whose presence seemed to fill the bakery with an almost maternal warmth. Mrs. Rachel Lynde from Green Gables stepped inside, shaking droplets from her practical wool coat and adjusting the silk scarf that protected her silver hair from the dampness. She moved with the brisk efficiency of someone accustomed to organizing Christmas dinners for large families, but her eyes held the soft satisfaction of someone who had just finished wrapping the last gift and was finally ready to enjoy the evening. "Well, I never," she said, taking in the scene before her with obvious appreciation. "What a perfectly lovely place to wait out a storm." Jo immediately bounced up from her chair. "Mrs. Lynde, oh, how wonderful to see you. Please, come join us. We've been having the most marvelous conversation about stories and travels and the magic of unexpected encounters." Mrs. Lynde's face brightened with recognition and genuine pleasure. "Miss March, how delightful. And what distinguished gentlemen you've gathered around this fire." She nodded politely to Scrooge, Ahab, and Sinbad, each of whom rose gallantly to greet her properly. As she settled into the chair that Sinbad quickly fetched from a nearby table, the mysterious baker's presence made itself known through the appearance of a tea service that was clearly designed for someone who understood the art of proper hospitality. The teapot was white porcelain painted with delicate winter roses, and it steamed with what smelled like Earl Grey that had been enhanced with bergamot and just a touch of lavender. Alongside it appeared a three-tiered serving stand filled with an assortment of delicate treats, cucumber sandwiches with the crusts removed, scones still warm from the oven and accompanied by small pots of clotted cream and strawberry jam, and an array of petit fours decorated with tiny marzipan snowflakes. "Oh my," Mrs. Lind breathed. "This is far more elegant than anything I might have expected to find on a stormy Christmas Eve. How thoughtful of whoever runs this place to understand that sometimes a person simply needs to be properly looked after. We've been trying to figure that out ourselves," Ahab said with amusement. "Our host seems to have an almost supernatural ability to know exactly what each of us needs before we know it ourselves." "Perhaps," Scrooge suggested gently, "the real magic isn't in knowing what we need, but in creating a space where we feel safe enough to discover it for ourselves." Mrs. Lind poured tea for everyone who wanted it, and they fell into a comfortable rhythm of shared stories and gentle laughter. She told them about Anne's latest literary ambitions and Diana's recent engagement, while Jo shared updates from her writing career and her sister's various adventures. Sinbad regaled them with tales of distant ports and exotic spices, while Ahab spoke quietly about the peace he had found in finally understanding that some journeys end not with conquest but with acceptance. The conversation was interrupted by another arrival, this one so quiet that they almost missed it entirely. The door had opened and closed with barely a whisper, and suddenly a young woman was standing just inside the entrance, looking around with the wide-eyed wonder of someone who had stumbled into a fairy tale. Elizabeth Bennet stood there, her travelling dress slightly dampened by the rain, but her spirits clearly undaunted by the weather. She had the kind of beauty that came not from perfect features but from intelligence and wit, and the confidence that comes from knowing exactly who you are and being perfectly content with that knowledge. "I beg your pardon," she said, her voice carrying the musical cadences of someone who had been raised on clever conversation and good books, "but I seem to have lost my way in this storm. I was attempting to reach my aunt's house for Christmas dinner tomorrow, but the rain has made travel rather more challenging than I anticipated." "My dear Mrs. Lind exclaimed, immediately rising from her chair, "you must come and sit by the fire at once. There's plenty of room, and you simply cannot travel any farther in weather like this." Elizabeth's face lit up with grateful relief. "You're very kind. I confess, when I saw the lights in this window, I felt drawn to them like a moth to flame. There's something so welcoming about this place." As she joined their expanding circle, the baker's mysterious attentiveness manifested once again in the form of a delicate china cup filled with hot chocolate that had been prepared with real cream, and a touch of cinnamon, topped with a small mountain of freshly whipped cream and a sprinkle of chocolate shavings that had been curled into perfect spirals. Beside the cup appeared a small plate holding what could only be described as the world's most perfect Christmas cookie, a gingerbread figure decorated with royal icing and tiny silver dragées that caught the firelight like stars. "This is extraordinary," Elizabeth said after her first sip of chocolate. "I feel as though I've stepped into one of those stories where weary travelers find magical hospitality on cold winter nights." "Perhaps you have," Joe said with a grin. "We've all been marveling at how this place seems to know exactly what we need before we even realize we need it ourselves." "There's something to be said," Scrooge observed thoughtfully, "for places that understand the art of true hospitality, not the kind that seeks to impress, but the kind that seeks to comfort." The rain had taken on an even more soothing quality as the evening deepened, its steady percussion creating a sense of complete enclosure that made the bakery feel like the coziest room in the world. The fire had settled into a steady glow, casting dancing shadows that made everyone's faces look warm and content, and the conversation had evolved into the kind of gentle, meandering exchange that happens when people feel completely at peace with themselves and each other. It was nearly 9 o'clock when the door chimed one final time, admitting a figure who seemed to carry an aura of philosophical calm with him despite his obviously long journey through the storm. Robinson Crusoe stepped carefully over the threshold, his practical travelling clothes thoroughly soaked, but his expression one of quiet satisfaction rather than complaint. "Good evening, fellow travellers," he said, his voice carrying the measured cadences of someone who had learned to find contentment in solitude, but had never lost his appreciation for good company. "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but when a man has been walking in weather like this, the sight of warm light and the promise of shelter becomes irresistible." "There's no need to apologize," Elizabeth said warmly, gesturing toward the remaining empty chair that seemed to have been waiting specifically for this moment. "We've all found ourselves drawn to this magical place tonight, and I think we're beginning to understand that there are no accidents in stories like these." As Crusoe settled into his chair and accepted the towel that mysteriously appeared to help him dry his hair, he looked around the circle with obvious appreciation. What a remarkable gathering, this island! If someone had told me this morning that I would be spending Christmas Eve in the company of such distinguished fellow adventurers, I would have accused them of indulging in fantasy. The baker's invisible presence manifested once again, this time in the form of a bowl of soup that seemed designed specifically for someone who had spent years learning to appreciate simple, nourishing meals. It was a rich vegetable broth filled with root vegetables and herbs, accompanied by a thick slice of sourdough bread that had been toasted and brushed with butter, infused with garlic and rosemary. The soup steamed invitingly, filling the air around their table with the comforting aroma of home-cooked warmth. "This," Crusoe said after his first spoonful, "reminds me of the first proper meal I was able to prepare for myself, after months of surviving on whatever I could forage. There's something about food that has been prepared with care and attention that nourishes far more than just the body." You speak like someone who has learned to find contentment in simple things, Mrs. Lynde observed approvingly. That's a wisdom that many people spend their whole lives trying to discover. Solitude teaches you many lessons, Crusoe replied thoughtfully, but perhaps the most important one is how to appreciate the company of good people when you're fortunate enough to find it. The conversation that followed was unlike anything any of them might have expected when they first ventured out into the storm that evening. Here were 7 people from vastly different walks of life, each with their own stories of adventure, hardship, and discovery, and yet they found themselves talking as easily as old friends who had been gathering for Christmas Eve dinners for decades. Jo told them about her latest novel and the challenges of creating characters who felt real enough to surprise even their creator. Elizabeth shared observations about human nature that she had gleaned from her years of navigating social expectations while remaining true to her own principles. Mrs. Lynde dispensed gentle wisdom about the art of creating homes where people felt genuinely welcome, while Scrooge spoke quietly about the transformation that comes from learning to see generosity as a privilege rather than a burden. Sinbad regaled them with tales of distant lands and exotic customs, but also spoke movingly about the moment he realized that the greatest treasure wasn't gold or jewels, but the ability to appreciate beauty wherever you found it. Ahab talked about the peace that comes from finally understanding that some battles are won not through conquest but through surrender, while Crusoe shared insights about the difference between being alone and being lonely. As their conversation continued, something magical began to happen in the bakery around them. The lights seemed to grow warmer, the fire more welcoming, and even the sound of the rain took on an increasingly musical quality. It was as if their gathering had awakened something sleeping in the very walls of the place, some ancient understanding of what it meant to create true sanctuary for weary souls on cold winter nights. The mysterious baker, still unseen but increasingly present in their awareness, began to bring out additional treats that seemed designed not for individual consumption but for sharing. A large platter of Christmas stollen appeared on their table, each slice dense with fruit and nuts, and dusted with powdered sugar like fresh snow. Alongside it came a bowl of mulled cider that steamed with cinnamon and star anise, and a selection of Christmas chocolates that had been crafted into tiny works of art, each one shaped like a miniature ornament and decorated with gold leaf that caught the firelight like captured stars. As the clock struck 10 and the storm outside settled into its gentlest rhythm yet, the 7 gathered friends found themselves sharing the kind of meal that transcends mere sustenance and becomes something approaching communion. Each treat that appeared seemed designed not just to nourish their bodies but to feed their souls, and the conversation had evolved into something that felt both intimate and timeless. They talked about Christmases past and future, about the books that had changed their lives, about the moments of beauty that had sustained them through their darkest hours. Jo shared her theory that every story worth telling was really about people learning to love each other better, while Elizabeth argued with characteristic wit that the best stories were about people learning to love themselves enough to demand better from the world. Mrs. Lynde shared how watching Anne's transformation taught her that hope is a daily spiritual practice. Scrooge spoke of the Christmas morning. He learned that generosity is about discovering you have more to give than you ever thought. Sinbad shared how sunsets taught him that beauty is the universe's way of reminding people they are loved. Ahab quietly talked about the morning he stopped searching for battle and learned to appreciate the solid ground beneath his feet. Crusoe reflected on how solitude taught him both to treasure his own company and to intensely value human connection. As they talked, the bakery worked its gentle magic. The fire settled into a hypnotic glow, and the rain created a soothing rhythm. The baker continued to anticipate their needs with perfect precision. A pot of chamomile tea with local honey appeared, followed by star-shaped shortbread cookies with crystallized ginger. Finally, for a touch of festive magic, individual servings of rich Christmas pudding, each topped with a sparkling sugar-dipped sprig of holly, completed the evening's offerings. "I find myself wondering," Elizabeth said as she savored a spoonful of pudding, "whether this evening is really happening, or whether I'm dreaming in some inn somewhere, waiting for the storm to pass." "Does it matter?" Crusoe asked gently. "Whether we're dreaming or awake, we're experiencing something beautiful together. Isn't that enough?" "He's right," Jo said, looking around the table at her new friends with obvious affection. "This is the kind of evening I've been trying to write about my whole life, where people who might never have met under ordinary circumstances discover that they have everything important in common." "What we have in common," Scrooge observed thoughtfully, "is that we've all learned to appreciate sanctuary when we find it. Not everyone knows how to receive hospitality when it's offered." "And perhaps," Mrs. Lynde added with a gentle smile, "that's the real magic of places like this. They don't create miracles, they simply provide a space where the miracles that are always trying to happen can finally find room to unfold." As if in response to her words, the bakery seemed to exhale contentment around them. The lights dimmed slightly, not toward darkness, but toward the kind of warm golden glow that made everything look soft and precious. The fire settled into coals that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat, and even the rain seemed to soften its percussion until it sounded less like weather and more like music. The evening had reached that perfect point of completion where no one wanted it to end, but everyone understood that its beauty lay partly in its transience. The clock on the wall showed nearly 11, and through the rain-washed windows they could see that the storm was beginning to gentle itself toward the kind of soft, steady precipitation that promised to continue peacefully through the night. The mysterious baker made one final appearance, not in person, for they never did see their host clearly, but in the form of a gift that seemed designed specifically for this gathering of literary souls. On each of their places appeared a small leather-bound book, not old books, but new ones that somehow felt as though they had been crafted specifically for this moment, this evening, this particular collection of people. When they opened the books, they found something extraordinary. The first few pages contained the story of this very evening, written in elegant script, that seemed to capture not just the events but the feeling of their gathering, the warmth, the contentment, the sense of having discovered something precious and unexpected. But the rest of the pages were blank, waiting to be filled. "How remarkable," whispered Elizabeth, running her fingers over the smooth paper. "It's as though someone knew we would want to remember this evening forever." "More than that," Jo said, her writer's eye immediately understanding the gift they had been given. "It's as though someone knew we would want to continue the story. These aren't just keepsakes, they're invitations." Ahab nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "A reminder that every ending is also a beginning, if we're wise enough to see it that way." They sat quietly for a few moments, each of them holding their book and contemplating the perfect rightness of the gift. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, and inside, the fire cast its warm light over 7 faces that reflected the kind of deep satisfaction that comes from an evening spent exactly as it should be spent. "I suppose," Crusoe said finally, "we should think about making our way back into the world. But I find myself reluctant to break this spell." "Perhaps that's the point," Scrooge suggested gently, "not to break the spell, but to carry it with us. To remember that evenings like this are always possible, if we remain open to the magic of unexpected hospitality." Mrs. Lynde began to gather her things with the practiced efficiency of someone who had organized many family gatherings, but her movements were unhurried, as though she too understood that some moments deserved to be savored rather than rushed. "I think," she said, "this is what Christmas is really about. Not the presents or the ceremonies, but the discovery that strangers can become friends over shared food and honest conversation. And stories," Jo added, holding up her new book. "Stories that remind us that our own adventures are worth recording, worth sharing, worth celebrating." One by one they left the bakery, reluctant to leave a party that had been so unexpectedly wonderful. They helped each other with coats, and one, Sinbad, offered to walk another, Mrs. Lynde, home. Before stepping back into the rain, they took one last look around, grateful for the unexpected gift. Elizabeth thanked their unseen host, for the food, for the warmth, but most of all, for the understanding that sometimes what people need most is simply a place where they can discover how much they have in common with strangers. A warm draught seemed to acknowledge her gratitude as the last of them left. The bakery settled into solitude. The fire burned low, the lights glowed warmly, and the lingering scent of baking filled the air. On the table 7 teacups and crumbs remained, along with the invisible warmth of shared conversation. The memory of the evening would change them forever. Outside, the storm calmed, promising a peaceful Christmas morning. 7 people went to sleep, with hearts full of gratitude, each clutching a blank leather-bound book. They fell asleep, wondering what stories they would write, tales of finding magic and belonging with strangers, and of discovering they were not alone. The ovens in the bakery rested quietly, ready to begin their work again tomorrow. The rain, now a gentle lullaby, sang the world toward sleep, a reminder that on a stormy Christmas Eve, magic is always possible. Floating to sleep on a dragon's wing, a cozy Christmas dream, a Zen sleep story. The path up the mountain had grown quiet under the weight of fresh snow. Each footstep made a soft whispering sound, like the pages of an old book turning in an empty library. The monk walked slowly, her walking stick finding purchase in the white blanket that had transformed the familiar trail into something dreamlike and new. Above, through the bare branches of winter plum trees, the moon hung full and luminous, its light turning the snowflakes into tiny stars that drifted down through the darkness with infinite patience. She had been walking for many hours, though time felt different on this night. It was Christmas Eve, a festival she had learned about from travelers who passed through the village below, and something in the air felt suspended, as though the world itself was holding its breath between one moment and the next. The temple she sought was still another hour's climb, nestled in a grove of ancient cedars that stood like silent guardians around a natural hot spring. She had visited many times before, but never in winter, never when snow transformed everything into softness and shadow. The cold was gentle rather than harsh. It touched her cheeks with curious fingers, made her breath visible in small clouds that dissipated into the moonlit air. She wore her warmest robes, layer upon layer of homespun cotton dyed the color of chestnuts, and over her shoulders a cape of thick wool that a farmer's wife had given her the previous autumn. Her feet were wrapped in cloth and straw sandals, and though the snow was cold, the walking kept her warm enough. Besides, she had learned long ago that resistance to cold only made it feel colder, while acceptance allowed the body to find its own warmth from within. As she climbed higher, the trees grew denser, their branches heavy with snow that occasionally released in soft cascades, falling with whispers and sighs. The forest smelled of pine and winter earth, of wood smoke from distant hearths, and underneath it all, something else, something green and ancient, that spoke of the life sleeping beneath the frozen ground, waiting for spring with the same infinite patience as the falling snow. The path curved around a large boulder, its surface painted white by the storm, and there, just ahead, she could see the first torii gate that marked the temple grounds. It was a simple structure of weathered wood, standing like an invitation between one world and another. She paused beneath it, bowing slightly as was her custom, and felt something shift in the air. The quality of silence deepened, even the wind seemed to hold itself still. Beyond the gate, stone lanterns lined the path, each one wearing a perfect cap of snow that glowed luminous in the moonlight. The monk walked between them slowly, her footsteps the only sound, until she reached the main courtyard of the temple. The buildings were dark and peaceful, their paper windows softly lit from within by what must have been a single candle or ember. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thin stream, carrying the scent of cypress wood and something sweeter, perhaps incense or tea being prepared for a solitary vigil. But it was not the temple building that caught her attention and held it completely. It was the dragon. It lay curled in the center of the courtyard, around the base of an enormous pine tree whose branches spread like a canopy above. The dragon was vast, its body forming a perfect circle, perhaps 20 paces across, and yet there was nothing frightening about its presence. It slept with the stillness of mountains, its great scaled sides rising and falling in a rhythm so slow and deep that at first she thought it might be part of the landscape itself, some strange formation of snow-covered stones that only resembled a creature from legend. But no, as she stood perfectly still, watching, she could see the slight flutter of its nostrils with each breath, see the way moonlight caught on scales that were not white with snow, but were themselves the color of fresh snow, opalescent and pure, shading to pale blue in the shadows, to silver where the moon touched most directly. The dragon's wings were folded along its sides like great sails at rest, and its long tail curved around to nearly touch its nose, completing the circle of its sleeping form. The monk felt her own breathing synchronize with the dragon's breath, felt her heart beat slow to match that ancient rhythm. There was no fear in her, only a deep sense of recognition, as though she had been walking toward this moment all her life without knowing it. She moved forward slowly, her feet finding their way across the snowy courtyard without conscious thought, until she stood at the edge of the dragon's coiled form. Up close, she could see individual scales, each one the size of her palm, overlapping like roof tiles or fallen leaves. They seemed to glow with their own faint light, as though the dragon carried moonlight within its body and let it shine through slowly, gradually, like water seeping through stone. The spaces between scales showed glimpses of skin that looked softer than the scales themselves, pale and smooth as silk. Steam rose gently from the dragon's body, creating small wisps of mist that drifted upward through the cold air. The creature radiated warmth the way a banked fire does, not blazing but constant, deep, sustaining. Without thinking, without planning, the monk found herself removing her pack and setting it quietly on the ground. She unwound her outer cape and folded it carefully, setting it aside. Then, moving with the slow certainty of someone in a dream, she approached the curve where the dragon's wing met its side. There, in the angle formed by wing and body, was a space that looked almost deliberately created for resting. The wing created a gentle slope, its membrane soft and supple despite being folded, and the scales along the dragon's side formed a surface that, while not soft, seemed somehow welcoming. The warmth rising from the dragon's body was like a hearth fire, like sunlight on stones, like every comfort she had ever known. The monk sat down slowly, then lay back against the dragon's wing. The membrane held her weight with ease, supporting her like a firm cushion, and the warmth surrounded her immediately, soaking through her robes and into her bones. She let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding, and felt her entire body begin to relax in ways it hadn't relaxed in months, perhaps years. The dragon's slow breathing became her own breathing. The dragon's warmth became her own warmth. She was separate and yet not separate, resting against something vast and ancient, while also somehow resting against her own true nature. Above her, through the branches of the pine tree, Stars began to emerge as the clouds cleared. They were bright and distant and completely indifferent to her presence, shining with the same light they had shone with for countless ages, the same light they would shine with long after she was gone. The thought was not sad but comforting. There was something deeply peaceful about being a small part of something so vast, so ongoing. Time passed, though she couldn't have said how much time. The moon moved across the sky with its own patient pace. Snow continued to fall, but lighter now, just a few flakes drifting down like thoughts releasing themselves without effort. She was aware of the temple buildings nearby, of candlelight still glowing in one window, of smoke still rising from the chimney. Somewhere inside, perhaps, a monk or nun sat in meditation tending the fire, keeping vigil through this longest night. The dragon breathed, she breathed. The pine tree stood in its stillness, older than memory. The mountain held them all, patient and unmoving, wearing its mantle of snow the way it had worn stone for countless centuries. Gradually, she became aware that she was not quite alone in her wakefulness. From the temple building, a door slid open with barely a whisper. An old nun emerged, moving with the careful grace of someone who has lived many winters in mountains. She wore robes of dark grey, and her head was wrapped in white cloth against the cold. She carried a small brazier in one hand, its coals glowing softly, and in the other hand a simple clay teapot. The nun approached the dragon without surprise, without hurry. She walked around the great coiled form as one might walk around a familiar piece of furniture, and came to where the monk lay resting against the dragon's wing. The old nun's face was lined with years, but her eyes were bright and knowing. She smiled slightly, set down the brazier, and arranged herself sitting in the snow with the ease of someone who no longer found discomfort uncomfortable. "Tea?" the old nun asked, her voice barely above a whisper, soft as snowfall. The monk nodded, finding she could not quite speak yet, and the nun poured from the pot into a single small cup. She handed it to the monk, who took it gratefully, feeling the warmth of the clay against her palms. The tea was simple green tea, but it tasted of mountains and mist, of all the places water travels before becoming rain, before becoming rivers, before being gathered and steeped and offered as a gesture of welcome. They sat in silence for a long moment, the two monks and the sleeping dragon, while the moon continued its patient journey across the winter sky. Finally, the old nun spoke again, still in that whisper that was barely sound. "She comes every year on this night," she said, gesturing slightly toward the dragon. "She has been coming for longer than the temple has stood here, longer than the pine tree has grown. She comes on the longest night to sleep in the place where the earth's warmth rises through the stones, where the spring feeds into the pool behind the temple. She comes to remember what it is to rest completely." The monk sipped her tea and listened. The old nun continued, her words coming slowly with pauses like the spaces between snowflakes. "I used to wonder why a dragon would need to rest. Dragons are beings of such power, such ancient knowledge. What tiredness could they know?" The old nun smiled slightly, looking at the dragon with something like affection. "But that was when I still thought Rest was something we did only when we were tired. Now I understand that rest is not a response to exhaustion. Rest is a practice. Rest is a returning to what we are when we are not trying to be anything at all. The moon emerged fully from behind a cloud, and its light fell across the courtyard with renewed brightness, catching on the snow, on the dragon's scales, on the thin steam rising from the tea. The dragon teaches this, the old nun said. She does not sleep because she must. She sleeps because sleep is one of the great truths, as essential as waking. She rests not as a pause before action, but as an action itself, complete and whole. And in her resting she reminds us that the universe itself is always both resting and acting at once. The stars rest in their shining, the snow rests in its falling, the mountain rests in its standing. The monk felt the truth of these words settle into her like the warmth from the dragon's body, like the tea warming her from within. She had walked so far, for so many years, thinking that movement was what mattered, that seeking was the path itself. But here, resting against the dragon's wing, she understood that sometimes the path was also stopping. Sometimes seeking meant allowing yourself to be found. You may rest here as long as you wish, the old nun said, beginning to rise with slow care from her seat in the snow. The dragon does not mind sharing her warmth. In truth, I think she prefers company, though she would never ask for it. When morning comes and she wakes, she will be pleased to find she has been a bed for a weary traveler. Dragons are proud creatures, but their pride is not the pride of appearance. It is the pride of purpose fulfilled. And what higher purpose than to offer comfort on a cold night? The old nun gathered her teapot and brazier, but left the cup for the monk to finish. She bowed slightly, the gesture including both the monk and the dragon, and then turned to make her way back to the temple building. The door slid shut behind her with barely a sound, and once again there was only silence, only the slow breathing of the dragon, only the falling snow. The monk finished her tea slowly, letting each sip warm her throat, then set the cup aside in the snow where it would be easy to find in the morning. She settled back more fully against the dragon's wing, adjusting her position slightly until she found the perfect spot where the wing's support met the warmth rising from the dragon's body, where her head could rest comfortably and her legs could stretch out, where everything was exactly as it needed to be. She thought about the old nun's words, rest as practice, rest as truth. She thought about all the years she had spent walking, seeking, searching for something she couldn't quite name. Peace, perhaps. Understanding, enlightenment, the usual things seekers sought. But what if the seeking itself was a kind of resistance? What if peace was not something to find, but something to allow? What if enlightenment was not a destination, but a way of being that included rest as much as effort, sleep as much as waking? The dragon's breathing continued, slow and steady, like waves on a distant shore. The monk felt her own breath slowing further, deepening, becoming part of that same rhythm. Her body grew heavy in the most pleasant way, as though she were slowly being transformed into something more solid, more real. The boundaries between herself and the dragon began to blur slightly. Where did her warmth end and the dragon's begin? Where did the dragon's breathing separate from her own? A single snowflake landed on her nose, cold and perfect, and melted almost immediately. More snowflakes followed, but they seemed to fall more slowly now, as though time itself was learning to rest. The stars above had multiplied, filling every space between the pine branches with their patient light. The moon was so bright it cast shadows, blue-grey shadows that made the whole world look like it had been painted in shades of silver and pearl. The monk's eyes grew heavy. She did not fight it. There was no reason to fight it. Sleep was coming the way spring comes, inevitable and welcome, and she could feel it approaching like a friend she had not seen in a long time. Her last waking thoughts were not thoughts at all, but impressions, feelings, sensory whispers, the warmth of the dragon, the softness of falling snow, the distant sound of water moving beneath ice, the smell of pine and cedar and winter earth. And then she was dreaming, though the dream felt more like a deepening of where she already was, rather than a departure into somewhere else. In the dream, she was still resting against the dragon's wing, but now the dragon's eyes were open, regarding her with ancient kindness. The dragon's eyes were the color of morning sky, pale blue shading to gold at the edges, and they held depths that seemed to contain entire worlds. "You carry so much," the dragon said, though its mouth did not move. The words simply appeared in her mind, like ripples appearing on still water. "You carry questions like stones in your pockets. You carry searching like a yoke across your shoulders. But here, now, you can set it all down. The questions will still be there in the morning if you need them. The searching will wait for you. But for now, just rest. Just be a warm creature on a cold night, safely held, needing nothing, seeking nothing, simply breathing." In the dream, the monk felt something release inside her chest, something she had been holding tight for so long she had forgotten it was not a natural part of her body. It felt like a fist unclenching, like ice melting, like morning mist burning away in sunlight, and with that release came a feeling she could only describe as vastness. She was vast. She was as vast as the dragon, as vast as the mountain, as vast as the space between stars. And at the same time she was perfectly small, perfectly contained, a single point of consciousness held gently in the palm of something much larger than herself. "This is what I remember," the dragon continued. "When I come here each year to sleep, I remember that even dragons must rest, even mountains erode, even stars burn out eventually. Everything that rises falls, everything that gathers scatters, everything that begins will end. And this is not sad, this is not loss. This is simply how things are, and how things are is perfect in its impermanence. The snow falls, knowing it will melt. The moon wanes, knowing it will wax again. And I sleep knowing I will wake, but treasuring the sleeping itself, not as preparation for waking, but as its own complete and perfect thing." The dream deepened further, until the monk could no longer tell the difference between dreaming and sleeping, between sleeping and resting, between resting and simply being. She was aware, dimly, of her body against the dragon's wing, of warmth and cold, of breath moving in and out. But these sensations seemed distant now, like memories of sensations rather than the sensations themselves. She was falling deeper into rest, deeper into sleep, deeper into a place that had no bottom and needed no bottom, that simply continued to deepen infinitely, comfortably, perfectly. This was a surrender to the vastness within, a letting go of all distinctions, where the boundaries of self dissolved into the quiet expanse of existence. The monk felt no need to grasp or define this state. It was enough to be carried by it, to drift in its endless currents, to trust that whatever held her now was as ancient and reliable as the mountain beneath her. Time passed in the way time passes for sleeping dragons and sleeping monks, for mountains and stars and the slow turning of the earth. The moon crossed the sky and began to descend toward the far horizon. The snow stopped falling. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, tracing paths that had been followed for eons, indifferent to the fleeting concerns of those below. And in the temple courtyard, two beings breathed together, their breath visible in small clouds that rose and mingled and disappeared into the cold air like prayers ascending. Each breath was a quiet offering, a wordless communion between the monk and the dragon, between the living and the eternal, between the fleeting and the timeless. The air itself seemed to hold them, cradling their shared stillness, weaving their breaths into the fabric of the night. Somewhere in the deepest part of the night, the old nun emerged once more from the temple. She had brought a thick blanket woven of wool and silk, dyed the deep blue of twilight, its fibers soft yet sturdy, carrying the faint scent of the herbs used in its dyeing. She approached the sleeping forms quietly, her feet barely disturbing the fresh snow, each step deliberate, as if she were part of the silence rather than an interruption of it. Gently, carefully, she spread the blanket over the monk, tucking it around her shoulders, making sure she was covered completely. The act was simple, yet it carried the weight of centuries of care, of countless hands tending to those who sought shelter in this sacred place. Then she stood for a moment, looking at the scene, the dragon, its scales shimmering faintly under the moonlight, the monk, small and still against its vast form, the pine tree standing sentinel, the moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and blue, as if the world had been dipped in liquid starlight. She placed her palms together and bowed deeply, a bow of gratitude and recognition. Gratitude for the dragon's annual visit, a ritual as old as the temple itself, a reminder of the bond between the earthly and the divine. Gratitude for the monk who had found her way here on this particular night, her presence a thread in the tapestry of the temple's long history. Gratitude for the cold that made warmth precious, for the dark that made light visible, for the silence that allowed her to hear the quiet breathing of creatures at rest. This gratitude was not a fleeting emotion, but a practice, honed over decades of watching the seasons turn, of tending the temple's fires, of listening to the mountain's quiet wisdom. She saw in this moment a perfection that needed no explanation, a completeness that asked for nothing more than to be witnessed. Then she returned to the temple, to her own meditation cushion, to tend the fire and keep vigil until morning came. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing on the temple walls, casting shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. She sat in stillness, her breath steady, her mind clear, holding space for the night, for the dragon and the monk, for the world that turned beyond the temple's walls. Her vigil was not one of effort but of presence, a quiet act of devotion to the rhythm of existence, to the cycles of rest and awakening that bound all things together. The monk slept on dreamlessly now, deeply now, held safely in the curve of the dragon's wing. The blanket kept her warm even as the night grew colder, even as frost began to form on the pine branches, glittering like diamonds in the moonlight. She slept the way children sleep, the way animals sleep in their dens, the way the earth itself sleeps beneath its blanket of snow, waiting for spring but not waiting impatiently, not waiting with anxiety or expectation, simply waiting the way stones wait, the way water waits in winter to flow again. This sleep was a return to something elemental, a remembrance of the body's ancient wisdom, of its ability to rest without striving, to be without becoming. The monk's breath slowed, each exhale a release, each inhale a quiet affirmation of life. And the dragon slept its dragon sleep, ancient and deep, dreaming whatever dreams dragons dream. Perhaps it dreamed of flying through summer skies, of diving through clouds, of the joy of movement and power and grace. Or perhaps it dreamed of this, of sleeping in the cold, of sharing warmth with a stranger, of the perfect stillness of a winter night in the mountains, of being exactly what it was in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. Its dreams, if they could be called that, were vast and unhurried, woven from the threads of countless winters, countless flights, countless moments of stillness shared with the world below. The dragon's presence was a bridge between the ephemeral and the eternal, its breath a steady rhythm that anchored the night. The moon descended toward the horizon, growing larger and more golden as it fell, like a great lantern being slowly lowered by invisible hands. The stars began to fade as the sky in the east started to shift from black to deepest blue, from blue to grey, from grey to that particular shade that precedes dawn, the color of pearl, the color of possibility. This gradual lightening was not a demand but an invitation, a reminder that all things turn, that darkness gives way to light as naturally as sleep gives way to waking. The world held its breath in that in-between moment, poised between night and day, between rest and renewal. But dawn was still far off. There were hours yet of darkness, hours yet of rest, hours yet of the night holding the world gently in its careful hands. The monk slept on, her body soft against the dragon's wing, her mind free of the need to know or understand. The dragon slept on, its scales catching the last of the moonlight, holding it like a promise. The pine tree stood in its stillness, its branches heavy with snow, its roots deep in the mountain's heart. The mountain held them all, unmoving, unchanging, yet alive with the quiet pulse of existence. And in that holding, in that perfect stillness, in that complete rest, there was nothing missing, nothing needed, nothing sought, nothing found. There was only what there was, warmth and cold, breath and stillness, sleeping and being, a moment stretching toward forever, forever contained in a single moment. This was the heart of the night, the heart of the mountain, the heart of the dragon, and the monk, a place where distinctions dissolved, where all was one, where the act of being was enough. The snow on the dragon's scales caught the last of the moonlight and held it, glowing softly, like embers, like stars, like all the light in the world gathered and offered gently as a gift to the sleeping night. Each flake was a tiny prism, reflecting the light in 1,000 directions, a silent symphony of beauty that needed no audience. The dragon's scales, ancient and weathered yet luminous, seemed to hold the memory of countless such nights, each one a jewel in the vast treasury of time. And the monk, resting against the dragon's wing, knew nothing of this beauty and needed to know nothing, because she was part of it, breathing it, being it, held safely in its center, floating peacefully toward morning on the gentle rhythm of a dragon's breath, wrapped in warmth and silence and the infinite patience of everything that rests without resistance, everything that sleeps without fear, everything that lets go completely and discovers that in letting go, nothing essential is lost. Her presence was not separate from the night, not separate from the dragon or the snow or the mountain. She was woven into the fabric of this moment, a single thread in a tapestry that stretched beyond time, beyond knowing, beyond the need for anything other than what was. The night continued to deepen, to hold, to breathe. The temple stood silent, its wooden beams creaking softly in the cold, its walls bearing the weight of centuries of prayers. The fire inside burned low but steady, tended by the old nun, whose quiet presence was as much a part of the night as the stars above. The monk and the dragon slept on, their breaths rising and falling in unison, a quiet duet that spoke of trust, of rest, of the simple miracle of being alive in a world that holds all things, always, without judgment or haste. Only the weight falls away, only the weight, and what remains is lighter than snow, lighter than moonlight, lighter than breath itself, floating, resting, still, home. You're snowed in a warm, cozy mountain cabin on Christmas Eve. You arrive at the cabin just as twilight settles over the mountain, the sky deepening into shades of plum and indigo. The air is crisp but not cold against your face, just cool enough to make you grateful for the warmth that awaits inside. Snow has been falling all afternoon, soft and steady, and now it covers everything in a blanket so fresh and white it seems to glow with its own gentle light. The trees stand silent, their branches heavy with snow, and in the fading light they look like they've been sketched in charcoal against pearl. The cabin sits nestled among the pines, its windows already glowing amber, as if the house itself has been waiting for you. Smoke rises from the chimney in a thin, lazy ribbon, dissolving into the evening sky. As you make your way up the path, your footsteps muffled by the snow, you notice how quiet everything is, not the emptiness of silence, but the fullness of it. The snow seems to absorb all sound, wrapping the world in softness, and you can hear your own breath, steady and calm, mingling with the faint whisper of snowflakes settling on your shoulders. You climb the 3 wooden steps to the porch, each one creaking gently under your weight, and pause for just a moment. The air smells of pine and wood smoke, of winter and something sweeter, cinnamon perhaps, or vanilla. From somewhere far down the mountain, so distant it might be imagined, you hear the faint sound of bells, soft and clear, like a memory of Christmas past. They ring once, twice, then fade into the stillness, leaving only the whisper of falling snow. When you open the door, warmth embraces you immediately, folding around you like the gentlest of welcomes. The cabin is small but perfect, every corner designed for comfort and rest. A fire burns in the stone fireplace, the flames dancing in shades of gold and orange, casting moving shadows that flicker across the wooden walls. The light is soft everywhere, coming not from any bright bulb, but from candles scattered throughout the room, on the mantel, on the windowsills, clustered on a low table near the hearth. Their flames waver slightly as you close the door, then steady again, filling the cabin with a golden glow that seems to breathe. You remove your coat slowly, hanging it on a wooden peg by the door, and as you do, you notice the Christmas tree standing in the corner near the window. It's not a large tree, just tall enough to brush the ceiling, but it's perfect. Someone has strung it with lights that glow like distant stars, soft white and warm gold, and decorated it with simple ornaments, wooden stars, dried orange slices, sprigs of evergreen tied with red ribbon. At its base, wrapped packages rest on a blanket of white cloth, and the whole scene looks like something from a dream or a memory you didn't know you had. The floor beneath your feet is warm, the wooden boards smooth and honey-colored. You notice a soft rug near the fireplace, thick and inviting, and you move toward it slowly, letting the warmth of the room seep into your bones. As you settle onto the rug, you feel your shoulders drop, your breath deepening, your body beginning to recognize that here, in this moment, there is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. The cabin holds you gently, the way the snow holds the mountain, completely, quietly, with infinite patience. You lean back against the edge of a deep armchair, its cushions worn soft with age, and let your gaze wander around the room. The windows are frosted at their edges, and through the clear center you can see snow still falling, the flakes drifting past the glass like slow thoughts. The fire crackles softly, a log shifting and sending up a small shower of sparks that glow for a moment before fading. The scent of pine is stronger here, mixed with something else, clove, you think, and perhaps a hint of orange. On the mantel above the fireplace, you notice evergreen boughs draped across the stone, their needles dark green and fragrant, interspersed with red berries that catch the firelight. Time feels different here. It doesn't rush or press. It simply unfolds, each moment opening into the next with the gentleness of snow falling on snow. You close your eyes for just a breath, and when you open them, nothing has changed except that you feel more settled, more present, as if you've shed something you were carrying without even knowing it. Some tension, some urgency that no longer belongs here. On a small table beside you, you notice a cup waiting, steam rising from it in delicate spirals. You didn't see it before, but it seems to have always been there, as if the cabin itself has anticipated your needs. You reach for it, wrapping your hands around the warm ceramic, and bring it close to your face. The steam carries the scent of spiced apple and cinnamon, sweet and comforting, and when you take a sip, the warmth travels all the way down, spreading through your chest like liquid contentment. The taste is perfect, not too sweet, just spiced enough, and you hold the cup in both hands, feeling its warmth against your palms. As you sit there, cradling the warm drink, you become aware of another sound woven into the quiet, a soft patter against the roof, so gentle you have to listen carefully to hear it. Rain. It must have started just after you arrived, the temperature shifting just enough for the snow to turn to rain, and now it falls in a steady, rhythmic whisper. You can hear it tapping on the roof tiles, trickling into the gutters, dripping from the eaves. It's the sound of absolute peace, a lullaby written by the sky itself. The rain changes everything without changing anything at all. The cabin feels even more like a sanctuary now, a warm shelter held safe while the night offers its gentle weather. You take another sip of your spiced drink and let your eyes rest on the Christmas tree, watching how the lights glow through the branches, each one a small miracle of warmth. Some lights flicker just slightly, as if they're breathing, and you find your own breath beginning to match their rhythm, slow in, slow out, steady and calm. You notice small details now that you didn't see before. A wreath hangs on the far wall, woven from evergreen and dotted with tiny pine cones. A pair of ice skates rests beside the door, their blades dull and worn, as if they've carried someone across many frozen lakes. On the windowsill, a row of small wooden figurines stands in a line, a deer, a fox, a bird, each one carved with simple, loving strokes. They face the window as if watching the rain, keeping their own quiet vigil. The fire shifts again, and you watch the flames dance and curl, their movements hypnotic and ever-changing. There's something deeply peaceful about a fire, the way it transforms wood into light and heat, the way it asks nothing of you except to be witnessed. You let your gaze soften, watching without focusing, and the flames blur into a warm glow that fills your vision. The crackling becomes a companion to the rain's rhythm, and together they create a music that needs no words, no melody, just the pure sound of comfort. You find yourself thinking about Christmas, but not in the way you usually do, not about lists or plans or obligations. Instead, you think about the feeling of it, the essence. The way candlelight looks through frosted windows, the smell of evergreen and cinnamon, the softness of snow falling in the quiet, the warmth of being inside while the weather unfolds outside, all the gentle, beautiful things that don't demand anything but presence and gratitude. Your cup is almost empty now, just the last sweet sip remaining warm at the bottom. You drink it slowly, savoring it, then set the cup aside on the table. Your body feels heavier now, in the best way, the weight of deep relaxation, of muscles finally releasing their grip. You shift slightly, pulling a soft blanket from the chair behind you and drape it over your legs. It's made of thick wool, the color of cream, and it settles over you with a comforting weight. The rain continues its steady song, and now you can hear variations within it, the lighter patter on the window glass, the deeper sound as it hits the wooden deck outside, the musical plinking as it finds a metal roof edge somewhere. It's an orchestra of water and night, conducted by the wind, and every note seems designed to slow your thoughts, to soften the edges of your mind. You lean your head back against the chair cushion and let your eyes drift half closed, watching the room through the veil of your lashes. The candlelight blurs into soft halos. The Christmas lights become glowing orbs of gold and white. The fire transforms into a living warmth of pure color. Everything softens, gentles, becomes dreamlike. From somewhere outside, faint and distant, you hear it again, those bells, so far away they might be memory or magic. They ring in a pattern that's almost familiar, like a carol you once knew, and their sound carries through the rain with an impossible clarity. You don't try to name the melody. You just let it wash over you, another layer of peace settling into your bones. The cabin seems to breathe with you now. You notice how the candlelight flickers in time with your inhales and exhales, how the rain's rhythm matches the beating of your heart. Everything is connected here, everything in harmony, the fire and the rain, the light and the darkness, your body in this safe, warm space. You are held completely, the way a child is held, with absolute care and no expectations. You find yourself wondering about the cabin, about all the people who might have rested here before you, seeking the same quiet sanctuary. You imagine them sitting by this same fire, watching snow fall through these same windows, wrapped in this same sense of timeless peace. The cabin holds those memories, you think, the way trees hold years silently, faithfully, adding each new layer to its warmth. Outside, beyond the frosted windows, the world continues its gentle transformation. The rain has softened the snow, turning it into something between solid and liquid, something that catches the last traces of twilight and holds them. You can see the woods beyond the clearing, dark shapes of trees standing in patient rows, their branches bowing under the weight of wet snow. They look ancient and wise, as if they've witnessed 1,000 winters and found peace in each one. Your eyelids grow heavier, but you're not quite ready to let them close completely. There's something so beautiful about this moment, about the way the cabin glows around you, that you want to hold it just a little longer. You let your gaze drift to the mantel again, noticing things you missed before. A small wooden nativity scene sits among the evergreen boughs, the figures simple and worn smooth with age. Mary and Joseph lean toward each other, their faces peaceful, and between them the manger holds a tiny carved infant, no bigger than your thumb. The scene is lit from below by a single candle, and the shadows it casts make the figures seem almost alive, as if they might move when you're not looking. Beside the nativity, you notice a collection of pine cones arranged in a wooden bowl, each one dusted with what looks like frost or perhaps glitter that catches the firelight. Next to that, a small stack of old books with faded covers, their spines creased and loved. You can't read the titles from here, but you imagine they're the kind of books meant for nights like this, stories of winter journeys, tales of homecomings, poems about snow and starlight. The rain intensifies slightly, and you hear it now as a fuller presence, a more complete embrace. It drums on the roof with a rhythm that's almost musical, almost like fingers tapping out a gentle pattern meant just for you. You find yourself listening for the spaces between the drops as much as the drops themselves, noticing how the silence and the sound weave together into something more than either one alone. Your fingers trace the pattern of the blanket draped across your legs, following the weave of the wool without really seeing it. The texture is soothing under your fingertips, each thread a small comfort, and you realize you're moving more slowly than usual, your gestures taking on the same unhurried quality as everything else in this space. There's no reason to move quickly here, no reason to be anywhere but exactly where you are. The fire pops softly, and a small flame leaps higher for a moment before settling back. You watch it rise and fall, mesmerized by its brief dance, and think about how fire is never still, never quite the same from one moment to the next, yet always itself. The thought drifts through your mind like the snow outside, not quite landing, just passing through gently. You notice that your breathing has changed without you meaning to change it. Each inhale is deeper now, fuller, drawing in the scent of pine and wood smoke and rain-washed air. Each exhale is longer, more complete, releasing not just air but something else, worry perhaps, or the weight of days you've been carrying without noticing. The breath moves through you like a tide, washing through and leaving you cleaner, clearer, more present. On the far wall you notice a clock, but its hands seem to have stopped, or maybe they're just moving so slowly you can't perceive it. It doesn't matter what time it is. Time has become something different here, not minutes and hours, but moments and breaths, the flicker of candlelight and the fall of rain. You realize you haven't thought about tomorrow, or yesterday, or anything beyond this room, this fire, this perfect now. The Christmas tree draws your attention again, and you let your eyes rest on it, taking in each ornament more carefully this time. There's a small wooden rocking horse painted red and white hanging from a lower branch. Above it, a star made of twisted wire and glass beads catches the light and throws tiny rainbows across the wall. A crocheted snowflake, white and delicate, turns slowly in the air, rising from a nearby candle. Each ornament seems to hold a story, a moment, a memory of Christmas's past, and together they create something larger than themselves, a celebration of all the small, beautiful things that make a life. You shift slightly in your position, settling deeper into the embrace of the chair and the rug and the warmth surrounding you. Your body knows what your mind is only beginning to accept, that you can let go completely here, that there's nothing to guard against, nothing to prepare for, just rest. just peace, just this moment, extending into the next like a warm hand reaching out in the darkness. The rain's rhythm seems to slow, or perhaps you're just hearing it differently now, each drop distinct and perfect. You can hear the water running in the gutters, a liquid music that rises and falls with its own logic. Somewhere outside, a small waterfall must be forming where the rain spills from the roof, and you imagine it catching the last light from the windows, glowing amber as it falls into the snow below. Your thoughts are becoming softer, less distinct, blending into each other the way the candlelight blends with the firelight, the way the rain blends with the silence. You think about Christmas mornings long ago, about the feeling of waking up to find the world transformed by snow. You think about the smell of pine trees and the sound of carols sung in churches with high ceilings. You think about the way candles look when you see them through tears of gratitude or joy. But these thoughts don't demand anything of you. They simply drift through like the snowflakes outside, each one beautiful and unique, and then gone, making way for the next. And beneath them all, supporting them, holding them, is the deep calm that has filled you since you arrived, the sense that everything is exactly as it should be, that you are exactly where you need to be, that this moment is a gift you don't need to understand or analyze or hold too tightly. Just receive, just rest, just be. The candles on the windowsill are burning lower now, their flames shorter but no less bright, casting a tender glow that seems to hum with quiet life. They've created small pools of wax around their bases, and you watch how the light plays across these little pools, turning them golden, like tiny suns captured in liquid amber. One candle flickers in a draught you can't feel, its flame dancing to music only it can hear, a secret rhythm woven into the fabric of this tranquil evening. You smile without quite knowing why, a warmth blooming in your chest, as if the candle's dance is an invitation to share in its silent joy. Everything here seems alive in the gentlest way, not demanding or urgent, but present and aware, participating in this soft evening with a kind of reverence that feels almost holy. You realize your eyes are closed now, though you don't remember closing them. The room hasn't disappeared, it's simply transformed into a tapestry of sensation and sound, a world felt rather than seen. The warmth from the fire caresses your face, a soft touch that lingers like a loved one's hand. The blanket draped over you carries a weight that anchors you, its fibers a gentle reminder of comfort and care. Beneath you, the rug is soft, yielding to the shape of your body, cradling you against the cool floor. You hear the rain's lullaby, a steady patter that weaves itself into the fire's whisper, a conversation between elements that soothes the soul. And then there are the distant bells ringing once more, so faint they might be your imagination, might be the sound of Christmas itself traveling through the world, carrying tidings of peace across snow-dusted valleys and starlit peaks. Your body feels both heavy and weightless, a paradox that holds you in perfect balance. You are sinking into the floor, into the earth beneath the cabin, becoming part of the mountain's ancient peace, its roots entwined with time itself. At the same time, You are rising, lifted by the warm air from the fire, drifting upward toward the rafters where shadows and light dance in an endless waltz. You are both, or neither, or something beyond either, just a point of calm awareness resting in the heart of warmth and safety, a single note in the symphony of this quiet night. The sensation is like being held in the palm of a vast, gentle hand, one that knows you, sees you, and asks nothing of you but to be. The cabin holds you still, its presence a constant embrace, a sanctuary built with intention and love. You can feel it around you like a blessing, the solid walls keeping out the biting cold, the roof sheltering you from the rain's soft insistence, the fire offering its steady warmth like a heartbeat. Every nail and board, every stone in the chimney, every pane of glass in the windows seems to pulse with purpose, as if the cabin itself were alive, crafted to create a space where rest is possible, where peace can settle like dust motes in sunlight, where the weary can finally lay down their burdens and sleep. The air smells of pine and cinnamon, a fragrance that weaves itself into the very walls, grounding you in the moment, reminding you that this place is more than shelter. It is a haven, a cradle, a home. And sleep is coming now. You can feel it approaching like a gentle tide, rising slowly, lapping at the edges of your consciousness with a tenderness that disarms all resistance. There's no fear in it, no need to cling to wakefulness. It's simply the natural progression from presence to deep rest, from the soft glow of this moment to the quiet embrace of dreams. Your breathing slows even more, each breath a longer journey, a deeper dive into calm. You let yourself drift with it, riding the waves of your own breath like a leaf on a quiet stream, carried effortlessly toward a destination you trust without question. The rain continues, steady and faithful, a guardian of the night. You realize it will rain all night, keeping watch while you sleep, singing its lullaby to the mountain, the trees, and this small cabin where you rest. The sound wraps around you like another blanket, like arms holding you safe, like the voice of someone who loves you whispering that everything will be all right, that you can rest now, that you are home. The Christmas lights glow on behind your closed eyes, imprinted there like gentle stars, each one pulsing softly with your heartbeat. They are small assurances that magic still exists in the world, that beauty still matters, that peace is always possible if we're willing to receive it. They guide you down into sleep the way stars once guided travelers home, steady and sure and infinitely kind, their light a promise that you are never truly alone. The cabin too seems to join in this quiet vigil, its fire crackling softly, its candles flickering with steadfast devotion, their flames weaving stories of warmth and hope into the night. You feel yourself letting go of the last thin thread connecting you to waking. It's easy now, easier than breathing, as natural as the rain falling outside. You simply release your grip and allow the softness to take you, the warmth to hold you, the peace to carry you down into dreams. As you go, you carry with you the scent of pine and cinnamon, the sound of rain and fire, the glow of candlelight and Christmas, the feeling of being utterly, completely safe. The cabin watches over you as you sleep, its fire burning steady, its candles flickering in their faithful vigil, each flame a small prayer for your rest. The rain falls on, washing the world clean, making everything new, its rhythm a heartbeat that syncs with your own. The mountain holds you in its ancient arms, its silence a cradle for your dreams. And your dreams, oh, your dreams are soft as snow, warm as firelight, gentle as rain. They are woven from the threads of this evening, winter mornings crisp with frost, Christmas magic sparkling in the air, simple gifts wrapped in love, and a profound peace that settles deep into your bones. You dream of home, not a specific place with walls and doors, but the feeling of home, the soul's recognition that it has found where it belongs, where it is known and cherished. The cabin keeps you safe through the night, its presence a constant, its warmth a shield against the cold. The rain sings you deeper into rest, its melody a lullaby that carries you through layers of sleep, each one softer, deeper, more restorative than the last. Somewhere in the distance, those bells ring one last time, their sound carrying across the valleys and ridges, a blessing for all who sleep tonight in peace. They are the sound of hope, of connection, of a world that, for all its chaos, still holds spaces like this, spaces where the heart can rest, where the soul can breathe. The Christmas lights, the candles, the fire, they all seem to pulse with the same rhythm, a quiet promise that this moment, this peace, is eternal in its own way. A gift that lingers long after the night has passed. The world outside can wait, tomorrow can wait, the tasks, the worries, the endless march of time, they can all wait. For now there is only this, the warmth, the rain, the gentle darkness, and you, sleeping soundly in the heart of winter's most perfect peace. The cabin breathes with you, its wooden bones creaking softly as if in harmony with your breath. The rain falls for you, each drop a note in the night's endless song. And Christmas, in all its quiet magic, holds you close, its spirit folding around you like wings, protecting, blessing, welcoming you into the deepest, most peaceful sleep you've known. Morning is far away, and sleep is here, and you are home finally, completely, blessedly home. In this moment, wrapped in wool and warmth and the cabin's gentle embrace, nothing else matters, nothing else exists. There is only peace, only rest, only the sweetest surrender to sleep. The rain whispers on, a faithful companion through the night. The fire glows, its light a beacon in the dark. The Christmas lights keep their watch, their colors dancing behind your eyes. And you sleep deeply and well, held safe in the arms of the mountain's most perfect winter night, carried gently into dreams where peace reigns supreme and home is everywhere.